No. Where? Where? Give me a link now. Holy fuck. Dark Brandon? Dark Brandon? Wait, did they cut the audio? Is he shot?
Well, there you go, guys. Unbelievable information right now as we see President Trump being taken away from the podium there in Butler, Pennsylvania. We did hear some shots there. We don't know what it was that happened. You're looking at the same thing we're looking at right now. I was literally without the suit jacket, just watching the coverage. We heard the loud noises, and we are live right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
I told you, motherfuckers, this capacity to be the craziest race of all time.
Is very concerning at this point. Not sure, again, what happened there. We do know that people got towards the ground. We don't know any details. We're watching this live with you throughout this country and some around the world. The leader of the free world is right there.
He's not the president, dumbass. He's not the leader of the free world, a former leader of the free world.
MAGA. MAGA means make. That's all we wanted. A place with. Thank you. Instead, I'm here with the White House. Not easy, because we have millions and millions that should. You know, we had the strongest border ever. I don't know if they can do it. Do you guys have? You take our left officers comes right out of Border Patrol. Legal in the history of probably starts a couple of.
Yo! What the fuck?
Move to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go.
They cut the audio. Oh my God. They cut the audio. How are they not running? They're, brother, they are motherfucking hogs, okay? This is crazy. We don't know if it hit him. We don't know. Look, here, I'm going to replay it again.
You see, a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. Want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
First shot rings out. He grabs his fucking neck. You have the full screen version of the shot. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Do we think he got actually shot? I think he was bleeding when they picked him up. Trump bleeding, don't show on stream. Oh my God. Oh my God, he is bleeding. I think it nicked his ear. No, that's not like enough. That's not TOS. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude. Dude. All I'm going to say is this has happened before. And when they miss, landslide. Oh my God. Oh my God. You said this was the boring election cycle? No. I said this is the most boring election cycle, but it has the capacity to become almost overnight the most interesting election cycle. And this happened with Bolsonaro, Reagan. Oh, they shut it off? Oh, staged? No, I don't think it's, I mean, I think it's a little wild. Here's the full screen shooting.
If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened. And if you want to really
I mean, he gets up, he puts his fist up. This isn't live, right? This is like they escorted him out already. We watched him get escorted out. But I think, dude, hogs are crazy. They just shot the former president.
Okay, you just saw there that
Hogs are so insane, bro. They shot the former president and they're doing a USA chant. Yo!
Chiron just
What is going on?
Screen here
What
in
the
Schaumburg,
fuck?
but we have not had a confirmation on what that noise was. So we are going to continue to refer to it as popping noises.
Bro, I said light news. I didn't realize. Bro! God damn, America is a fucking spiritually
see something
broken.
that's said, take a look at what happened.
Where is it? Oh, is the shooting. He's bleeding. He's fine. Here's a hog video. A Biden supporter just pulled out a gun and shot Donald Trump. First of all, we don't know anything about what happened, but this guy immediately goes, a Biden supporter pulled out a gun and shot Trump. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Reagan landslide. Oh, no. Reagan landslide incoming. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. First shot, Trump's hand moves directly to the side of his head. Oh, my God. Who else if not a Biden supporter? Dude, it could be a Biden supporter, but to say that it definitely is a Biden supporter is insane, okay? Like, to say with certainty, what do you mean, who else? This motherfucker was the president, dog. Why do you think former presidents get lifetime Secret Service? For this specific reason. What are you talking about? American presidents, for those of you who don't know, get lifetime Secret Service. There's a reason why he has Secret Service right now. Not every person that's like running for president until they become presidential candidates, presidential nominees, actually get full-blown Secret Service. Secret Service. Former American presidents do. The reason for why is because when you're the president of the United States of America for however many years, you are in control of a lot of shit. You make a lot of enemies. There's a new angle. No, this is the angle that we saw originally.
Like gunshots ring out. My
There are weeks where nothing happens, there are decades where there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen.
Most people ducking down. The press that were behind the riser, press that were at our media tables, ducking down under the tables as we weren't sure what was going on. Our crew who was up on the stage captured some of that video that you showed, the former president getting protected by his Secret Service. They covered him. He looked to have some blood on his face. It looked like his ear was bloody. A lot of chaos and confusion. No one was sure where the gunshots sounded like gunshots were coming from. The former president, as we know, is now inside the motorcade. He may at this point be off-site. The folks here are now evacuating. A lot of confusion, some anger, people yelling at the press here, not sure what to make of what has just happened.
Dude, the press brought a blicky
was
out.
just standing on the stage. She was talking about immigration under President Biden when all of this erupted into chaos. Again, just moments into his appearance here in Butler, Pennsylvania. So far, we're safe. Our crew is safe. We have not seen anyone injured. We have not heard of anyone injured yet, but certainly unexpected, confusing, and we are still waiting to find out
are not at this
what
rally.
exactly
They were supposed
transpired
to be
here, Jose.
And Dasha, we want to go back to that video because, as you indeed state, it does seem as though what appears to sound like shots, a number of them did ring out, and the former president clutched his right ear. We saw him that after that he was taken towards that motorcade, and here, or just moments afterwards, you can see from what seems to be his ear, blood in his ear, and there's some blood on his cheeks, but he is conscious. He is with his fist raised in the air as there seems to be blood coming from his right ear. He was conscious the entire time, still is conscious in every single one of the frames of the video that we have here on NBC News as he is being taken into that SUV. There were also moments right after those apparent gunshots rang out where we were able to hear the officials. And let's just listen in together to this.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
I counted about 8 to 11 what seems to be gunshots, and you will be able to hear now as they're getting ready to transport the former president. And we see now some heavily armed special SWAT team members. But listen to what they say here. Shooter is down, is what one said.
Oh, dude, they got him. They got the shooter.
This was just moments ago in Pennsylvania. And we'll see the former president stand up with the help of a few people.
Let me get my shoes. Hold on in your head.
He says, let me get my shoes.
Let me get my shoes.
Watch out.
Donald Trump still speaking as he raises his fist. And there you can see in the middle part of your screens what seems to be blood coming out from his right ear, conscious, shaking and waving that fist, as about 5 people help him down the stairs and towards that SUV. And I could hear about 8 to 10 or 11 what seemed to be gunshots. Dasha.
Jose, as we stand here, there are a lot of people yelling at the press pen right now, a lot of anger from the people here. I'll tell you just emotionally, there's been a roller coaster just over the last 10 minutes or so since this happened. It went from confusion, people not sure if what they were hearing was fireworks, but as those sounds continued, as you said, 8 to 11 or so consecutively, people realized this might be dangerous, this might be gunshots. People started to get down, to hide, to feel that fear, that adrenaline that, frankly, I felt as we were trying to make sense of the situation and make sure that our team here and our colleagues here.
You think they'll go for gun control after this?
saw the former president in that video get up and raise his fist. We did hear cheers erupt from the crowd, people chanting USA, USA, and the former president was
okay, never mind. They were chanting USA, USA. They probably not, right?
As this place is empty, littered with water bottles, just looks like a scene of escape right now. Very chaotic exit for everyone. The few people that are remaining are very angry with the media. We are feeling a lot of rage from people right now as everyone is trying to process
this.
What
Bitch, what do you
happened.
mean?
Of course, it is not uncommon for the former president at his rallies to point
Don't
out
politicize
to call them fake
the
news and to
former
target
president
the
getting
frustration
shot
of
with a
his
gun.
supporters towards the press, and that is a little bit of what we are experiencing right now as people are trying to make sense of what happened. What
It's
was
time
supposed
for
to be
thoughts and
was
prayers.
just before these sounds
Sir?
rang out, just before this incident, a pretty jovial,
It's a good joke. It's a good joke.
mood.
It's a good joke.
Music
That person
was
is definitely
playing. The former
joking.
president had just started his speech, and then everything changed, Jose.
Hold, when you're ready, on you. Move.
I want to bring
Dude,
in
it's
Tom
crazy. The
Winter,
Aussies were
special-
supposed to travel to Pennsylvania to go to this rally.
What we can discern from these images
Instead,
that we
they're at
have
fucking
from just moments
Sneaker
ago
Con in
is that
Anaheim.
The former president was speaking, and then as what appear to be gunshots start ringing out, more than one, Tom, is when he seems to touch his right ear, and almost quickly right after that starts dropping, and then that's when the security joined him. But Tom, it looks as though from this image that there is blood just from his right ear, which may have also grazed his cheek.
Jose, I want to stress to everybody that it is preliminary. The information that I am sharing with our audience right now is very early in this investigation. Everything I say is subject to change as law enforcement gathers more information as an investigation continues. I can say
I hate how much plot armor this motherfucker has, bro. I'm sorry.
Officials have been briefed initially on the events at the
This
ground.
is over.
Reporting
It's so
along with
over.
my colleague Jonathan Dink.
I'm pulling a Dave
6:29
Wasserman.
Eastern
I've
time
seen
that
enough.
The president is not expected
I hate this shit, dude. I hate this shit.
Expected to survive this incident. I think that's the most important thing for people to know. The former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, current presumptive nominee in the Republican Party, is expected to survive this incident. That's the initial indication that we have from the ground. There is an initial indication that either a fragment of a piece of ammunition or ammunition may have struck the president. It's possible it could have been a bullet ricochet. We just don't know. It's very early in this investigation. We do not have any sort of sense of a suspect. We do not have any sort of a sense of it's just one person.
Here's the
or
AP
two people.
photo,
We
yeah.
don't know. We don't know the type of weapon that's used. We don't know the motivation, though it appears to be clear to be going after former President Trump. But again, the headline at this time, the initial indications is that Donald Trump is expected to survive this incident. We've got a lot more calls to make.
I don't think it was a pellet gun, but I can't tell. But it doesn't sound like a pellet gun, but who knows?
Could change entirely in the next 5 minutes, the next 5 hours. We don't know. But that's the initial indication that we have, all subject to change.
Tom Winter, of course, stay on this, and thank you for being with us tonight on this rapidly developing news story. Former President Donald Trump appears to have been shot or hit by some either ammunition or fragments in a rally that he was holding in Pennsylvania just moments ago. I want to turn to the moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, who is with us as well tonight. Kristen, these images that we're showing show the president to be conscious, the former president to be conscious the entire time, shaking and waving his fist in the air, but there does seem to be blood emerging from his right ear, and possibly maybe some injury to the cheek.
Jose, that's right. The images are horrifying. The former president, his face bloodied, he's pumping his fists.
That is
he
the sound of 1 million Republicans nutting collectively.
The
Okay.
Secret Service The political
that is the
world
sound
just
of
starting
thousands
to absorb,
of DC staffers and Republican wonks collectively nutting. That is going to be absolutely put on a fucking t-shirt
so far
permanently.
Kelly O'Donnell has reached out to the Secret Service. The Secret Service saying they are still gathering information on this incident. So, of course, we will bring that to our viewers as soon as we get that. President Biden, for his part, was at church in Delaware. As he left, he was asked if he'd been briefed on this rally. He said no. He then got back into his motorcade. Undoubtedly, he will be briefed in the coming moments. J.D. Vance, of course, the senator from Ohio, who is a potential contender to be Trump's VP nominee, tweeting out, "Everyone join me in praying for our President Trump and everyone at that rally. I hope everyone is okay." Jose, we cannot
just remember that after Lincoln got shot, he wasn't reelected, so there's still hope. Yeah, JFK too, but
as everyone absorbs
those
what
were very
has happened
different
again, the
ones.
former president rushed off stage, pumping his fist, appearing to have been injured at this rally in Pennsylvania, Jose.
Kristen Walker, thank you so very much. Stay with us.
Yeah, bro, he is such a fucking content demon, like straight up. Such a goddamn content demon, dude. And of course, every hog is posting the photo already. I told you. Immediately, Tucker Carlson, 20K likes. He's such a fucking content monster, dude. He got shot, got up, ear bleeding, face bleeding, throws up a fist. It's so Jover. Oh my fucking God. Yes, it is real. It happened in front of our eyes. We literally watched it in real time. Sick photo? Yeah, of course it's a sick photo. Are you kidding me? Look, I don't know anything about who shot him, how they shot him, what they shot him with, what kind of grazing occurred. But what I will tell you is this. When motherfuckers shoot at Republicans, they use 22s, okay? And they don't go for center mass. And history shows that when you do that, I don't know if they used 22s here, but historically speaking, when that sort of thing happens, well, you know, it's a Bolsonaro-style situation where they become super fucking popular. That's why people say when you come at the king, you best not miss. Oh my Lord. It was the anti-Castro communists again. Man, I keep thinking about what you say. Anything can happen for election day. COVID was very sudden. Is history rhyming? This is why I always tell you that, yes, polling is good to understand what's going on for now. But that doesn't mean you will know what happens come election time. Just like COVID. Okay? If it wasn't for COVID, the likelihood of Trump's reelection was almost a complete fucking lock. Not only did COVID happen, Trump got COVID like literally 2 weeks, 3 weeks before the election. Word has got a live cam going on with the police on the area.
To his speech here.
Bro, how
the
is she
crowd
still
also
there?
Quite angry at the press, and we are now being told by Secret Service that we need to leave, Jose. So I'm going to say goodbye to you for now, but we will keep you posted. I'll post it out. I'll phone in later if we have more information, Jose.
Dasha, thank you very much. Do what is needed to do. Stay safe and do exactly what authorities are asking you to do. I want to, and if you're listening to us on radio, I want you to listen as well as watch what happened just short moments ago in Pennsylvania at former President Donald Trump's rally. We're going to start from this part and just go right through the whole incident.
Want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Bro, they're going to play that forever, dude. Fucking Teflon, dude. unbowed assassination attempt victim who showed poise and courage right after nearly being killed versus a guy who can't remember his friends' names is beyond over. No, it has never been more Jover than it is at this very moment. That's the reason why so many of you are looking at this and going, it must be scripted. Because it's so perfect the way that all of this unfolded that it literally feels scripted. And the reason why you feel that way is because it is so fucking Jover.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we gotta move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay, my shoes down. My shoes.
Watch out.
Wait.
They went crazy. And before you say, oh, it just like feels scripted because he like just walks it off. Dude, shock, adrenaline is incredibly powerful.
This time around, as we play back what happened just a short while ago in Donald Trump's Pennsylvania rally,
Republicans are also going to get like expert level victimhood status too, which is also additionally annoying. Like they're going to be like, how dare you? Oh, this guy's flipping off the camera.
Again, shots
fuck
fired.
You, media. Fuck you.
Initially,
you did
and then
this.
there was some responsive shots. We also heard members of security say the shooter is down. Peter Alexander is with us, our chief White House correspondent. Peter, what do we know as of right now? And I understand that President Biden has been informed of what happened.
Wow, dude.
Jose, that's right. We have been in touch with senior officials at the White House who tell NBC News that President Biden, who is spending this weekend at his property in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, has been informed, has been briefed by aides about the situation currently taking place or that has just taken place at that rally for former President Trump in Pennsylvania. I spoke to another official there who conceded that they are trying to get as much information as they can right now. Clearly,
he's still throwing up
there are a
fists while
lot of
they're
events
putting him
that
in
are
the
moving
fucking
very
car,
quickly
bro.
at this time. The president, only moments before this took place, was in the church at Rehoboth, and when he exited the
Every
church,
fist is
reporters
another
asked him if he
10,000 in a
had-
fucking
if he
red
was aware
state,
of it
a
or
key
had been
state turning into a
informed about it.
red
At that
state.
time, he had not been. It's clear at this time.
Every time he throws up his fist, Michigan is more over than it
Is
was
clearly
before.
a very dramatic moment for this country.
He's
both
farming it.
President Biden and
New
many
York
members
is now officially a battleground state.
of all kinds. Nobody anticipated anything of this kind to take place. As someone who travels routinely with the president and formerly with former President Trump and with Mr. Trump as a candidate, the perimeter is usually very tightly protected from a great distance as well. As you saw,
He's clip farming harder than the new crop of phase talent. He's like phase Ronaldo. He's clip farming harder than Jinxie. He keeps throwing up his fucking fist.
Been at many of these Trump rallies, and here's a new picture from one of our colleagues there on the ground, the photojournalists who are in the front row, showing the blood on former president's face and clearly on his ear as well. There he is pumping his fist as he was effectively chanting "fight" to those members, his supporters who were there. The perimeter is usually quite wide here, and having traveled with President Biden recently when he was overseas in Europe, I was struck by how wide that perimeter was, with snipers in many areas keeping a very close eye, and I suspect many of our colleagues in law enforcement would communicate that for a former president and now the presumptive nominee on the Republican side, there would have been a very wide perimeter. So now that we are told by law enforcement that it's believed that Donald Trump will certainly survive this incident, immediately the questions turn to how this happened, who's responsible for it, and what needs to be done to help better secure any of these
Libs
political
are coping on Twitter so hard right now, calling it all staged. That's so funny.
Which begins with the Republican National
We're reaching a new level of like liberal QAnon.
Monday in Milwaukee, a giant perimeter has been
Biden
built
lost the phase vote.
The Milwaukee arena. where they're going to be hosting that event.
He just
in
maxed out
Washington.
his
A
aura.
huge
He definitely
perimeter was
winning the
built for
election
NATO
now.
summit
Oh
that
my
President Biden
God.
was participating in with world leaders as well. But as I'm speaking to you, I'm checking my phone and texting with colleagues, with staff at the White House for any additional
It's starting.
information. Jose,
You
as we gather
motherfucker,
that,
you
we
had
will
Trump
share it with
shot.
Peter Alexander, thank you so very much. Of course, continue monitoring this for us. I want to bring in retired ATF Special Agent Jim Kavanaugh. He is with us tonight. Jim, and when we look at these images, there is so much that tells people like you so much about the trajectory, where it seems that these gunshots or whatever came from. The president was looking towards his right when at least two of what seems to be gunshots rang out.
He's gonna be a
and then he immediately
he's gonna be a 4-term president, dude.
Here as he was dropping, it seems later,
This is the
Jim,
day that the election
there
was
may
lost.
be up to two what appear to be lines, one right up above his mouth on his cheek going towards his ear, and then one.
4 more years, 4 more terms until Barron becomes
What does this
president.
tell you, Jim?
Yeah, well, you're exactly right, Jose. I mean, he certainly reacted to his right. I mean, appears to be he was struck in his right ear. That where appears to be where all the blood is. We don't know if that blood on the cheek is a wound or just blood spatter. It's hard to tell. But he certainly reacted to his right. He felt the sting on his right, probably his right ear. There's bleachers behind him that are filled, with supporters. But he kind of looks to his right.
It's wild that we are able to watch history
that the shot
unfold
was directly to his right.
live
that
on
came directly from his right. It's just-
Twitch.motherfucking
He had hit him
TV.
on the.
Take a look at what happened.
There you see it, Jim.
Yeah.
This is like, I mean, we watched
Jim,
January
stand by.
6th
I want to go to
unfold.
Kristen Welker, who has some very late-breaking news.
Jose, Secret Service spokesperson just posted on X saying an incident occurred the evening of July 13th at a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. The Secret Service has implemented protective measures and the former president is safe. This is now an active Secret Service investigation and further information will be released when available. Again, that is from the Secret Service. Everyone just absorbing what has occurred and unfolded in Pennsylvania. We're also getting reaction from a number of the vice presidential potential picks of former President Trump. Again, just to reiterate, the Republican National Convention is just days away from getting underway, set to begin on Monday. Senator Rubio posting praying for President Trump and all those attending the rally in Pennsylvania today. Senator Vance, everyone join me in praying for our President Trump and everyone at that rally. I hope everyone is okay. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, please join Catherine and me in praying for President Trump, his family,
Butler,
and
PA.
everyone
Trump
attending the
says
rally
he is
today.
fine. In
Carrie
statement, it
Lake,
says he's being checked
for
at a
Senate
medical
candidate
facility.
posting, please pray for President Trump. So reaction just beginning to pour in
Fox
from
News.
the political world. Of
Representative
course,
Dan
as Peter just
Moiser, who was at the
reported,
Trump rally, says he heard 8
President
to 10
Biden
shots.
has
Appeared like multiple
been
people in the crowd
briefed.
were hit, according to
This
Fox
is
News.
the scenario that everyone, of course, feared and was trying to protect against. Certainly as we head toward the conventions this summer, security is in the spotlight. The questions, of course, now, how could this have happened at a rally for the
Elon
presumptive
Musk
Republican?
uses this crisis as an opportunity to endorse Donald Trump. I fully endorse President Trump and hope for his rapid recovery. Dark days are ahead of us. I made the joke. I said, oh, you think this will be fucking an opportunity for gun control? But fuck no, dude. The only gun control that will be enforced in this country is like if you have ever demonstrated any kind of left-leaning sentiment, like, for example, we shouldn't murder gay people or whatever, the government will come and take your guns away only to give it to the people who say they should kill gay people going forward. Holding my tongue. I got lots of jokes, not trying to get you in trouble. I mean, I've been doing that as well. So I've been holding my tongue as well. You're not getting the RNC pass? Bitch, what do you mean? Is the RNC even fucking happening? I don't even know. I don't even know what you're talking about. What is the RNC? I didn't get the Secret Service clearance anyway, but I don't know. I don't know, man. What's Brandon going to say about this? You're going to be like, we beat Medicare.
7 Eastern time. So we're doing a lot of reporting. Law enforcement, U.S. Secret Service trying to get a handle on it. As you can imagine, federal law enforcement agencies, and I'm including my reporting with my colleague Jonathan Dienst on this, federal law enforcement agencies are all acutely aware of what's going on and are standing by to provide any sort of information or do any sort of investigative work, depending upon what they might find. Of course, there'll be questions about security. If this was, in fact, an intentional act, there'll be questions about the what and the why. But right now, I think folks are still trying to get a handle on the details, the most important of which, just so people understand the current condition of the former president, is that he is expected to survive.
So I want to thank you very much. Stay with us. I want to go to Hallie Jackson, who has an update from the Trump campaign. Hallie?
Yeah, per a campaign spokesperson, I'm going to read you this statement in full as obtained by our colleague Garrett Haake. The President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. The spokesperson goes on to say he is fine and being checked out at a local medical facility. That is it for now. We do expect more details to follow, but obviously significant now as we're looking at some of these images here.
Hot take, this won't change the election that much.
That he is, in the words of the campaign,
We'll see.
He is apparently
I don't know about that.
and is obviously being looked at now.
People do hate Trump, myself included. Like everybody, like people that hate Trump still hate Trump. They're not going to be like, I love Trump now.
Convention that for the presumptive Republican
But this will bring a lot more people to pay attention to what the fuck's going on in the
just
cycle.
days before he is set to officially accept the nomination. We want to be super careful here because there's still a lot we don't know about motivation, but I will just echo what some of my colleagues have said here, having been to many of these kinds of rallies. There is a security perimeter in place for any time you go to an event with any current or former president. There are mags, there is security, there's a perimeter, and it is usually, obviously, always pretty intense. And so there are going to be a lot of questions here moving forward as to how this could have happened as we're looking at these very dramatic visuals now from photographers who are lined up right there on stage in Butler, Pennsylvania. We have seen a lot of reaction coming in. I know that Kristen just went through some of it from people like Mike Pence, from others in the party, saying that they are praying for the former president. As you see there, the blood on his face as he's holding up his hand, that shot that we have been replaying here, Jose. But again, the word from the Trump campaign, he is fine, they say, and currently being checked out. We're going to update you the second we get anything more.
Hallie Jackson, thank you very much. I want to go back to Dasha Burns, who was at that Trump rally north of Pittsburgh and has new reporting. She joins us on the phone. She was asked to leave the area as it is considered a crime scene.
Yeah, Jose, that's right. Everyone has now been evacuated. That includes attendees, Trump staff, that includes the press as well. We have our crew has reconvened. We're all together.
The shooter was Ben Simmons, who averaged 13% from distance in his career. Great interview. Thank you for this. Thank you for this call in from the scene. That's great.
A member who was an elected official.
Dasha,
you are screened.
I'm so sorry. I just can't. We're not able to make out exactly what you're saying. It is a very chaotic scene where you are. The communications
we're gonna tune into
are
Fox
difficult.
News,
We're going to try to reestablish
which I
a better
is holding
line
a
of
victory
communication
parade.
with Dasha Burns. I want to go back to Peter
The shooter
Alexander.
was Cristiano Ronaldo? Bitch, if the shooter was Cristiano Ronaldo, he wouldn't have missed. What are you talking about?
Jose, no new information from the White House right now.
Shooter barely went 1 for 8. What are you talking about? Bro's the reason they make scripts. I can't even fucking log into. I can't even watch the. Does anyone have a Fox News link? I need a Fox News link. I need to see what the fuck they're saying.
Governor of the state of Pennsylvania. So that's just the latest information we're getting from there. Again, we are reaching out to our to the staff at the White House right now. President Biden, as we noted earlier, is traveling. He is in Delaware right now. The reporters, the pool that travels with him, we are told by reporters they are being kept inside the vans that they normally travel in a safe distance away from his home. But that is the latest in terms of the information that we have, Jose.
Peter Alexander, thank you so very much. As we continue our coverage, Lester Holt continues with our breaking news.
Jose, thank you very much. As we continue to cover the events here, I want to go to Dasha Burns. Dasha was in the crowd covering this event. I think we've reestablished your signal. Dasha, do you hear us okay?
Yeah, Lester, I'm on a better line, I think. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Lester, I will tell you what transpired is the former president was just
It's the first coming from Secret Service and now from the Trump campaign itself that it sounds like he is doing well, and whatever the intentions were of whatever happened there.
I and our team were up on the press risers as he first started speaking. We were just making our way off of those risers. We were heading to the ground level where all of the attendees were on the grass in the field at this venue when we heard what initially I thought might have been fireworks. The Trump rallies often involve pyrotechnics. Sometimes there is smoke for effect. So initially there was confusion, shock, surprise for myself.
How easy is it to shoot a president? Bro, I wouldn't be saying that right now.
Intentions were of whatever happened there at the rally. It sounds like he's going to be just fine, and probably, I would guess, you knowing him, I knowing him, as many folks know him, probably more fired up than ever to get back out there on the campaign trail.
Bro, this motherfucker is
just
made
the indication
of
that he wanted to
Teflon.
get up and raise his fist after that moment, I think was an image he wanted to portray. I think there's a lot to know where things are coming from.
Bro, why are you turning off a first-hand account of a woman on the phone for
Brett,
this?
thank you very much. Safe travels. We will see you here very shortly in Milwaukee. Excuse me, I want to make sure that we get to nationally syndicated political reporter Selena Zito. She is a Pennsylvanian. She is somebody who has a Pennsylvanian, I guess would be the right term. She covers this state border to border, knows it inside and out. You were there at the rally, Selena. Can you tell us what you witnessed?
Yeah, so I was here at the rally, been here since 12 o'clock this afternoon. I had actually met with the president for a couple minutes before he went out on the stage. He was in great spirits.
Cars are going to go crazy today, dude.
The rally. I was in the buffer, so the buffer zone is the area where it's like this narrow area that's right along.
By the way, anytime a president gets shot or like a 9/11 style situation happens, check in on your most like susceptible to conspiratorial thinking friends, because in the upcoming days, they are going to have life-changing thoughts. Okay? I'm telling you right now, a lot of people that you took for granted as like normal family members are going to no longer be normal family members. These are always life-changing events for many American families. They're going to fucking turn around and be like, some of them are going to turn around and be like, this was a false flag. Look at him, like the fact that he got up immediately, shit like that. You know, I'm telling you right now, this is Blue Anon is about to go crazy. We're talking about the MAGA crowd going crazy, but Blue Anon will be extra nutty as well. There's hella members in the chat currently riding with the false flag conspiracy.
The shooter.
Obviously, the dumbest chatters in the chat are like, gaming tonight? Yeah, dude, we're gaming with American democracy's future.
And it was hard to tell exactly where the shots were coming from. I thought I saw some smoke on the right-hand side of the
Obviously,
stage.
who knows how the fucking hogs operate going forward? They're going to get extra nutty. But you know who else is going to get extra nutty? The Blue Anon liberals. Okay? Blue Anon liberals are going to go crazy mode. Especially considering how Biden's chances were to begin with. MAGA is going to say, MAGA is going to say this was fucking, MAGA is going to say this was Biden's doing, okay? In which we'll have a funny little moment to talk about how, you know, is it constitutionally legal for Biden to potentially attempt an assassination of a former president and a political, you know, rival running for office? The Supreme Court did rule it. You know, the Supreme Court made it extra hard to prosecute such things. So that's number one. So, but that's besides the point. You know, it might have been an official act. I'm kidding. Obviously, I don't think this was Biden. But, you know, that's a conversation that you can have with your MAGA relatives that will say this was Biden. This was Biden's doing. Having said that, however, I think that there is going to be a lot of fucking panic and craziness on the liberal side as well. Liberals going with this was a false flag attempt because they can't cope with the reality that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and that is very real unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. $6, sorry, inflation. Brandon's America. There I go again. Right, Twitch Prime is free though, as long as you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break coming for you right now. In the eve of historic moment.
Not see anyone get injured. You saw the former president with some blood on his face. And
this is nutty.
He is safe. We are safe, and we are just looking to learn as many details as we can.
All right, Dasha Burns with that, excuse me, first-person account of what occurred there in Pennsylvania. And again, we saw that close-up picture.
Democrats have a really wonderful opportunity to change the message from Donald Trump's brave martyrdom to who the next presidential candidate is going to be. This is the ace in their pocket. This is the ace up their sleeve. I'm telling you right now. Oh, they found the shooter. BNO News says one person killed. That's BNO News, man. County prosecutor says one person killed in shooting at a Trump rally, former president safe. That's probably the shooter, by the way, because they said they got him. If one person has been killed, there's going to be a lot of fucking misinformation flying around. But if there's one person that's killed, it most likely is the shooter because they said they got him. They took him down. Yeah, in the video, you hear him saying, shoot her down, shoot her down.
What specifically happened, although we've obviously been seeing it and watching it for ourselves. The Secret Service, they say, has implemented protective measures.
If Biden got shot, it would not have had this effect. Brother, if Biden got shot, he would not stand up and throw a fucking fist. He would be dead. Just from the sheer panic, he would just die. Like, what do you mean? Biden would have died before the bullet hit him because he would have heard the loud noise and it would have scared him to death. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, I suspect that like whoever would do such a thing would be probably a hog with better aim. Nice title, bro. What do you mean? It's what happened. Trump shot at PA rally is my title. Are you going to cry? Are you going to fucking do like liberal baiting here as a die in the wool hog? You're going to be like, oh, I can't believe you're not demonstrating a level of respect for the former president. Like, you're a piece of shit if you're already like a fucking massive Trump supporter. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to spare your fucking feelings, dipshit. I didn't even write anything crazy. I'm not like celebrating. I just simply said Trump shot at PA rally. He did. You can see it on the fucking screen.
New York, we are following the events in Pennsylvania where former President Trump, appearing at a rally, suffered what appears to be a wound to his ear after pops were heard, multiple pops, according to witnesses, believed to be potentially gunshots. The former president, taken from the stage, surrounded by Secret Service, ultimately put into his armored vehicle and whisked away from the scene. You heard my colleague say That rally site is now a crime scene as the Secret Service now takes over in the investigation. There's certainly many details we've not been able to confirm or fill out at this point. We don't know the status of the shooter and or shooters. We don't know if other people were shot in this attack. But there you see the shot. I think that people will see a lot of the former president looking defiantly and triumphantly, even as he's led away with that bloodied face. We want to show you there is video of the incident. We're going to take a moment here and watch. Here it is.
That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's sad, take a look at what happened.
It is more Jover than it has been in quite a long time, I think.
Move to spare. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move to the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. We ready?
They're saying shooters down. So if you're hearing reports about somebody, if you're hearing reports right now about somebody dying at the rally, it's probably the shooter. And the 8 to 10 shots that were fired could literally be the police firing back, Secret Service firing back at the shooter.
Watch out.
The former president obviously dazed by what had transpired. You hear him say, "Let me get my shoes," as Secret Service surrounds him. Typically, Secret Service protectees are protected by layers of teams. You see the folks usually in the dark uniforms there with the assault weapons. It's part of a counter-assault team that typically is certainly on presidential security. I can't tell you for sure if we would see it in this case, a former president, but nonetheless, you see these teams begin to surround Mr. Trump, and then somebody says clear. We don't know if they're referring to the threat. If the threat was neutralized, that's obviously the
Biden was
next
already losing. This is beyond
worry
over
is to
perfect
make
fascist
sure that
aesthetics.
there
Wait
is no
until we
further
see who the
threat
shooter is.
to the
That is gonna
protectee,
add
in this
another
case,
layer of coverage.
former
Oh,
President
yeah.
Trump or anyone in the crowd.
Oh, yeah. That's the other thing. If it's an undocumented migrant, dude, listen, if you have any kind of like Mexican in your ancestry, you're getting deported, okay? Like it is, if the shooter...
This is right, spot on here,
What is
Lester.
happening?
They do
What's
have layered
effing?
security. A lot of it is provided also by local law enforcement. You can see their SWAT teams are there assisting. And the former president has a permanent detail, of course, of Secret Service agents that protect him, a detail leader, a special agent in charge. They're all very close to him. You can see when he was hit, his face is actually turned to the right, and he grabs his right ear. Now, you can hear some small popping noises, and you can also see the crowd react to the noise. So, you know, I think I would probably rule out some sort of a slingshot. I think it is some sort of a weapon. Now, it could be a small caliber handgun that grazed his ear. That's a possibility.
Oh, he's saying he's
It's
ruling
open.
out a slingshot.
It also could be something like a simunition. And that's a round that we use in training, that police use in training. It will bust your skin. It will hurt you. It fires from a regular firearm. You know, sometimes people use similar type. There's various types, but sometimes they use them in paintball activities. So it could be a firearm, and that could be a small caliber weapon that just grazed him, because it looks like the shot came from the right, and he was actually facing the right. He had his head turned toward the right. So it doesn't appear the shot came from the bleachers above, which is a small group of supporters there, and it might have came more from his right, and there's multiple shots. So, you know, clearly, I mean, we'd look at this and say someone trying to shoot the former president in the head, misses mostly if he fired, you know, a few rounds, because you can hear some popping, but might have grazed him with one. Now, what kind of projectile it was, if it was, like I say, if it was an actual firearm, I'd be thinking it's a small caliber weapon. The reports are not real loud that I can tell, although we'll probably get better audio. It doesn't sound like any kind of a rifle or anything. And he's dazed by it, Lester, and you made that observation a minute ago. He is dazed by it. So when he's hit by the projectile, he sees his head's facing right. I think you should know. He's looking to the right, and there's the pops. You can hear 2 pops, and he grabs his ear. So it's a small caliber handgun if it's an actual firearm, or it could be a simunition that still breaks the skin, still causes an injury there.
And Jim, you and I have both been to events on this scale, and I certainly have been to presidential events on this scale. And you look around at the security challenge there. Everybody, of course, carries a smartphone right now, and you know they have to make a quick judgment: is that a phone or is that a weapon? Right. A lot of movement, a lot of dynamic action going on at these sorts of events. I can't imagine it getting much more challenging from a security standpoint.
Yes, you're exactly right. You know, I served on many of these Secret Service details as an ATF agent over all my 33 years, and we were always called in on those details, especially the campaign years, to work close to the candidates. To, you know, some of the agents traveled extensively with them to supplement Secret Service. So other agents, and back then we were ATF was in Treasury with Secret Service, so we were always called upon to help them. But watch what happens once the former president
The person
is
who
struck.
attacked Trump was detained. I doubt that that's the person.
They completely get around him. So
wait,
another
really?
shot is hard to get.
Oh, they're bleeding.
That's what they're trying to do. When they yell clear, I would think they're yelling clear to the armored vehicle. They can go to the armored vehicle. That's what they want to do. And I would think that's the clear notice they're giving each other. Clear path to the armored vehicle. Because that's what he wanted to do, is get him in and get him away.
Again, this is the weekend for the Republican National Convention. It is also the weekend that we were expecting we might hear former President Trump's announcement of a running mate. I want to go to Kristen Welker right now. Kristen, we have been watching these members of the so-called short list of potential nominees. Are we hearing from any of them? And if so, what are they saying?
Lester, we're hearing from all of them,
BBC?
and I should preface this by saying this is one of those rare
I don't know if this is real or not. I don't know.
That brings people together across the political aisle. So let me read you some of what we are hearing from the potential VP
and how do you miss
our
trending in the United States? BB gun is trending in the United States.
Senator Marco Rubio putting out on X, praying for
President Trump. I don't know if this is
from
this campaign. You don't know.
Pennsylvania today. Senator Vance posting, everyone join me in praying for our President Trump and everyone at the rally. I hope everyone is okay. Doug Burgum writing, please join Catherine and me, his wife, in praying for President Trump, his family, and everyone attending the rally. Carrie Lake also tweeting out her words of support. And then Senator Bernie Sanders, independent senator, posting, political violence is absolutely unacceptable. I wish Donald Trump and everyone else who may have been hurt a speedy recovery. Pausing on that last
saying, how do you miss though? You must not be. You must not be aware that this happens to right wingers quite a bit globally. The United States of America literally happened to the one guy that we were watching earlier. That is perhaps the most analogous for the Trump presidency, Ronald Reagan. So, you know, this happens a lot. It has happened. Yeah, it's when it happens to like Democrats, it's a little different. When it happens to Democrats, they die. Or when it happens to like more progressive people on the ticket, even if they are a Republican, back at when you know when the Republican Party first started, when it was very different. It was a force of progress. You know, they die. When it happens to right wingers, not as much.
A mother, son, who say that they were right there. They were in the area where this happened. Donna, let me start with you. First of all, are you okay?
Yes, I'm shook. I'm definitely shook up, but I'm okay. Yeah, and Trump was talking, watching him. I heard pop, pop, pop. I thought it was like a cap gun. And my son's like, gun, get down. And next thing you know, everybody around us was down. And then once we got down, up at the top of our bleacher, the men were yelling to all the snipers and all the cops to come over because he had shot a man and a woman in our bleacher. We heard the one is very fatal. We don't know that for sure, but they were down. They went out on grenades.
So Joe, what exactly did you see? Because from our vantage point, we couldn't see what was going on. We didn't see any individuals. All we could do was listen for those sounds. But what did you see?
Again, I was watching the president, and you hear the gunshots
guys,
go off.
the idea that Trump did this to himself is very silly. Please don't lean on, blue MAGA conspiracies, please.
And after we got down, like my mom said,
it's
there was 2 people down. They were calling for
please don't do this. His opponent, as of an hour ago, his opponent was already a carcass. Okay, his opponent was already a carcass.
And Don, you said 2 people. Were these 2 people fellow attendees of the rally? And what kind of did you see them get shot directly, or did you just see the aftermath?
No, you just heard the noise. You heard the pop, 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 seeing the aftermath, and neither of them looked good. They were both down. Nobody was talking. Nobody was moving.
What was going through your mind as you were witnessing all of this?
Are they still here? And am I going to get shot? That's what's going through my mind. He's holding my hand, and we were going to get up and try to get out of here. And some gentleman there said, "No, you stay down." So we stayed down, and then we finally heard everybody evacuate, and he grabbed my hand, and we got out of there.
And Joe, what was your state of mind coming into this rally today? What were you expecting, and what are you feeling now as we all experienced a day that none of us thought would come?
Well, I was excited. I mean, this is just our second rally, and the first.
Bro, Biden is in fucking Rehoboth right now. How is he gonna do a fucking State of the Union style addressal? How is he gonna do how is he gonna do a press conference? He has to, okay? And he's in his fucking beach home in a goddamn vat right now. Do you understand? He's taking a fucking nap currently. And it's after 4 p.m. It's 7 p.m. over there. Listen, he needed to take this weekend off. He did 1 rally. So cooked. So fucking cooked. Alleged video of the shooter don't show on stream. No, we already saw that video. It's just, we don't know anything yet. I told you. Oh, they, it looks like it's from that same area, but
The snipers. These were the people protecting the former president.
That's correct. And now they were over in the lawn. They were watching every single person with their guns going by. I believe the one injured person was over there that they had. Wasn't he on the one on the ground?
Yeah, so before they evacuated, they carried the 2 injured people out. Then they yelled for us to get evacuated. At that point, all the Secret Service were up in our section with the guns, and they were all in the field. Because like I said, rumor was he climbed up the back of our bleacher, so.
Joe, Donna, thank you both so much. I'm so glad you are safe. I know this was not the day that you were expecting, and thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Don't go too far. I might have some follow-up questions for you. So, Lester, there you have it. Another firsthand account. They were right there. This was not the experience anyone was expecting, still trying to grapple with what just happened here, Lester.
Dasha Burns, thank you for that interview. Very revealing. We should point out it's unconfirmed what those witness accounts were of other people who might have been wounded. We're tracking all that.
All right, we're getting updates right now. Butler County District Attorney Richard Goldinger told me that the shooter is confirmed dead. One attendee at the rally is also confirmed dead. This is also from WTAE, Pittsburgh TV, Pittsburgh Local News. Confirmed, Butler County District Attorney tells me one person is believed to be dead. Donald Trump is okay. He tells me no information about the shooter right now. Update, District Attorney says he believes the person who died was someone in the crowd. Now, we know that they also said that they shot the shooter. So I suspect that there might be more than one person that died. It might be 2 people, one attendee and the shooter himself.
There's a lot of conflicting information right now.
But we don't know yet. We don't know yet. Once again, this isn't an official confirmation. This is not an official confirmation. Remember, in times like this, in times like this, there's always a lot of confusion, a lot of chaos. I'm not even talking about like people who are deliberately spreading disinformation, but also just people misunderstanding, people rushing to be the first to market with information, with news. There's a lot of people that are there were a lot of people that were at the fucking rally. So when you ask these people at the rally, when you ask these people at the rally, like, they're going to try to give analysis on like where the shot was coming from. I've seen reports about people talking about how this actually was, the shooter was on a bar and like away from the rally, things of that nature. We don't know yet. Okay. Until there is official confirmation from the police, from the Secret Service, from actual people that have conducted their investigations. Don't run with any narratives, okay? Per White House pool, Biden is currently being briefed by a Secret Service director and DHS Secretary Mayorkas of the incident in the PA Trump rally. So as we are speaking, Brandon is being informed about the situation.
We've reported on it. The FBI
he will most likely go live at some point to speak.
Said that he was concerned about this type of thing, Lester. And so I think everybody's been concerned about the potential issues, the potential things that could come up during the course.
When I said the election has the potential to become very interesting, did you expect it to get this insane? No, I did not. I thought that there could be a potential for obviously either candidate dying, but I didn't think that it would be like this. I thought it was natural causes. So no.
Secret Service agent joining me on the telephone right now. Can you give us a sense from what you have seen, give us your professional eye of what appears to transpire here?
Yes, so what we're seeing is him attending a rally, speaking at the rally, and then we hear the shots. That it almost sounds like these soft popping sounds. So we hear these multiple shots. We see him put his hand to his ear, and then you see the agents that come in. Those agents that come in are the shift. It's his detail team. For them to come in like that.
Here's the real reason why. Here's the real conspiracy. Not that it was a false flag, but the real conspiracy is he says, "Let me get my shoes." Why? Because he has lift shoes, and he doesn't want people to find out. That's the real conspiracy, okay? He's got those elevator shoes that shorter people wear to get a fucking height boost.
Immediately comes on top of the
That's why he's like, let me get my shoes. Like, I don't want people to know. I don't want people to know. I don't want people to know I'm 5'11".
Come in after. Their job is to move out, and we see them facing out toward the crowd, and they are to look for the threat. Clearly, we see the agents that get around him. They shield him, and then they move in this unison to shield him body-wise so that nothing strikes him. They move him slowly down the stairs and make their way to the armored vehicles. That's what we're looking at. Now, Lester, if we're looking at how did this happen, again, this is all alleged, nothing's been confirmed. But if we're looking at what's going on here, what went...
All I'm going to say is, like, the only chance this is remotely salvageable for the Democrats, and it probably isn't no matter what, but the only chance that it is remotely salvageable for the Democrats from this point on is if it actually was a fucking BB gun. I don't know why it's effing for some people. It's not effing for me. It's fine on my end, and I think it's fine for a lot of people. Twitch, don't fucking fail me now. God damn it, Twitch. Twitch, what are you doing to me, Twitch? Jesus fucking Christ. Of course there are goddamn server issues. What the fuck? Okay, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen. The only way that this is even remotely salvageable for the Democrats is like it's a BB gun, and the people that are fucking it's a BB gun, and they still swap out Biden to change the narrative
to their candidate. That's part of what happens in a campaign.
But I don't think it is. I don't think it is a BB gun, but I'm just saying
to create a fortress of security at the same time, allowing people to do what people should be doing at rallies like this.
So let's go to your first point where there's people there.
when you do these events, and I've done these events, it's called a site advance. When you secure an event like this, you're the site agent. So you have two goals, two missions. I am to protect the President of the United States, right? However, the other goal or mission is the people at this event. So yes, they're targeting, or let's say assuming, right, that again, we don't have confirmation. But when someone is targeting the President, right, if they're going to shoot, yes, he's an issue, but also the people in the area are an issue, right? Where are all these rounds going?
Twitch
so when we
is so
hear
cooked.
These sounds, these small, these echoes of what appear
Twitch
to be
is
shots.
so
It wasn't one
unimaginably
shot.
cooked.
There were multiple shots, and every round, Lester, has to go somewhere. It lands somewhere. Where are they going? So you've got all these people. So you are responsible not just for the safety of the U.S. president, but you are responsible for the people there. The president, think of him as he's a target.
I'm literally
right?
going to
Wherever
start
he
live streaming
moves,
on YouTube if
danger
this
goes with him
continues.
just
What the
because
fuck?
Of what he attracts as a sitting U.S. president or a former president or a candidate. So when you put them in a place like this, you also have to think strategically, what about all the people there? Now, you'll see the barricades that are set up. You see the stage that's set up. What you may not see in that shot is you will have ingress and egress elements. That means you want multiple ways in and multiple ways out. So you want movement for the president. You also want to create an alternate movement for him if he can't get out the primary way. So we've got typically at least 2 ways in, 2 ways out. And those vehicles that are staged there, they are positioned there specifically
I don't know what the fuck's going on with Twitch.
to evacuate him. Because also you're in an open area here, right?
Right.
So you don't have
I'm
that
going to scream at
concealment
my
to cover.
account
You have-
manager. Hold on.
Whenever you do an open area like this, massive line of sight issues, meaning you can get the threat from so many different ways, so many different areas. And just one thing to touch on too, typically after an event like this, it's typically the FBI who comes in to do the investigation of what happened, right? So it's the Secret Service element is the element that does a protection, and the FBI typically is who's going to come in to investigate what and how did this happen.
Abby, let me ask you this. In terms of what kind of intelligence law enforcement has or is given before an event.
It's
we're
Twitch
in prime
literally
time
cooking me. I don't know what the fuck to do here. It's like it's not even, dude, look at this. It's fucked up on my end too. And for those of you who can watch, you can watch perfectly fine. But for some weird reason, like some people are experiencing server side issues on Twitch's end.
So here he's going to his location, right? He's going to a town,
I don't know how
to a
I can
city,
set up a
wherever he's going.
simulcast right at this
You work
moment.
From the beginning, you have many meetings with the local police department. The president, former president's coming in. He's going to do a rally, and we share intel. The U.S. Secret Service shares their intel. This is what we're hearing from our side. The local police department, typically because they know what's going on in their community, they're also going to have their ears to the ground. They're going to have intelligence and information. And then we have these meetings. The Secret Service will have these meetings before an event where everybody comes together and everybody shares.
If anything, it's out of Twitch's control. Could be a dozen. Could be dozens of factors. No, on my end, I have no dropped frames.
What elements do we need to put in place? So if you're hearing there's a lot of protesters, you're hearing talk that people are going to show up and cause problems, that is all communicated so that you can figure out what you need. And also, you can figure out what assets to put into the crowd to blend in. You're seeing the Secret Service suits, you're seeing the tactical team, you'll see uniforms for police department, but they also have an element there that is the unseen. We don't call them undercovers, but there's those agents in law enforcement who will circulate in the area and play in clothes and kind of lend their ear out and hear what's going on.
All right, Evie, you have been a tremendous help helping us understand the mechanics of security in a situation like this. Hopefully we can rely on you again to talk a bit later, but thank you so much. We continue to look at the video, the shocking video, frankly, from Pennsylvania, where earlier this evening, early evening here on the East Coast, someone apparently took shots at the former President Trump. As we heard, two senior law enforcement officials saying there is a growing concern that there may have been a serious attempt
Butler
on
County
the
District
life
Attorney
of
Richard
former President
Goldinger
Trump.
tells me Trump was grazed by gunfire, but
Apparently
a
his
safe
wounds
audience member was
are
killed and the shooter is
survivable.
dead.
He's barely
Another
doing
person
okay,
is
but we
in
saw
serious
him
condition.
Clutching his ear, a bloodied ear, as he was led from the scene. People heard multiple pops in the crowd. We are continuing to track information we can about any potential
The
other
person that is
victims.
in serious condition might have also been like shot by the Secret Service, like when they're shooting for when they're trying to take down the shooter.
Excited about seeing the candidate, hearing what he had to say.
I have to pee.
Nobody signed up for this, however. I want to go to NBC's Dasha Burns, just outside
Hold
that
on.
Trump rally north of Pittsburgh. Dasha, you were there as the crowds were trying to get out. As you watch the video, of course, your eyes are focused on former President Trump and his reaction, but you're also seeing people in the crowd who seem unaware, don't quite realize what's happening. I suppose that's not unusual. As you were able to exit the grounds, were people beginning to fill in some of the blanks of what they saw and heard?
Yeah, Lester, absolutely. There was a lot of confusion initially. You don't expect something like this to happen going in. There's so much security protocol when you come to a Trump rally. And as we were first hearing those sounds, so many people that I've talked to, myself included, our team here, thought it might have been fireworks. We weren't sure what was going on. Now, as everyone has taken a bit of a breath and is trying to absorb what happened, we now understand that that's not necessarily the case. We are coming to you live right now from the parking lot for this venue. Trump rallies attract thousands and thousands of supporters. There are thousands of cars here. And Lester, we are running into people who have evacuated the rally, are looking for their vehicles and trying to process what just happened. That's how I ran into Aaron here. Aaron was in the front row there near the former president. Aaron, first of all, are you okay? How are you feeling?
I'm okay. I was in the first row. I was directly in front of Trump, my seat. I was looking him in the eye. We heard the pops, maybe 3 minutes into the rally, 3 to 4 minutes. I heard 4 pops, pop, pop, pop. The 4 Secret Service immediately jumped on the stage, and we saw him push President Trump to the ground. Then the gentlemen that have the guns came up to start clear right, clear left. They said, get him up. So they lifted him up, and Trump said, I got to get my shoes on first.
Elin.
Did his shoes come off?
Elin, we don't know if that
We
footage
couldn't
is
see it
correct or
underneath that,
not.
but his shoes must have come off when they dropped him down to the ground. First thing he said, we could all hear it. I have to get my shoes on first. And when he stood up, I'm looking at him forward, I see the red teardrop right here of blood, fresh red blood, just a little tear. Then when they got him up and they turned
Bro,
him.
if you ask me one more time, Kronos, if the shooter could possibly be connected to ISIS, I'm going to send you to Syria, okay? Or Afghanistan, wherever ISIS still remains, okay? Are you fucking stupid, dude? How am I even physically capable of making this idiotic fucking assessment live in the midst of like breaking news of historic magnitude? And you immediately go, should it be ISIS? There's like 8 guys left on ISIS.
Water
The fuck are you talking about?
Now, when I called my husband at
Even if it
home, who's
is.
watching TV, he said, I
Why
thought
are you
Trump
asking
hurt
me
it
to
here when
fucking
he
make
went to
this
the ground. He said, no,
speculation?
on TV they showed before Trump hit the ground, the ear was bleeding. So that sharpshooter went across, Trump turned his head, his ear must have been nipped.
Typical fucking EUND.
Could you see anyone injured besides the blood on the former president?
All I saw was the gentleman from Beaver County who spoke earlier in the day. He was running for the State House Representative, Elmore, I know his name. He had a white shirt on, and I saw him come from that left stands where the people were mostly shot. I think there was several. They said 3 medevacs left here. Blood was down the right side of his. He wasn't shot, but you could see that he was next to somebody who must have been bleeding profusely, because he either helped them and ran, rubbed against them or tried to get them help or something. It was covered. So I knew that he was near somebody. That was my first indication that somebody was actually shot when I saw his blood on his shirt.
Aaron, when did you realize that, hey, this might not be fireworks, this might be something else?
When
The
they
emergency
got
room
Trump down
doctor
on the
tried to
ground.
say someone's
And
live
we
in
were
the
just so
crowd.
concerned that he wasn't hit.
That's
because we
exactly
couldn't.
where I heard him come
It happened so
from. What did
fast.
you see,
It's
sir?
really hard to process it.
I heard the
Here.
shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, he's been shot, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter there. And so I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him. So I got people there really helpful. I got him up on a bench.
Shot that you saw?
Then I did CPR, did chest compressions as well as I breathed for him.
One person?
I was the only one that did it.
We need to evacuate everybody.
Honor, that's exactly. Not one. I was shocking. No one was concerned about us. We were only concerned about him.
Now, you're somewhere safe. You're out of there as you're starting to process this. I know we'll all be processing this over the coming days and weeks. How are you feeling now in this moment?
Well, what I've heard coming out here is now they feel that there was 2 shooters on both sides. So they got the one on the tower on this side, but the one on the right side they never got. So that's why they wanted us to leave immediately, because they thought there's still a shooter out there somewhere. So there could be in these woods around Butler.
Aaron, you know, I've covered many Trump rallies. I don't know how many you've been to.
My 6th. This is your. I was here. I was the 4th car in the parking lot this morning at 20 to 7. So I've worked all day.
You've been here all day. You know that.
I knew you were NBC.
We're here. Look, you know the atmosphere coming into a Trump rally. The supporters, very jovial, very celebratory. Typically, people are selling merchandise, food. What were you coming in with today, and what are you leaving with tonight?
Well, I was here 4 years ago when he was in Butler. You know, it was like 58,000 people. I tell people it was the most magical night of my life. When he came on that helicopter and circled 2 times, he had 4 rallies that night. It was just an unbelievable night. And I was anticipating to be another unbelievable night, but not this way. And it's just very sad. I mean, all these people that came to see him and to have him hurt, I can't even describe it, you know. I just feel sad. I feel sad for our country. I feel sad for everybody, you know. I mean, you don't like the guy, don't vote for him. Don't kill him. We love the guy. We're going to vote for him, you know. I mean, what is up with this violence? I mean, it's just terrible.
What is up with this violence, says the right-wing Trump supporter.
I'm glad that guy's no longer with us anymore in that tower. And I hope they get the other one, too. And I hope they don't nick him. I hope they get him, and he's down.
Aaron, thank you so much. I'm so glad. No, I'm so glad you're safe. I know it's a lot to process today. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Absolutely. Right. The shoes.
BBC interview with a guy outside the security perimeter who claims he saw the shooter before he fired. Oh my fucking Lord, by the way. Look at his hat. He's got the Trump hair visor. Oh my God, this is the silliest way that anyone could ever attempt to cover a fucking potential political assassination. Jesus Christ.
So you weren't inside the event, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw. So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party. And we all decided, hey, you know, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees up there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally, right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here, I have no idea, you know. But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and, you know, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof. And he had a gun, right? He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely.
This is classic, by the way. Like, this is actually classic. Multiple shooter theory, things like that. All of that is a staple. Okay, so ultimately. I mean, look, I have no reason to believe this dude is lying, but like, I need you to understand that in a situation like this, there's gonna be a lot of fucking people. There's also an alleged video of a shooter that was on a fucking, not a rooftop, but like on top of on top of like pallets. But it could be literally a Secret Service sniper that he saw. You know what I mean? Like there are so many things. Eyewitness testimony, especially in the moment in a chaotic situation like this, is going to be unimaginably unreliable. Okay? I'm just letting you guys know. I don't want you to fucking rush to conclusions off of shit like this. Once again, I will reiterate that statement. Okay?
We're pointing at them. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? You know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out. So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof? 100%. 100%. And he was up there for a couple of minutes. He was up there. You saw him up there for a couple of minutes. Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes. And you were telling the police and the Secret Service? We were telling the police. We were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree. Could they see binoculars? Could they see him? Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place. Did you see, obviously everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all? Oh yeah, they blew his head off. Okay, sorry. Secret Service blew his head off. Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy? Absolutely, 100%. Okay. Yep. You saw that happen? Yep. Okay. Yep. And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or? They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over. It's incredibly shocking. The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof right there. Did you get a look at him? Could you? No, other than he was in.
I have seen the possible video of a person on a roof apparently dead. Okay, I know. I saw. Okay, if you think you have a new video, trust me, you do not have a new video. I've already fucking seen it. And no, this is not a D-list reporter. Are you kidding me? This is like BBC's official U.S. correspondent. 1, it's a terms of service violation to show like a straight up dead guy. Okay. 2, what? Trump wasn't hit by a bullet? Who is this person? Capitol Hill reporter for Axios. Glass fragments, not a bullet, hit Trump, a source familiar tells me. Oh my God. Deleted Biden tweet on the assassination. Okay. Good one. Glass fragment, not a bullet, hit Trump, a source familiar tells me. This is from an Axios reporter, so it's definitely more reliable than eyewitness testimony.
Muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle.
Doohickey? No, it could be glass from the teleprompter. It could be glass shards from a teleprompter. They have he has teleprompters in front of him. They might even have fucking barriers. I don't know. It's just
around as he was trying to crawl. I mean, we saw the rifle, 100%. Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was? Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. No, I mean, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it, but, sure. But it was a rifle of some sort. Yeah, absolutely. So how do you process what you've just seen?
I've informed Twitch that the servers are fucking up.
I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is,
they know they're on it. They're paying close attention.
Considered a problem. I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof. Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not at every building here?
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions, I think, that are going to come.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth.
Is
right
it
in front of
EU
me.
chatters that are effing?
Tell us about her.
I mean, nice horse, nice lady running with a flag. Seemed very, you know, patriotic.
But what's significant?
Instant Cope, hate on the blue collar guy, buy the teleprompter bullshit. Instant Cope, brother, this is a fucking Axios reporter and not some random fucking guy. An Axios reporter asking for, you know, asking for details is a little bit, has more veracity than random guy. I'm not saying he's wrong. Why are you making this about fucking blue collar people? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Well, we're keeping our minds open too.
And Tom, you and your team certainly have a huge depth of experience. And
eyewitness testimony, especially in a chaotic situation like this, is notoriously unreliable. All I'm saying is remember that when you are listening to people talk about what they saw. Okay. Also, what his testimony is, does not contradict a possible glass shard.
Background, the FBI would be able to instant fingerprint him at the scene. They would be able to get information, and either that way they'd look into facial recognition to see if they could identify him in any sort of government database. From there, you might know where the individual lives, any relatives. They will comb through every inch and ounce of his social media. They will have the ability to go to social media companies and ask for an emergency warrant, and they will most certainly be granted to get access to those communications, cell phone communications, text communications.
Tom?
All of that will be part of the instant investigation.
I apologize to ask you a question, then I have to interrupt you, but we are getting some confirmation. The Butler County DA is now telling us that one spectator has died in this incident. One has been apparently wounded and is in critical condition, and the shooter, as Tom has been reporting, is dead. So to repeat that news, and this comes via the Butler County DA, one spectator at this Trump rally is dead. Another is in critical condition, and the shooter, what we believe right now at this hour, the lone shooter is also dead.
And whether you're on mobile or desktop.
Tom Winter was reporting, they will work very quickly and work backwards, and will likely know a lot about this individual in a short amount of time. You see former President Trump trying to acknowledge the crowd while being obviously stunned and being led to the safety of an armored vehicle, but it appears that he is okay, suffering what we've all been able to see, some sort of a graze-type wound to his ear. We hear him, asking for his shoes. He is led away. He continues to turn toward the crowd to offer a sense of assurance that he is okay. And he is now clear of that scene as people continue to leave, all of them telling stories of hearing these pops. Some of them, one woman we had on was able to describe the shooter. Now that we've got that confirmed, her account certainly jibes with what we're getting now from the officials in Butler County, Pennsylvania. And that is the crowd here trying to rally their.
This literally only happens to me, by the way. It never happens to anybody else. Just me. I don't know why. I'm the only motherfucker who gets like these kinds of
sounded like
issues.
Shots, pops.
Whenever this happened on January 6th,
gunshots
it literally, anytime there's some shit happening.
As he was looking to the right, and a little unclear, he grabs his ear, and then you can see this team of Secret Service agents quickly swarm him.
Kai will have like 600,000 people watching him with no interruption.
The risk nullified, and then he is escorted to his vehicle and to safety.
eBay had 3.8 million people watching him with no interruptions.
Pictures where you see the police crime tape, and they will treat it as any other crime scene and try to get the details of this. We don't know what this means in terms of the exact injury that former President Trump received, what treatment he may be receiving, what this will do to his ability to campaign. We certainly, of course, expect to see him in this coming week as the Republican National Convention is about to begin on Monday in Milwaukee. So RNC officials certainly trying to figure that out. But right now, the greatest concern is from that angle is the health of the former president. And of course, thoughts also turning now to the one spectator who was killed in this, another spectator who was in critical condition from a wound sustained during all this. NBC's Dasha Burns is just outside that Trump rally north of Pittsburgh. She has been giving us plenty of updates here. Dasha, as you've heard, we've now been able to confirm that at least one spectator has been killed in this, and the shooter himself is dead.
Lester, just for those who are joining us in this moment, just a reminder that our team, we were in the press pen when this happened.
The Twitch team is aware of the problem, and they're working on the fucking issue.
The former president started to speak just a few minutes into his speech. This transpired. We ran for cover as we were trying to figure out what exactly had happened, initially thinking it was fireworks, then realizing it could be something more serious. And now, of course, we know deadly. I am in the parking lot right now, just outside of this venue. This is where press and general attendees have had their cars parked. This is where we evacuated to when we were told to leave the site that is now a crime scene. And I've been running into witnesses here as people have been trying to find their cars, trying to make their way out. And that is where I ran into a man named Joseph, and I want to introduce him to you now. And as we just learned, Joseph, you weren't listening to the program here, but Lester Holt, NBC News, just reporting that one of the attendees has deceased, has died from injuries as a result of the shooting. Joseph, you told me off camera that you may have witnessed this, and I'm so sorry to be talking to you in this tragic moment, but can you describe what it is that you saw?
I was attending the rally. I was in the set of bleachers, the very far left of the podium where President Trump was speaking. I was there with friends. I heard several gunshots. The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head, was instantly killed, fell to the bottom of the bleachers. Another woman looked like she got hit in the forearm or hand. And then at that point in time, it was rather chaotic at that point because half the people were looking because they thought it was fireworks. I knew it was gunshots right away. My friend, he hit the deck. I was kind of looking around just trying to see where the shots were coming from. It seemed to me like the shots were coming from behind the bleachers. It seemed to me the man got hit in the head from behind. He was killed instantly as far as I could tell. And at that point, state police and a SWAT team, started evacuating the bleachers, and then I helped carry the man out of the bleachers to a tent that was behind the bleachers.
You helped carry the man yourself. What was his condition when you were carrying him?
He's deceased. He died.
How close were you to him?
A couple yards. It wasn't very far.
Did you know the man?
No, it's a complete stranger. They put a towel over his head and then carried him off.
And you said there was another woman nearby who was also injured. Where was she in relation to him?
I believe she was in the bleachers, either above me or just to the side of him. But it seemed like she was kind of at my flank, and then she flinched, and it looked like she had taken a gunshot wound to the forearm and hand.
Joseph, from where I was standing, we heard multiple gunshots, 8 to 11 shots. We've been hearing it replayed on the video here. Do you remember, can you tell, I know it was a chaotic scene, but at what point, was it immediately when you heard the gunshots that he was shot, or was it later on into the firing?
The first 7, he was hit and she was hit within the first 7 shots. I counted 7 shots.
What was going through your mind? You were right there. I know it happened so quickly, but what can you tell us about those moments?
First, I was in shock because I know what gunshots sound like, so I knew they were gunshots.
I know it's only my stream on Twitch. I know no one else is having these issues. I know. I'm aware. Twitch is aware as well. Okay? They're working on a fix. I don't know why this always happens to just me, but
I counted the first 7. They were very loud and very close.
It is what it fucking is.
And it killed one man and wounded another woman.
And Joseph, you told me that you're a doctor, you're an OBGYN. How did that background play into how quickly you were sort of able to assess the situation and know what happened to these individuals and know what was going on?
Well, I told the police, I tried to render assistance. I told the police I could render assistance. They had another physician on the EMT team, so they kind of took over.
Obama came out
so
with a
they didn't really need me,
statement.
so I kind of helped carry him down initially out of the bleachers.
Obama came out with a statement as well. There's absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy. Although we don't yet know what exactly happened, we should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics. Michelle and I are wishing him a quick recovery. Okay? Obama came out. I mean, every Democrat is going to say this, by the way, of course.
And what was their reaction?
I thought there was 5 people. Two of them were relatively hysterical. So, but they were, when we took the man out of the bleachers, he went to the tent. There was an aid tent or some type of tent behind the bleachers where they took the body, and they immediately evacuated the family with them. And 2 out of the 5, it seemed, in shock, hysterical. Like they were still trying to process what was going on.
Joseph, from where I was standing,
the rooftop sniper video might be real. I'm not going to cover it until there's further confirmation. It is irresponsible of me to do so. Please understand. Okay? Yes, I am familiar of the potential rooftop sniper narrative. We listened to an eyewitness testimony from it. Okay? We listened to an eyewitness testimony saying that there was a sniper on a rooftop, potentially, like the rooftop of a container. Okay? Because there's not a lot of like high roofs in this area. Okay? There is footage of a dude who's just like dead on top of a container. There's a picture on Reddit. I know I've also seen the footage of a person who is on top of a container. But until we have further confirmation, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna cover it.
Directly facing it. It seemed to me like the shots were coming from the rear, like behind us. And for me, it seemed like the man was in the way. Like, I guess.
In the way of the former president.
Thank you for the 10
No, it seemed like
subs.
the man was in the way of the shots between whoever was shooting the gun and the president. The man was hit. It seemed like he was in the crossfire.
And I know, you're in shock and still processing all of this. It's sort of hard to evaluate our own emotions in this moment.
This
but
is official.
You just experienced something horrific.
Deputy editor of the Huffington Post says law enforcement officials say shooting at Trump rallies being investigated as attempted assassination of former president. So they are officially investigating it as an attempted assassination. Okay. A couple things that people will do, by the way. A lot of the Republicans who love talking repeatedly about doing political violence. Okay, I have 2 options. I either wait, I fix the issue on the server I'm transcoding to, or I stop the stream and restart. And I'm not going to stop the stream and restart. I'm hoping that in 10 to 20 minutes, the Fs will go away. Okay? Hopefully in 10 and not 20. There will be no more issues. Many of you can still watch the stream anyway, but Twitch is aware of the problem and they're working to fix it.
There were some cheers, and then people sort of remained, those that weren't in sort of the immediate zone where you were, people were still sort of cheering.
What else would they have investigated this as? It could be any number of different things. Obviously, you have to rule out all the possibilities before you come out with a statement like that. People fighting in the fucking crowd or some shit. Like, I know it sounds stupid, but like, obviously, investigators have to look at every avenue and every angle. Just like when people earlier were talking about like, oh, this is a Democrat probably or something like that. Like, you ultimately don't know. Former presidents have a shit ton of enemies. You know what I mean?
That this was in fact a dangerous and deadly situation.
Oh, it was a dangerous and deadly situation. The problem is it's a large crowd, and when the gunshots went off, I think they were, again, my sense was they were being shot from behind, so they sounded a bit muffled. So it sounded more like a firecracker going off. So I think the initial reaction from the people around me were like, okay, well, someone brought fireworks. I just knew better. I knew what gunshots sound like. And, you know, when I saw the guy took a gunshot wound to the head, and I saw the woman that got hit in the forearm and the hand, I just knew that it wasn't fireworks. I mean, it wasn't fireworks initially, but I think the majority of the crowd didn't understand that it was gun.
This gives more veracity to claims that the shooter was outside of the rally. Law enforcement officials say shooter was outside Trump rally and was killed by U.S. Secret Service. Biden is releasing a statement. Immediate release. I've been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. I'm shocked that he's not going to come out with like a full-blown statement, possibly live.
This is from President Biden, who is in Rehoboth, and he talks about this incident. He begins by saying, I've been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. The words of Joe Biden after learning about this incident involving his predecessor and his current rival in the political environment of this 2024 campaign. The president has been briefed by top officials. He has been talking with Homeland Security officials, and he is at his home in Rehoboth, Delaware, where he has a full complement of the things needed for the office, where he can get the income streams of all the relevant information. This first statement coming from President Biden, I would not be at all surprised if we don't hear more from him tonight as new developments.
By the way, we're joking about like, oh, Biden did this. Biden, you know, is responsible for this. While we joke about Biden being responsible for this, Republicans are not joking about Biden being responsible for this. Officially, Mike Collins, GA, says Joe Biden sent the orders. Republicans are going to very seriously start saying Joe Biden's rhetoric around Donald Trump. And Republican media is going to immediately rush to say Joe Biden's rhetoric around Donald Trump and the media's rhetoric around Donald Trump is responsible for this. Okay, so get ready for that as well. Gear up for that. Depending on the background of the shooter, the narrative is going to change to if it's like someone even remotely Hispanic, it's so Jover. They're going to say illegal immigrant across the board. If it's a Muslim person, if it's anyone with like any kind of Muslim background, it's so Jover. Muslim ban last time around will look like a joke, okay, in comparison to what's going to happen. I'm just telling you the narratives that are going to occur in the upcoming days. Yeah, I saw the Axios reporter. I covered that.
Even sure they were gunshots. But then we heard like 3 or 4 shots, and then we heard shots kind of returned. A friend of mine videotaped that, and we just watched that, and that's what we saw and what we heard.
From your vantage point, were you able to see where the shots were coming from? Was it obvious?
It was not, but you could hear them, and as soon as you heard the shots, your head turned towards the left. We have a route that runs outside the Butler Farm Show, Route 68, and it sounded like the shots were coming from out there near the field to the left-hand side of where we were. So it certainly was scary.
You know, we look at the videotape and it appears some people didn't quite realize what was happening at the moment. Were you one of them who was not quite sure what you were witnessing?
It's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see
absolutely. And again, until I was
Joe
with
Wheeler
friends
24, thank you for the 5-2 on gifted subs.
like, you
A
have
bullet
to get
takes
down.
0 off, has to be
People
glass
around us
damage.
were pulling us down and saying you have to get down. So
Developing
I can tell
Butler,
you
police
that it
report,
was-
Mark
it was
Viles is
chaos
the
at
shooter.
the
Viles
time.
appears to be a member of Antifa
Have you been
from
to one of these rallies
OAN.
before?
From One America News Network.
I have not. It was my first time at a rally, and I was certainly excited, to go to one. We had so many people there. But I can tell you the chaos that this
A member of
created.
Antifa.
Everyone was scared. You see the former president and what's happening, and and then when I ascertained what had happened from my Pennsylvania.
Antifa is not an organization, okay?
It was very
just
scary.
means anti-fascism.
That they got the shooter, but that really doesn't make a difference because it was just scary.
Yeah, that's our understanding is the shooter is deceased. And,
Card-carrying member.
One of the spectators as well, and one critically hurt a spectator, and the former president is going to be okay. But you bring up a point I think we will
Biden
all
will
be
address the
talking
nation.
about.
Yeah, okay.
And that
Rehoboth
is, of course,
Beach. Biden to
we
deliver
don't know
remarks
what
to
the
the nation after
motivation
apparent
was for
assassination on
this,
Trump.
but it certainly comes at a time
Biden
that
is
we're
going to
all
do.
keenly
Biden is
aware
going to
of the
do
deep divisions and the risk of
an address to the nation. He's going to obviously say like political violence is completely unacceptable. Yada yada yada. We're going to beat Donald Trump in the race.
To be honest with you, no.
Is it safe to show the video of this? Pretty sure the person in the bowl hat behind Trump is shot dead. Check Twitter. What?
In the country, but in no way.
Brother, there is no gore here in front of your eyes, okay? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's not only political, but there are innocent people here, and look what happened, and it should just never happen.
Hopefully he doesn't flub the names.
Your point is certainly well taken. I know you're with the DA.
Mark Voss, the made-up identity for a Moroccan Italian guy who's live tweeting right now that it wasn't him. He'd made up anti-Trump videos on Twitter in the past, but yeah, it's not him.
Well, I know that I'm seeing a lot of news trucks around here. I know that there were tons of Secret Service here. And again, I guess for me, I just question how it, somebody got through security, or where this person was in a field that somebody wasn't looking after them. And I guess that's just me and from my perspective of what I do.
Yeah. All right, Terry, thank you very much as we continue to look at some of the pictures of the aftermath. We've shown you some of the still photos as well of people crouched down for safety, not sure at that moment where the threat was coming from. I want to tell you we are hearing that we will hear from the president. We read his statement a few minutes ago. We will hear from President Biden at some point this evening. We don't have a firm time on that, but we'll keep you honest and let you know when we know more about that. In the meantime, let me bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Hallie, we're all shocked and certainly saddened over the loss of life here and the injuries, and we're certainly grateful that the former president is okay.
Biden told donors on a private call this afternoon
this
it's
is
time
going
to put
be
Trump
a
in the
very
bullseye.
tough conversation of the weeks coming forward.
Yeah, they're running with like Biden in a closed door meeting telling donors it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. They're gonna run with that. They're going to run with that as though it's like Biden calling a fucking assassination on Donald Trump.
That's a little bit old, that chart's a couple of months old. And
hold on, I'm checking this video to see if I can watch this. Whoa. This is definitely an angle that I have not seen.
I watched the snipers lay down.
Okay, it doesn't show anything new though.
Matt Dixon, a top campaign official, is telling staff members that everything is okay, that we have no details to share at this time, but saying they'll follow up soon with more information. They are directing staff members to not speak with members of the media. They want what they describe as a total lockdown here. They add that your personal safety is of the utmost importance here. To pray, remain vigilant, and be strong. That is the messaging now.
They're dropping all of the fucking campaign ads. They're pausing all campaign ads and all outbound communication, and we're going to pull down our television ads as quickly as possible. They probably want to review the copy. I suspect they want to review the copy. It doesn't mean that he's stepping down. I suspect that they want to review the copy to make sure that there is no like sentiments in the fucking ad that could be pointed back to him or something as like calling for violence. That could be one reason. It could be because he's stepping down. Probably not. I don't know. But they're probably going to look to clean up all of the insightful language before the Republicans pick up on it and start seizing on that opportunity to say Biden is actually trying to kill the president. You know, I'm letting you know. I work for a political ads agency. All our stuff was told to be paused. Yeah. They're going to say right now, in this very moment, now that this happened, people are going to be looking to use this as an opportunity to blame their political opponents. They're going to turn around and say like, oh, remember that Hasan guy? He serves 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. And that's really fucked up. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Even though it's like a simple fix, you know what I mean? For $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. It's really fucked up. Thanks, Supreme Court, for legal assassination. True. Thank a Supreme Court justice today if you have the opportunity. Anyway, you can also get gifted a sub. If you're lucky, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Really, bro? Profiting off of death? First of all, I'm a fucking news commentator. What are you talking about? Also, Trump didn't die, dumbass. I just spoke to Donald Trump Jr. tells ABC News he's spoken to his father, who remains at the hospital. Don Jr. said his father is in good spirits as he remains under observation, adding that his father is never going to stop. Meanwhile, Chatter's acting like they killed him. They're like, wow, I can't believe they killed Donald Trump. I know bystanders died, assholes, I know, but that person is not talking about that. It's also a really bad look if the coverage of your political opponent's assassination attempt gets interrupted by your ad. Yeah, that's probably another reason. Yeah. The only thing that the thing that died today wasn't Donald Trump, but it was Biden's re-election chances. That's who died today, okay?
On the eve of the Republican National Convention, former President Trump, his campaign apparatus, Republicans all over the country poised to go to Milwaukee to officially nominate former President Trump as their party's nominee. And as Hallie was just saying, we anticipated and we were working on trying to determine who the former president would pick to serve as his vice presidential nominee. And now, of course, the focus has shifted to this horrifying topic of political violence and what this country needs to do to prevent something like this from happening again. Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker. Kristen, thanks very much. Let me reset here for our viewers just joining us on this Saturday evening. We are on the air with breaking news. There has been a shooting at Donald Trump's Pennsylvania rally this evening. The former president has been injured. How he was injured is not clear at this time. I want to pause here. We're going to roll the video of what happened just shortly after 6 p.m. here in the East while Mr. Trump was speaking. Here it is.
A bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Move to spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. You ready? Are we good? Shooter's down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head. It's bloody. So we got to move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay, my shoes down. Watch out.
want to bring in now Evie Pouris, a former Secret Service agent. We thank you for joining us again. We hear at one point, I didn't hear this in the earlier recordings, we hear at one point one of the tactical clothed individuals say the shooter is down. As you watch that unfold, I take it they were not prepared to move him until they knew where the threat was.
Yes, you can hear that clear line of communication, and the communication is very clear and succinct. Can we move? Are we clear? You hear shooters down, and you hear, are we clear to move? Clear to move. So you're hearing them speak to one another, and radio communication is one of the most important things.
It's wild that he was
Actually,
looking for his
when it
fucking
comes to
shoes,
comms,
dude.
you always want to say less. You can hear them using very simple words, 3, 4 words. They just want to keep those airwaves clear so that the most important vital communication
Trump rally shooters about
can
identifies
pass.
30-year-old
So
California
they're
resident
making
Hank
sure
Piker.
they hunker
God.
down. You see them
Okay,
surround
let's
him.
not
He
make
goes
these
down
sorts
to the
of
ground.
jokes.
They all surround him. Again, when you're an agent, you're supposed to be a human shield. And in that moment, that is what they become. They become human shield. Your job in that moment is to protect your protectee, whoever that protectee is. So they all encompass him. And the other thing you do, you are designed to actually make yourself as big as possible to make sure that any potential rounds or shots that come, you don't want them to miss you and hit your protectee. So as they're hunkered down, they're locking him down. And if you look at the shot, actually, there's a shot where you can see the front of the stage, and around it, you'll see that design, that almost like a smaller, like a design barrier. It's got the flag around it. That typically, and I can't say whether it is or is not in this case, but in some scenarios, when you work as a side agent, you will pick a barricade that's actually something strong and sturdy. It could be concrete or steel. Usually it's some type of steel, and that is used for that when something does happen, unfortunately, like we're seeing here, they can actually get down to the ground so that they have some type of cover.
Evie, thanks. Really important information we're learning from you. I want to let folks know we believe moments away from hearing President Biden. He is going to stand at that podium, and we believe this is in Delaware. Somebody can confirm for me. But he will address the nation about these events tonight in Florida. The shooting that apparently wounded former President Trump, who is said to be okay. It killed a spectator, wounded another who's in critical condition. The shooter, who has not been identified, we know nothing about that person's background or what might have motivated him. That shooter is said to be deceased as well. This story has been rolling out, and here is the president.
Thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government.
Damn, that was quick.
Based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well.
They're going to say he's not calling him the president.
He's doing well.
As former presidents are normally called.
Two, that they're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to him tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay?
Mr. President, do you think there was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any
answer
facts.
questions, Joe.
So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make.
Don't answer questions. Don't do it.
Was the security failing this
The president stopping short of calling this an assassination attempt, but just noting that he plans to talk to Donald Trump and that his understanding is the former president is doing well. President Biden speaking out against the scourge of political violence, saying there's no room for this.
He almost fucked it up.
And as we had reported a few moments ago, the Biden campaign moving to take down its advertising, a pause in its political advertising in the wake of this. We know that the president couldn't confirm, but we have confirmed that at least 2 spectators were shot, 1 killed. Another who is in critical condition, and again, the shooter, who we don't know a lot about right now, is also deceased. Let me go back to Kristen Welker in our Washington, D.C. bureau. The White House getting out in front of this very quickly, Kristen.
Lester, they sure are, and President Biden condemning this in the strongest terms possible, which is what you would anticipated. He has long condemned.
You think Trump will talk to him? Probably not.
He said this is unheard of. Everybody
if I'm Trump, I ain't talking to him. This is my moment in the fucking spotlight, dude. You kidding me? Give him a fucking layup to make it seem like he's a conciliatory and defending him and shit? Fuck no. I'm fucking coming out of the gate swinging, dude. The man who threw up a fist after he got fucking shot? Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's going to use this momentum. Would they admit if Secret Service shot the wrong people? Yes. It will inevitably come out because people died. So crazy that the photographers gave no shot, gave no shit, try to get the best possible photo. Of course, this is the job of the media. Dude, I cover gruesome things on a daily fucking basis. Like, I think most journalists that have been in a situation, been you know, conflict reporters and whatnot, this is their opportunity. They have complete fucking, they're locked in. That's the whole point. That's their job.
Will be quite strong, quite large.
They do it in way worse situations than this one too.
The convention is taking place will undoubtedly require going through magnetiles, making sure that no one is armed going into that event. But again, Lester, this just underscores, I think, that something fundamental has really shifted in our American politics today.
Yeah, it's been, it's certainly, the threat has been talked about, but to see it play out on this scale is certainly horrifying. Kristen, thank you for that. We'll go back to you in a bit. Let's bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. You have a statement from Donald Trump Jr., the former president's son.
Yeah, via a spokesperson to our colleague Peter Nicholas, that listen, you heard President Biden say he tried to reach former President Trump on the phone. We know that the former president's son has spoken with him in a statement saying they just talked on the phone, with Donald Trump Jr. saying that his dad is in great spirits, that he will never stop fighting to save America, no matter what in Donald Trump Jr.'s words, no matter what the radical left throws at him. So what we can glean from this, a couple of things, that former President Trump is, as his campaign says, fine. He is well enough to speak. He is well enough to be on the phone, at least with his immediate family members, at least with his son, Donald Trump Jr. We know that
Bolsonaro suffered a knife attack back in 2018 and went straight to win the Brazilian presidency.
Of course, in Butler, Pennsylvania. And we know that there has been a slew of reaction, as Kristen, as you, as others have talked about from both sides of the aisle here, strongly condemning political violence after this very
I mean, the teleprompter does look intact. I don't know. I don't know how it could have been potentially
All right, Hallie, thank you. Kip Tom,
it could have been potentially glass.
We'll
find out more about it in a little bit.
From the former president when the shots rang out. Thank you for joining us, sir. Can you tell us what you saw?
Well, I was just with the president a few moments earlier before he came on stage, and everything seemed like a normal day. But when he walked down that red carpet and walked up to the podium, and after he spoke for about 10 minutes, I was sitting in the front row at the end of the runway. But
surviving an attempted political assassination, surviving an attempted assassination is usually pretty fucking good for your chances of election.
And obviously, there was a person
I
about
can't really think of
15 foot
anyone that's
behind me
like
that was
survived the political assassination and like not ended up winning. Like a legitimate one.
stayed pretty calm for the most part. And but you know, it sounded like there was 6, 7 shots to start with, and then it seemed like there was a little pause, and then we heard a different caliber gun fired, which I assume is probably the Secret Service. But then I thought I heard another couple of rounds come off, but it felt like it was behind me. But it could have been the echo.
Did you hear did President Trump say anything?
No, he was just giving the typical rally speech that he typically does everywhere, you know, and trying to encourage voters to get out and vote and talking about his plan for America.
But as the shots rang out, did you hear? Did he cry out? Did someone tell him to get down, or was that instinctive?
Yeah, we heard that. We heard everybody say get down, but I think he was already going down. That's when everybody thought at first maybe he had been hit more severely than he was. I mean, it's already severe. And let's face it, it hit his ear. It could have been a little bit closer.
Keemstar tweeted about you. Dude, are you fucking stupid? The former president got shot. If you're literally looking at drama alert right now to see like what they will turn this narrative into and how they'll somehow make this about me, you have to be the most delusional person on the planet. Like, what are you Keemstar? He's a fucking idiot, dude. What do you mean? Like, yeah, dude, I know. I can't believe that like right-wing charlatans and idiots will be like, oh, somehow the former president got shot. Let's make this about motherfucking Hasan. You have to be literally the dumbest person on the planet. You have to be such a fucking gross loser to do such a thing. To be like, oh, let's cancel Hasan now. Like, suck my dick, dude. Like, get the fuck out of here. Obsessive loser.
Those and thinking about those and then moving forward to where we're at today. And we still have a problem with this. So it's shocking.
You gotta have real brain rot in this situation.
Are pretty upset. There's no question about it.
Understandably. Ambassador, thank you so much for taking the time being with us. We're glad you and yours are safe after this tonight. Retired ATF Special Agent Jim Cavanaugh is with me. By now, as you know, we've been reporting that the shooter in this case is deceased, presumably shot by law enforcement. I think the next question will be, is this a lone operator, the proverbial lone wolf, or is this part of some kind of conspiracy? Those are two different things. How will they begin to get at least put the dots together?
Yeah, well, let's start with the deceased shooter, Lester, and identify him, and then
Libs of TikTok posted a photo of you saying you were the shooter, then deleted it. I swear on everything I have. It might be Chuds of TikTok that jokingly said I was the shooter.
Start interviewing around the circle around him.
Luckily, I have a fucking alibi, as in I was here when it happened. We were literally before NBC News on the story. That's how fucking crazy this chat is. That there were still some freaks watching this fucking rally while we weren't even watching it, and immediately informed me before NBC News even got to it.
From a confirmed source that the shooter was actually firing from outside the perimeter.
Yeah, you guys can
that
join.
changes a lot in terms of
you can't say anything unhinged right now though, because there's a lot of haters out and about looking to fucking somehow turn this on me or some shit.
Is that a shooter could get in an elevated position at any kind of a Secret Service event, because the first thing that the service does is they get all the elevated
once in a lifetime historic events
and they
unfolding.
Put their, sniper teams up there and lookouts with binoculars and rifles. So it does seem from the witnesses that this was a
I'm here with two Australian nationals who were literally supposed to go to this rally.
We got tickets. We went to SneakerCon instead.
Yeah, they got tickets for this rally. They were gonna go, and then they're like, "Oh, it's just gonna be kind of a shit video if we go. It's gonna be boring. We don't want to fly all the way out to fucking Pittsburgh to do this." And then they turned around with the fucking SneakerCon instead.
I think what's really fucked is so content brain that I kind of feel like I've been broken up with. You visualize like a separate future of what you could have been doing, and it's all gone.
Right after that, there's
well, I mean,
another 5 rounds.
it would have been a dangerous situation.
It's probably the best.
You avoided getting potentially shot at.
Yeah. 7 rounds.
JD Vance is already blaming Biden, of course, predictable.
Was close. I don't know the
Biden's campaign's rhetoric led directly to President Trump's attempted assassination. Remember, guys, Donald Trump didn't do January 6th, but even if he did do January 6th, those are fucking patriots. Also, Biden directly is responsible for the assassination attempt. It's such a These guys have literally no fucking decency whatsoever. First of all, Biden is a fucking cadaver, okay? He is not... Mike is going in and out. Fix audio. Jesus.
Ah, shit.
What did you do? Did you move it around or something? Oh, there's an echo.
Oh, it's because of this guy. We can just share this.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
Trump thinks Kamala Harris is. I mean, Biden thinks Kamala Harris is Trump. If he was going to kill anyone, you wouldn't know who it would be.
Oh, okay.
If it's an arena, at least you're in a closed environment. I only have to worry about what's on the inside. When you do open rallies like this, right? You're outside. You have to worry about line of sight issues. Line of sight is a massive problem. Why is it a problem? Because somebody can be out in the distance and really engage your target from a long range. And there are weapons out there that allow you to do this. So even though, let's say you hunker this whole area down, you've got the magnetometers, you've got the tactical element, everything's locked and tight.
Wait,
how do you secure that outer perimeter? How far do you go? And can you cover everything?
They got the shooter.
But that means there was a breach in security and people had weapons. And like that seems so weird that he would get back up.
Yeah,
after
dude. He got back up to throw up a fist because Secret Service W on that one. They were like, yes, Mr. President, go ahead, throw up your fucking fist.
You're good to go.
Dude, Israel bombs Damascus all the fucking time. You guys are crazy. I'm sorry, but it's like a man bites dog versus dog bites man type situation. Okay? Like, chatters who are like, dude, by the way, Israel's bombing Damascus is a crazy fucking thing to say right now in this moment when the former president had an assassination attempt. Okay?
When was the last time this happened?
This is Ronald Reagan. Oh, well, other people have been like congressperson been shot. The third in line, Steve Scalise was shot at the congressional baseball game. But like last time a president or a former president that's like running for re-election, last time a president was shot at was Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was shot at and he survived. And someone attempted to fucking kill Bush, I guess, by throwing a shoe at him, but that's not it. Like, that's not what we're talking about.
This happened like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, there was the Bush shoe projectile, but like American presidents have not, have not had this kind of like a serious attempt at their lives in quite some time.
To not panic and to allow the Secret Service, and also look at where that motorcade is. That vehicle where they exit him out, there's people all around, and you see everybody hold their position and allow the security team to evacuate.
Yeah, Abby, thank you for that. I should note several years ago, working on a story for the Today Show, I went to the Secret Service training facility outside of Washington, and they put me through a simulation in which I was the protectee waving to a crowd when shots ring out. And
Vice President Harris,
the swiftness.
Yeah, they're all saying like, we're glad he didn't die.
Getting me in the car.
I don't know. I mean, that's it. That's what's going to happen. Like, that's what they're going to say. Like, no one's going to be like, I can't believe the motherfucker missed. Like, no one's going to say that. You know what I mean? If that's what you're expecting, like, I'm telling you, is not. Also, the other thing, this is pretty funny. People basically are trying to say this, okay? The Republicans that are coming out and being like, this is because of Biden's rhetoric, are basically like unironically saying this meme is real, okay? Biden was like, no, we beat Medicare. Someone was like, thank you. The Manchurian candidate was activated, okay? The Manchurian candidate was fucking activated. Is like, oh yeah, he said the right sequence of words and it unlocked a part of someone's fucking brain. Anyway,
no, there's no way a lib did this. Like, I don't know.
They did miss those. Maybe that is pretty lib.
Yeah.
Yeah. My brother texted me and said, this is a historically significant event. You should consider putting on a shirt. Yeah, no, it's fine. I got a right to bear arms, baby. It's the United States of goddamn America. You know what I'm saying?
Can I tell you what we did at SneakerCon as soon as it happened?
What?
I was like, I need to go buy the Donald Trump shoes right now because I thought he'd been killed. And I was like, imagine how much they're going to go up in value.
Yeah, I texted him. Well, you were not going to buy them because you texted me that they were $500,000.
I would get the money somewhere.
Yeah. He was like, because I told them when they went to SneakerCon, I told him like, I need the Trump shoes. Like, I need to buy them. And he was like, okay, I'll see if they have it. They found it. $500,000 what they're selling it
President Trump was up there, you know, and then within 5 minutes, we're hearing pop, 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 pop. And then everybody's on the ground. Everybody's on the floor. And it was just like, what? And we were on the ground level. We were 4 rows back from the stage. And are you coming?
We'll just follow along with you. They're moving in the car here, so we'll just
from the stage. And the people in the bleachers behind us, somebody got popped. Somebody got killed. Somebody died. Somebody got shot.
Yeah.
What?
Like,
Oh,
you guys
a
are
random this person close died? To where
well, we don't know. We don't know
Those
the exact
bullets,
details, but like I think
pray
a
to God for
bystander
these
and
people's
perhaps
families.
the
Oh my
shooter
God.
got shot, and another is in critical
but
condition.
I mean, it is very good.
How is this happening in our country today? And why? Why is it happening? Why?
And Tracy, you were telling me earlier.
What do you mean? Why
know,
is
you
that?
and
You guys are
Tyler, you know
Republican.
this
You know
county,
exactly
you know
why
this
it's
area.
happening.
Did you ever think?
You've been talking about killing pedophile Democrats for so long. Like, it is such a shocking revelation to right wingers when they're like, "What? I'm so confused." Like, you're literally at every rally being like, "We got to kill members of the media," and then they're like, "Oh wow, the rhetoric has gotten out of control." Like, you're not like an NPR Democrat, okay? You're not the type of Democrat that's like, oh, maybe we should give Nazis a seat at the table so we can hear what they have to say. Like, half of the people that are wearing fucking shirts have shirts like assassinate Joe Biden on them while they're like, I'm in dismay. This country is falling apart while they literally are wearing like fucking end Joe Biden's life t-shirts. You know what I mean? I guess when they say, how could this happen? They mean like, how can this happen to us, to a Republican? You know, we are supposed to have the monopoly on, you know, political violence. And it is technically true. They do have that. They do normally have the monopoly. I want to see what our fucking shirt says. I want to see so bad. What does it say?
Parasite was the bottom one.
No,
How does it make you feel? How are you feeling?
It makes me feel absolutely great and wonderful. You know, in my heart.
Yeah, maybe they're confused because this didn't happen at a school. They're like, this normally only happens at schools. What's going on?
But I do, because this country for so long seems to be going down a path that it really shouldn't be doing.
So, I mean, you came in to hear the former president speak, someone you're a fan of. And what is your state of mind now?
Not good. There's too much hate. This is too much. We can't do this as a country. We can't.
There's too much hate. Dude, at the rally that she was at, Trump probably said, immigrants are poisoning the blood of America. We have to take care of all of the immigrant rapists. We have to put them in concentration camps. And she was like, yeah! But then, like, she's like, what is happening with this rhetoric? It is so divisive. It
So
is
glad you and Tyler are safe.
so
Drive
messed
safe.
up.
We hope you get home soon.
You
Thank you. I
can't be at the
appreciate
fucking
you.
hate rally and be like,
Lester,
the
they've got
discourse is out of
ways
control,
to go still.
dude.
There's a lot of cars piling up here. There are a few different
you found
places
the
that
shirt.
people are trying to exit at this point. A bit of a free-for-all, but people have been kind and generous to one another. People letting cars in that
Like
are
a
trying to
different
come
version
in.
of this shirt.
And again, just reeling from what they witnessed. Some people very much firsthand, very much.
Oh, here it is.
Very, very
This is the
close to
actual
the
one here.
tragedy that we're describing from sort of the law enforcement point of view, the high level point of view. But at the end of the day, Lester, the people who were here on the ground, particularly those who were close to that violence, it's something they are never going to forget. And then it's now associated, of course, with politics, with the state of our democracy for so many of the people that we've been talking to, Lester.
All right, Dasha, thanks. We'll continue to go to you.
Yeah, let me tell you, okay, for people asking, I joked and I said, like, maybe there'll be gun reform now. Okay, that was a joke. But if you're asking about that question seriously, the only type of gun reform that they're going to engage in now is going to be extra guns, okay? Gun reform. Every baby to a Republican family must be armed with an RPG, okay? We need rocket launchers. We need homing missiles, okay? We need JDAMs in every house.
Have confirmation that this is where former President Donald Trump was taken, but there's a heavy law enforcement presence here. Media was across the street. We're shortly getting moved. The hospital is set up on a hillside, and there's law enforcement at the top of the hill looking down. There's also law enforcement at the top of the roof of the hospital itself. When I arrived, there was a helicopter circling the building. Heavy police presence here.
The median voter
when
speaks.
I pulled up, I asked
Not
the
a
officer
Cheeto
how
fan.
they were
This
doing.
is a great
He
shot.
said they're
Kudos
hanging
to
in
the
there.
photographer.
Obviously, a terrifying scene here in Butler tonight. Lester?
Newsmax reporters.
The media did a great
Newsmax reporting the shooter was Chinese. Yeah, brother. Newsmax, One American News Network, OAN, or any number of like Falun Gong affiliated channels like Epoch Times. Do not go to these places for actual accurate news. Okay? Like sometimes they might actually end up getting it right. Having said that, however, I promise you that they are not doing real journalism. They're just fucking throwing darts at a board. I don't know. CNN said he was Chinese, then I'll believe it. Okay? If the reporting, and by the way, it's still too early. Like there's always going to be inaccuracies in the way that people are covering it. If CNN says it, or if the New York Times reports on it, or if a police official, if like there is an official response from law enforcement, from an actual position of authority, then it's fine. Then it's like, you know, there's a little bit more veracity to the claims. Okay.
So it's just ridiculous thing that like China wants Biden more than Trump, that there's a good candidate that they back.
Former President Trump at some point here in the not too distant future, and there the signal of triumph
China wouldn't have missed.
from former President Trump as he was put into that armored car and taken to, we believe, quite possibly the hospital we were just showing you a moment ago. Our investigative correspondent Tom Winter is with us. He continues to dig out fresh details. What more can you tell us, Tom?
Lester, a couple of these things coming from official statements from law enforcement, or for 3 to 4 law enforcement officials, to myself and our colleague Jonathan Dienst. We know that the FBI is now on scene and is assisting the United States Secret Service along with the U.S. Attorney's Office in their investigation into this shooting today at the Trump rally. You were just asking a question about whether we know whether or not the former president was shot directly, either grazed in the ear or in the cheek, or whether or not this was a ricochet. That's something that they're still trying to get a handle on, and whether or not a piece of glass is what may have struck him. But either way, he obviously, from the photographs, was struck in some fashion by something. The other information that we were being told, and I'm going to bring in the reporting of my colleague Kelly O'Donnell on this as well, is that this shooting happened outside the Secret Service perimeter. So for folks that have attended any sort of political rally involving either party, involving a presidential candidate or a former president, you'll notice if you go that you are wanded, or you have to go through a magnetometer, kind of like an airport-style security, if you will. That happens within the perimeter of the event. And leading up to the event, the U.S. Secret Service
by the way, they immediately fucking said like random Antifa guy Mark Violetta is responsible.
That nobody's
and it's like they had no
waiting
fucking
for a
idea.
Rally to begin.
Like nobody
they
knew.
try to establish a perimeter that would allow them to be able to have real control over the event. So what we're being told is that this shooting happened outside of that secure perimeter from a high point. Specifically where it is, I can't yet tell you. We're waiting to hear about that, but that's some of the information that we're waiting to get on. As far as what you're looking at on screen at the moments that this happened, this is standard protocol. You're looking at the heavy weapons teams that immediately went up on stage. Then you're looking at the Secret Service close protective detail of former President Trump, and
Hamas
this would be very
Piker.
similar at
Yeah,
any
dude, I
event
did it.
involving a former president. That they immediately surround
no one
him.
in the crowd is running
Obviously,
away.
the Secret Service agents there are putting
why
their
do they have
lives
that
into their
much?
hands if this individual was going to continue
Guns-
to fire.
guns are normal.
Speaking
I
of the
don't
individual that law enforcement believes is deceased, that individual, the alleged shooter rather, is deceased, as I mentioned. That individual may have been shot by law enforcement. That appears to be coming into clarity at this time. We're still waiting on the specific details of that, whether or not that was a counter sniper team or somebody who was close to him. I suspect we'll get more details on that closely. As far as who did this and what their motivations are, there's some background information coming into view, Lester, but as you can imagine, there are a lot of names on social media at this hour. There are a lot of names that have been mentioned to us, and we're really trying to get a lot more clarity on that before we suggest a possible name of
A lot of
the
shots were
individual who
fired.
did
I
this. But
suspect
at
that
this
they
point, there appears
probably
to be no
packed them up
ongoing threat. And
fairly
there's no
quickly.
indication
You know
that
what
they're
I'm
looking
saying?
for anybody else, but this is now a full-blown federal criminal investigation, as you can imagine, and they will certainly try to determine whether this individual had any help. Not that we've received any indication.
Deep state assassination.
Someone said first shot of Trump leaving the fucking hospital. Trump attempted deep state assassination. Yeah, let's hear from this.
Ladies and
fucking
gentlemen,
guy.
I told you that we're not in normal times. World War III, nuclear war is this close. They just fired 5 shots at Trump and hit him in the side of the head.
Hey.
And the media's like, oh, big deal. He survived an assassination attempt. This is crazy town. Biden is a complete puppet. The New World Order is melting down everywhere. And I believe they're getting ready to kill Biden and blame it on a Trump supporter. I've been saying that for over a year. So President Trump in Pennsylvania,
Wait, so
up
you're
there,
wrong.
gets shot at, gets hit in the side of the head.
So wait,
I've
so
been saying the opposite.
yeah, you've been saying the opposite of what is about that. What just happened? He's like, I've been saying they're gonna try to assassinate Biden and blame a Trump supporter. It's like, okay, well then the exact opposite of that happened. So what do you mean? He needs to pay the Parkland family. He's got to make that money somehow. Yeah, he's so cooked, bro. That looks like
But he
neatly trimmed hedges behind him. Like,
He's
what's
got money.
going on?
He's in a nice place.
Yeah, how was he still at a nice house and shit? I thought he was done. Like, what's that about?
That image of him up there with the blood on his face, defiant, is incredible. And now the deep state that's committed all these crimes and opened the borders and human trafficked and started World War III, they are so desperate, they're going to go for broke. But I've told Trump, I've told his campaign, you've got to be more careful. We got to pray for President Trump right now. This is such a dangerous time. I'm in Northern California with what would be a huge story breaking tomorrow, and it's still going to break. Massive story we're working on right now, okay? Secret mission. And we'll still break it. But, ladies and gentlemen, this attempted assassination of Trump means we're not in Kansas anymore. And now they've tried to kill him with a gun. They're going to try to poison him. So Trump, inside circle, listen to me. And I know you've listened before. You've had the Secret Service call me. I've briefed him on stuff. Listen to me.
I know the Trump inner circle does watch him, but it is funny to think that like he's briefing the Secret Service. Like, okay, brother, sure.
You got to take my supplements. That's what you have to take.
He's like, listen, I briefed the Secret Service. I told them a Chinese, communist, Ukrainian, Chinese, communist, Ukrainian, trans black woman was going to take shots at the president.
That's why I always take my anti-assassination pills.
Yeah.
You can get them for $5.50.
I told him, yeah. The only way to save you is colloidal silver.
Steps, but it is the kind of gesture and important connection that actually does send a message right now that this is not about the politics of the moment and that there are bigger issues here with the current president and several former presidents talking about no room for political violence. We're hearing that from many elected officials on Capitol Hill as well.
What the
And right
fuck?
now we're in a period of a few different
lightning never
streams of
strikes
information.
twice.
What is the investigation producing? What is...
Listen, lightning never strikes twice. You know what I mean? Like, he already survived one assassination attempt. He's probably good for like at least a year. You know what I mean? Like, I doubt that he's going to get popped twice. That'd be crazy. Feel me?
of a loved one in a campaign. It might be a car accident. We've seen all those iterations before, and there's typically a quieting period where both campaigns turn down the volume. Everyone catches their breath before the rigor of a campaign resumes again. So this is a critical evening to gather facts, to get a sense of the scope of this, for direct communication between President Biden as a person and former President Donald Trump as a person, and not so much as candidates or in their office and former office.
Some of the
That's
crowd
part
turned
of
on
what's
us, not a
playing out
majority of
here.
people, but dozens
now,
of rally
the president
goers cursed and
indicated
made
he would
obscene
speak
gestures and
again
ran
or
towards bike rack
communicate again
barricades,
if
but
there
didn't
were
cross
further
them.
developments.
This is your fault.
And
You
there are
fuckers was
questions
yelled
to
in
be
our direction.
identified about what next steps there should be, and are all the resources there. Even a question about where does former President Trump go in the immediate hours ahead. He, of course, was on the road as a candidate in Pennsylvania. What is the...
All right, shut up, mainstream media. The king is talking. Said, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement. He truthed. Okay, he's truthing right now. For their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act could take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter. I'm shocked that he didn't immediately say, like, this was a Chinese, Ukrainian black woman who's also trans. Like, it's actually, this is shocking. I don't know if, like, the fucking, I don't know if that shot concussed him into like doing a normal thing all of a sudden, but like this is a wild way to operate here. Nothing is known about this time of the shooter, and he's not speculating, who is now dead.
Nuts.
I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and I immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America.
How can you finish that with God bless America? That's great.
God bless America.
Because God saved him.
What? Better resolution? The shooter was a right-winger? I doubt that the shooter was a right-winger, dude. Oh, don't do the liberal version of what the fucking the Republicans are doing. I mean, I see it. Like, I see the photo, and he's got one of those like grunt force shirts on, okay?
I mean, I got those as well.
But like, yeah. He's got one of those like grunt force ass shirts on, you know, those like fucking military LARPer yee ass
like
shirts.
Military fatigues as well. The pants are kind of like khaki.
Khaki? Oh yeah, he does.
You guys don't say that?
Khaki.
Khaki.
You know. The Lord wants him to be president. Anyway.
How far away was he?
What?
120 meters, apparently.
Yeah, he was far. He was like, he was not a part of the the rally. Like he was on top of a container, which is crazy. That's a major L for the Secret Service, for the record. Like, actually.
Just someone being up
You
there
got
the
some
whole
homie
time.
with a fucking rifle on top of a goddamn container taking pot shots at the president. Like,
it was 100 meters away. That's not that far. That's
okay,
crazy that it
all
was
I'm
that
saying,
close.
all I'm saying is this. That fucking guy on the Tyler Oliveira video was right when he said someone's going to try to assassinate the president.
Yeah.
He said 6 miles away, though.
He said 6 miles
That's
away.
A little bit closer.
150 meters, 400 feet.
150, though. It's like just more than a swimming pool.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Well, there you go.
Law enforcement snipers were already facing the direction of the shooter seconds prior to the shooting. I'm amazed they did not see the shooter crawling into position for his shot.
that's a
mere 400. Yeah, by the way, this is literally the reason why it's like so funny in a very serious, very obvious way. This is hilarious to be like, I can't believe the violent rhetoric. I can't believe the divisiveness. It's like, meanwhile, this was on the fucking poster behind them. Like, he was making arguments about how like undocumented migrants are coming in and invading the fucking country and doing like, you know, doing violence and madness.
A little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this one's loud. Okay, I think the first couple of shots are like from look at this guy.
Oh wow.
Like there, he's right there. He's like literally right fucking there. Senior reporter covering investigations at Capitol Hill for ABC says the shooter at the Trump rally fired as many as 8 rounds from an AR-style rifle while perched on a rooftop adjacent to the venue. Law enforcement sources told ABC News. Shooter was 200 to 300 yards away at the time of the gunfire, the sources said.
Closer. Couldn't be.
Yeah, that fucking dude with the funny ass Trump visor was most likely correct in his original eyewitness testimony. No, that's not the shooter, guys. No, that's Secret Service. What do you think that? Do you think that that's the shooter? No, man. I'm saying like he's right there, as in like the Secret Service is right there.
Why didn't the cameraman stop it? That is crazy.
Wait, he's aiming too.
Are they always aiming?
And look what happened to
No, they are always aiming. I thought he like perched up though. I was wrong. I feel like he just like leans into it. Of course they're always aiming. I meant like I thought he moved like right before the shot.
And
look, see his head moves.
took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Yeah, he's.
Why are these guys not moving? Like some people get down. What is people that used to guns that they don't?
No, I think they think it's like
Probably
fireworks
20
maybe.
million people.
Look, there he is.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Yeah,
How he's looking?
No, I think he shoots. Like I think you see him shoot.
A little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Oh, yeah. Always scanning for threats.
This is where the shooter was, it looks like. Yeah, he was on top of these like container things. Yeah.
It's such a massive space to get there on the roof. Like it.
But he's so
Seeing
close.
A guy walking around.
No, he's like literally looking right at him, which is crazy.
Insane.
Where's Mark Wahlberg when you need him the most? Oh, Alexa's Uber Eats. How the fuck do they not have agents on the roof? Yeah, I don't really know. Anyway, update from Secret Service is that 1 has been killed and 2 is critically injured. Here's the latest information from our investigation. We're grateful to the Secret Service team and our law enforcement partners. During President Trump's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, on the evening of the 13th of July at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots towards the stage from an elevated position outside the rally venue. U.S. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. Photo of the bullet whizzing past them. Wait, what? No.
No, I don't believe that.
Is this real? No fucking. Who is this
real.
guy? No.
No.
No, I don't think. There's no way that's real. Would that even? Why would
the frame rate would have to be way too high. They're not shooting
no,
at
I don't
that.
think so. The direction is like not correct either. So I doubt it. It's just a chemtrail in the background. Yeah. U.S. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. U.S. Secret Service quickly responded with a protective measure, and the former president is safe and being evaluated. 1 spectator was killed. 2 spectators were critically injured. The incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So they shot at a bunch of people, I think, potentially. You need a slow-mo guy like a 10K camera to pick that up? A Chinese chemtrail from Ukraine? Could be. What is this? Geolocated proof of the location of the shooter? Yeah. Yeah, this video is the one that was like circulating around of the dead of the dead dude on top of the fucking on top of the barn. That's like right there. I'm not going to show it to you right now. Trump said he was, for the record, just so you know, Trump said he was hit by a bullet. Trump said he was hit by a bullet. A source who's spoken with a member of the Secret Service tells TMZ Trump was not hit by a bullet. Rather, a bullet hit his teleprompter and the glass struck him in the ear. Trump is saying he got hit by a bullet. Would you guys... Oh, that looks good.
Would you like some?
No. Do you think Trump will try to make it political? Yeah, I know. Just like get politics out of this political assassination. You know what I mean? Like... But also, the teleprompters do look intact, so I don't know. Why is it so fucking hot in here? Trump's tweet is more anime? Yeah. All right, let's see. Let's tune into fucking CNN to see what the hell they're talking about. Clinton News Network. Bet they're celebrating right now. You know what I'm saying, brother? Bet they're having a party over there.
If you just look back in history, it doesn't take a lot to
just kidding.
To dig and find that people take cues from not just leaders, but from people around them. And when violence happens, sometimes things are uncorked, and it is important for leaders across the board, as we are seeing today, to tamp things down.
And I think that's an important point. I mean, Scott, I can feel your anger from here. I've felt that same anger too from some of the rhetoric I've heard from the former president. So what I would hope in this moment, to what you said, and we are seeing it across the board, let's all say, stop it. Yeah. Let's all just stop it. You can stop it, and I can stop it.
Come on, guys.
That's a place to start.
This is a very, very dangerous moment
Yes,
in
it
American
is.
history right now that we're watching.
Yes.
A very dangerous moment. Anderson, back to you.
I want to go to CNN's Evan Perez, who has more details from the Secret Service. Evan, what have you learned?
Well, Anderson, this is the
bold, brave take from CNN. I'm glad somebody had to say it. Somebody had to say it, and I'm glad it was them that had the bravery and the courage to say it.
The spokesman for the chief of communications for the Secret Service, he says that during former President Trump's campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, on July 13th at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position outside of the rally venue. U.S. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. The Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and former President Trump is safe. One spectator was killed. And
NYPD on Fox saying his Palestine campus protesters responsible for shooting.
No, they're not.
Why wouldn't they kill Biden then? Like, what the fuck? Like, that makes no sense. Like, why would they shoot at Trump then? The Fox News is so stupid. Like, that's such a stupid fucking... That is such a stupid fucking argument, dude. Like, what? Like,
Actually saying that?
A shot from outside of the venue and managed to get to the former president. So now the question is, how did this happen? Was the Secret Service aware of this position that obviously posed a risk to the attendees, to the former president?
Were they aware?
All of those things are now part of this investigation. And of course, the nature of the injuries to those people who are injured inside, including the person who is additionally dead. But the Secret Service did shoot and killed the shooter who was outside of the venue. And it answers some of the questions or the concerns that you've heard on our air in the last hour.
I do think the Secret Service fucked up, yes.
Yeah.
Which is wild because like how the fuck do you let a dude on a white barn rooftop with a rifle get that fucking close, up close personal. How the fuck did they not actually have snipers on that rooftop to begin with? Because it seems like quite a good position to get an angle on the fucking president, which makes no goddamn sense whatsoever. Dun dun dun. It's PR. I mean, it's conspiracy theory hour. The Secret Service knew. What did they know? I'm kidding, obviously.
It's like when Alex Jones is like the deep state did it. Like the Secret Service is there shooting at the guy who was shooting. Like who?
Yeah.
How far does this deep state go?
I do love that Trump is trying to attend the UFC.
Oh, it's great
fight.
publicity for him.
Well, it's not just that, but it's like that is the one place where he is objectively the most safe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like surrounded by the most like-minded individuals. Like he doesn't even need Secret Service at the UFC fight. You know what I mean? Like there's no
Khabib.
Plus lightning never strikes twice unless it's the top of the hour ad break, in which case it will strike you at the top of the hour unless you are subscribed for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime. Then you will no longer see the ads at the top of the hour if you are subscribed. Twitch Prime is free. A rally is surrounded by like-minded individuals. Lamau. Okay, facts. But it's like in a public space. It's a little different. You know? I feel like a UFC is a little different. He's like, he's surrounded by killers, but in the opposite direction. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Champagne socialist. I love all the fucking weirdos that come in here to be like, this is my opportunity. Like the former president got shot at. I'm going to make this about Hassan personally. I hate him that much. Like just fucking kick back, man. Take your shoes off. Maybe take your socks off. Put your feet on the table. Watch what's going on. Try to learn a thing or two, you know? Nope.
Your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay, my shoes down. My shoes. Watch out. Wait.
That is so.
Imagine everyone cheering while someone is laying dead in the crowd, though. Someone else has just been killed.
They didn't see that. They have no idea. Dude, I mean, come on, bro. He's literally fucking slamming his fist up. I said every time he put his fist up, that's another 10,000 votes in a fucking swing district. Okay. Like, and he swung that shit so goddamn hard. Okay. Oh my Lord, dude. Oh my fucking Lord. Wait, the photo is actually real? It seems like it's from a New York Times photojournalist.
What? No way.
The bullet photo?
No.
How the fuck? Agent was watching you? Nice. We're changing the minds of a generation out here. Pretty sure you read his lips. He said, fight, fight, fight. Do you think this makes Trump more likely to support gun control laws? Fuck no.
I think it's only going to go in the opposite direction.
Yeah. He's like, we need to make sure that thank God for guns. Thank God for law enforcement. Every American needs a gun. More guns.
Chief medical correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta is a trauma neurosurgeon. He joins us now. Sanjay, obviously, I mean, if the bullet pierced the upper part of his ear, that is extraordinarily close to a shot that could have killed him.
Yeah, no doubt. And even though it appears that it was mostly the ear and the soft tissue around the ear, you know, when you're in the hospital after something like this, you have to sort of evaluate the possibility that they may have still caused a skull fracture or something else, you know, a significant blow to that part of the head. Looks like he's doing fine. And I think it's...
You can tell they're so sad.
Okay,
They're like, oh man.
More from...
Unfortunately, maybe there's a skull fracture.
A couple things. First of all,
who knows?
After you hear the bangs, and the former president raises his hand to his ear, he then seems to go down on his own. That was one important thing. He's covered up by the agents there who are protecting him, but also probably doing a little bit of what is called a secondary evaluation, making sure, or trying to determine at least at that point, if there are any other injuries. We see what we see, but it doesn't mean that something else couldn't have happened as well in a situation like that. President stands up, he's raising his right hand. He seems to be walking on his own, you know, again, surrounded by the Secret Service agents, but walking on his own. Those are all very important.
The fist bump is the fist pumping is insane. Yeah. I feel like if you're Secret Service, do you let him do that?
No, I mean, but he's obviously so content brained that he was like perfect opportunity to show everyone I'm strong.
Mm.
Yeah, which is crazy that he do that.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, this makes Trump look
amazing.
Amazing. Like,
yeah. No, it looks so.
He got his movie
sick.
star.
He looks so fucking cool. It sucks. I hate it.
Just under 3 hours. That if there had been any other secondary injuries or unrecognized injuries from the scene, they would have likely found those by now. X-rays, perhaps a CT scan, really examining the president all over to make sure again there wasn't another injury from whether it was bullet or secondary projectiles, whatever it may have been. That probably would have all happened by now, Anderson.
Again, we don't know the extent of how much, wear in the ear, things like that. Is it possible that would that just heal on its own? Would it require some sort of follow-up, cosmetic surgery?
Is he still going to be hot?
I was looking at some of those images.
Trump going to be sexy after this?
Yeah, I want to know too,
look
though.
at
That's a
those
good
close-up
question.
images, you can get a sense of the trajectory of the projectile. Stitches that would be necessary. What did it do to his inner ear? Would it cause problems, longer term with hearing, things like that, balance difficulties? We don't know. I think that the biggest thing at this point is trying to figure out, was there any other secondary, more dramatic or significant injury? Hopefully not, but that's, I think, the main thing. But my guess is there will probably be follow-up necessary, if for nothing else, just for the cosmetic injury to the ear. But again, this can be very serious. I mean, there could be a skull fracture underneath that injury. There could be damage to the ear itself, the inner ear. So they may have evaluated a lot of that already. You can do those sorts of evaluations pretty quickly, but it's got to be complete. You can't just go based on what you see here. You have to sort of...
Okay, this is not enough momentum for me. I'm not gonna lie. They're being really boring. Let's look at
the most boring.
Let's look at
Oh,
Fox
here we go.
News. Let's look at actual content.
We're just all down on the ground, and people down on the ground are crying. We don't know what to do. People are just screaming and crying, and then all of a sudden people start standing up, and we start walking out, and we looked on top of the AGR building, and there was Secret Service up there. They were standing around what we now know was the shooter. At that time, we really didn't know where it was coming from.
And to set this up, Sean, so when we were inside there, we're in the back with the media, and then when you could see the former president wasn't too far up from us speaking, this was all happening to his right. So this AGR building that we're talking about is the American Glass Research Building. That's at like 68th and Whitestown here in Butler, so that's just outside of the ground. So it wasn't like this person entered, because we've been talking about safety and security and the Secret Service doing those pat-downs and checking bags. According to what we know right now from witnesses and the police is that this person was on a rooftop of this AGR building, which is outside of those grounds. So then you saw the people kind of surround that building. And going back to that man, though, and his family, were people crying and were people running out after they saw someone was shot?
No one really started running. We just all kind of hit the ground, and people were yelling for paramedics and police to come. And there was probably 6 or 7 state troopers that just all of a sudden showed up out of nowhere, and they hauled him off the bleachers, and who was dead at that time.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for talking to us. I'm glad that you're okay. I'm glad your family's okay. But I think most people are still in shock. I mean, just trying to piece this all together. But it is important to point out as we look at kind of the layout of where the former president was when he was grazed by that bullet on his ear, and then goes down, where this shooter was, according to investigators, was up on that roof of the AGR building outside of the farm grounds. Sean.
Alexis, great reporting. Let's go back to President Trump's statement on Truth Social. It pierced his upper right ear, is what he said. So what we're really talking about here is we're talking about maybe 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters, and he was probably assassinated. That's how close this guy got from this rooftop. How far away was that rooftop where we believe the shooting took place?
I'm not kidding when I say
pretty close.
Sean Hannity has to be so sad.
The layout with this AGR building.
Because he actually does love Trump.
How close is that AGR building to where?
Like Tucker Carlson and everyone else, like they don't give a fuck about Trump. They hate him. Sean actually, I think, has genuine love for him in his heart, like sexually.
So the bullets would have been coming from, my back, just that way.
Yeah. And as you said, we're talking about a millimeter. I mean, to graze the former president.
Bro, this shit rocked their fucking hearts so hard. They're using the metric system. They're talking about millimeters, okay? They're broken right
There was
now.
a silencer on that gun because it sounded like muffled shots, and that's why some people at first were a little slow to react because you didn't know if it was fireworks. I think people thought the speaker blew, but you know, it was a fun and exciting atmosphere. You know, he was working the stage. It was a typical Trump rally. I think people do think about safety and security when you go into a huge event like this, and when there's so much tension around politics, you know, people get a little bit worried for their safety. But nobody ever thought this was going to happen from the people we've talked to, Sean.
Yeah, very clear to me as somebody who's been shooting since he's 10 years old. When I heard the sound over and over again, it was very clear to me that that was the sound of a gunshot. And Selena Zito was on our air, and
he's like, it felt like I got shot when I watched Trump getting shot. That's what Sean Haney's saying. Mike Collins, GA. The Republican District Attorney in Butler County, PA, should immediately file charges against Joseph Robinette Biden for inciting an assassination.
Oh my God.
That's awesome. Dude, he's right. I don't know if he knows this, but the Supreme Court made that legal, by the way. Like, it's going to be all right, I think.
A passionate debate. First, now we go for more and the latest update. Our own Peter Ducey. Peter, what's the latest where you are?
Sean, the latest is that President Biden says from Rehoboth Beach, where he's vacationing for the weekend, he does not know enough to judge whether or not this was an assassination attempt or not. He says he has an opinion about that, but he won't share it yet. The press pool that is traveling with him on this out-of-town trip has not been told that they can go home for the night. So it's possible we will hear from him again once more information is out there. It is possible that we will just get some more written information. The president says he is trying to get in touch with Donald Trump. I reached out to a White House official. It does not sound like that has happened yet. They're going to keep us posted. And President Biden, the big point that he was making while he was denouncing this action is he said Trump had a rally that should have been able to go off peacefully without any problem. He said the idea that there's political violence in America like this is just not appropriate. He's asking everybody to condemn it. A few minutes after this happened, I phoned a very high-ranking...
I'm sorry. It's just so funny when, like, a Republican says, like, any Republican talks about divisiveness or political violence.
What would be happening? And this official... I hadn't heard about it yet. And so this isn't the kind of thing where, even though it is such a potentially destabilizing political action, it's not like everybody at the White House just gets a buzz on their phone that it happened. They find out about this stuff the same way that we do. And we go to a lot of events like this. Trump as president, Trump as a candidate, Biden as president, Biden as a candidate. And it's very notable that they're saying now the shooter came from outside the perimeter, because to get in, everybody has to empty their pockets. You can't.
No. Fox News is cutting out.
This location outside of the venue where the rally was happening. Again, that seems to match what Elena is watching right there behind her. So that's what we know at this hour. Anderson, the other thing that I think this raises, obviously, is the ongoing investigation. They're going to, they know exactly who this person is by now. And they're going to do the necessary work to figure out everything about that person's background, to find out any political beliefs, obviously anything that could explain the motivations, given the fact that we do not have a suspect alive now at this point, according to the Secret Service. So the work is going to be done the hard way, Anderson, which is to gather evidence from that person's background.
So, Evan, just briefly, let me just clarify.
It's one
Trump's rally goer killed.
Trump touching his right ear and then removing his hand with blood on it.
Others have been wounded. That's correct?
Were wounded. That's according to the Secret Service statement.
Okay, so none of that includes the gunman himself?
Right, exactly. The gunman is a separate person who's been killed by the Secret Service.
All right, Evan Perez, thank you. John Miller has new reporting about the shooter. Let's go to him. John, what have you learned? John Miller, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Anderson.
Okay, great.
What we're learning now from law. You can hear me all right?
Yes, now. Go ahead.
What we're hearing from law enforcement sources now is that an individual was seen walking through the field by people who were outside the rally. People outside the rally couldn't see, but they could hear, so they had gathered in this field.
We're having trouble.
At some point, they see him on the roof with a rifle.
John,
I'm going to try and reconnect.
Yeah,
then.
we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you shortly. Tim Naftali, you're joining us here in New York, presidential historian. Obviously, this is not something. There was the attack on Steve Scalise. We have seen obviously a number of threats that have been intercepted by law enforcement over the years, but probably not since Ronald Reagan. At the presidential level has this occurred.
Not since Ronald Reagan, but I want to read you something that I think
we at HBO wish the President Trump a recovery, a speedy recovery.
Written. Tonight, this nation faces once again the consequences of lawlessness, hatred, and unreason in its midst. It would be wrong, it would be self-deceptive to ignore the connection between that lawlessness and hatred and this act of violence. That was Lyndon Johnson in June of 1968. A few years later, another presidential candidate was attacked. In 1972, George Wallace was gunned down. He survived, but he was paralyzed. We have had very violent political contests before. And it's something we ought to remember. We are capable of this as a nation. The people who do it, of course, are outliers, but they are a product of the extremism and the anger and the hatred that sometimes pulses through our elections. So tonight is a terrible reminder of another period in our history, but it's something that seems to be bred in the bone. And I can understand Scott's anger and sadness. I feel it too. I feel it for everyone. I feel it for everyone in our country because the gunman attacked democracy.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
To eliminate a choice.
Bro, this kind of rhetoric, unironically, is going to get the moderates to be like, maybe we should reconsider Donald Trump as a reasonable president, as a reasonable candidate. I'm just letting you guys know, because some chatters are like, oh, what's the future here? What's the future here? People are tuning into CNN, and CNN is literally just like, yeah, democracy was on the ballot, and you know, democracy's on the ballot, and it can't be fought with bullets or some shit like that. You know, they're trying to be all poetic, wax poetic. This is how you get Trump to go from a guy who literally moments before he gets grazed by a bullet on his ear, okay, is talking about like genociding Mexicans. Like,
yeah, it's gonna make him so much more radical. Surely.
It's crazy that these guys are like, yeah, and that's why this man, you know, this is not how we do this. This is not how we do this. You know, we have to dial it back, please. Like they're just doing like the centrist shit, that the mealy-mouthed liberal centrist bullshit that is unironically going to turn Trump into more of a martyr for, you know, moderates and liberals.
Peacefully, where we settle them through violence. Our system is set up so that we debate our differences and we settle them at the polling place. That's how it should be. That's how democracies function. And so we don't know what motivated this shooter yet, and we shouldn't jump to conclusions. You know, John Hinckley, who shot Ronald Reagan, was disturbed. And
Shooter manifesto is up? Really?
No.
I don't know.
We came to an assassination of the candidate here. Were the people who were attending this rally? You know, my initiation into politics was at a political rally when I was 5 years old. John F. Kennedy campaigning in my housing development in New York City, and that's what inspired me to politics never would have occurred to me or the folks, or my folks, or the people.
Dude, if you're a real one, if you're an actual bold Democratic Party legislator, you literally use this momentum, okay? You use this momentum to straight up turn around and be like, listen, it's time for gun control, okay? Any real one that is a legit fucking politician uses this opportunity and this momentum for some gun control, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Somebody come out and just be like, listen, we got to do a bipartisan solution to this. This is unimaginable. This is unacceptable. Violence like this is so goddamn commonplace. Okay? Violence. What is this? We come to Hasan for trusted news source on Trump because we know you hate him. I mean, yeah, I do hate him. And no, him getting shot and looking super cool and throwing up a fist right after he got shot is not going to change my opinion on what he was saying 3 seconds before he got shot at, which is like, again, we need to do concentration camps and mass deportation of like 20 million Mexicans and anyone that I have declared a Mexican for having somewhat Hispanic origin is not the guy I'm going to turn on all of a sudden and be like, oh, well, he was such a small bean. Lamau Shane Gillis guessed it. No, he didn't, because he was much funnier.
It almost got me. I dodged it, but it nicked me.
Imagine if Trump did that. He's such a bad shooter.
Implied what? What did I imply? GG? What? What are you guys talking to each other about? I don't even know. Didn't Shane Gillis talk about Trump getting assassinated and how funny it would be? Like obviously not, like he wasn't, calling for his assassination. No, I'm not trying to fucking, I'm not trying to get him clapped. Do you really think that considering the martyr aspects of this and this likely push some right wings to the alt-right, do you think this will embolden Trump to amp up the fascist rhetoric? Maybe it'll fucking force him to reconsider. I don't know. He's already hit all the fucking high notes. What is he gonna do?
But back to what I was saying about if you had what I said was true. If you had to rank them from least funny to funniest assassination, easy number one. For real, he'd be talking shit like when it happened. He'd be doing like a rally. He'd be like, my opponent's gay. I walked in, I saw him. I said, wow, this guy's gay. The shooter would be coming out and be like, sit down. You're gay. Get hit. He'd definitely make a funny noise into the, like he'd get hit, be like, ah, and fall. He'd fall funny.
He did. Okay, he kind of clocked it. He did say, my shoes. Get my shoes.
Did he say that?
Some chatter just said, you are literally such a cuck and got permit, but here's their fursona. The only pic I could link. Damn, dude. Wait, they're furries who hate me and love Trump? Like, that's a real thing?
Things are changing now that he's
American
been
politics
shot.
is a sea of contradictions. Like, I love that shit. Man, God, I love America. God bless America.
As
this
we
shit won't happen in Australia.
You
know what
are
I mean?
in Milwaukee and the week ahead. Do you see any potential changes? And I would expect we're probably going to see changes going forward as it relates to whether or not there are going to be outdoor events like this for President Trump. He loves to do his rallies.
Yeah. Sean, is all great points, and a bit premature at the moment, but you're right about the rallies, and they'll be second guessed, and at some point the president will get back out there because, I mean, you just saw this tonight. I think two things immediately, then I'll come back to Milwaukee.
Event, bro? These guys are not up to date.
America and the world are watching through this 2-minute and 30-second video clip is extraordinary. And all the still photographers who, you know, Sean, from these rallies are there in the front row, and they're looking up at the stage, so they're looking up at the president at the time. And to see this history captured, and I don't know what he said when he came up from the podium. But we heard on the microphone, he said, "Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes." I think he said it 3 times. I think he's saying fight. That's just me reading his lips. Fight a couple times. Oh my
God, dude, this is so. Dude, Fox News is so like we look at like North Korean propaganda or whatever, but like this is literally identical, dude. This is
that they could stand.
Dear leader said, "Fight."
Gets shot in the middle of a perfect layup.
In what he perceived as his possible final moments, he said, "Fight. Fight for me." No, he said, "Ow." That's what he said, bro.
Perimeter. You can, Sean, you can probably see a direct line 200 or 300 yards away where you need to be on the lookout. Now, Dana and I were discussing this interview that's circulating out there that the BBC has. Now, we have not spoken with this man, but he attended the rally, and he told the BBC that he saw someone on a rooftop.
Oh, when he's slinging his fist, yeah, he is. He is saying that. But I thought he meant like when he was getting shot. When he was
investigation. Let's see where that story goes.
I think
for Milwaukee, Sean, yeah. I can tell you already. Security.
Yeah, no, he did. He did say that when he was wagging his fist in the air, looking chill as hell. How fucked? Oh, dude, it's so fucked. I already said Reagan landslide. Reagan landslide.
Figure out a way to balance all of this and keep it safe in Milwaukee for the next, well, what is it, Dana? 6 days?
Yeah.
Starting now.
Yeah, you know, Bill, as I listened to you, you talked about that BBC report. I saw the same report, and it's chilling if, in fact, there was a warning given ahead of time about somebody seeing somebody on a roof. And then, of course, you got to wonder, I'm looking at all of these people behind the president. I'm sure all the people in the audience, all of them have.
Bro, if he actually got shot and killed, it would probably be worse. Because, like, I think QAnon MAGA guys, like the most ride or die MAGA guys, will be even crazier. At least now there's, like, still an outlet for them to lend their frustrations. And it's just by like voting and believing in even more conspiracy theories or whatever. But overall, like if he actually got shot and killed, holy shit, dude, they'd be crazy. Yeah, he wouldn't get elected. Yeah, you know who else would get elected? A more competent Republican. This is why I keep saying like Donald Trump needs to stay in the fucking race so he can lose. Okay? A more moderate Republican is going to fucking wipe out the Democratic Party. Trump is the best possible person that the Democrats could run against right now. The man that is singularly responsible in the eyes of the entire country, whether they support him or whether they hate him, for abortion being banned. Okay?
You have so many stories of people who will say, well, I was supposed to be on that flight. I decided to take a later one, or I changed my flight at the last minute, or I happened to miss my flight, whatever it was. Like, there are so many of those stories. This story, and it will be the political shock of certainly my lifetime. I hope that this is never ever happens again. I think the other thing is, Sean, there was a lot of consternation for the family of RFK Jr. because of what happened to his father and the political violence there. And there was a request for him to get Secret Service protection earlier. And as a former president, you might not have enough security. That will probably change as well going forward. And we need good men and women to continue to go into the Secret Service. It's an amazing job.
Well, I could not believe that request was denied. And I remember saying, this man lost his father and his uncle, and he is a presidential candidate, and he does deserve Secret Service protection. And I was shocked that was denied.
Sorry, little bro, you don't get it until you get above 9%, okay? You got to get to 10% to get Secret Service.
From Donald Trump as part of, quote, retribution against Donald Trump, which I thought was insane. Again, that's the political side of it, Bill.
Yeah, and Sean, listen, there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be run back now that have been said in recent days or weeks or even months, and it's not going to be a flattering picture, which again I think is going to remind us to find a way to lower the temperature. Joe Biden can start that. He said he's going to talk to Donald, in his words, Donald this evening. In all likelihood, we'll see whether or not that happens. I imagine the former president would take that phone call. And then Joe Biden also said, I might see you again later tonight. So I would anticipate perhaps another statement from President Biden this evening in Rehoboth, Delaware. With regard to the president, I don't know where he pops up, but we read the statement. But he's going to, because we saw him, fists clenched.
And you might even see him
standing
tonight.
Up. Yeah, correct, yeah. And we'll wait for that, for that moment.
I think that will be very iconic, as Dana pointed out, and Dana, I'll throw it to you. I think that picture, and knowing him as well as I do, and knowing him for as many years, almost 30 years now that I've known him, I know for a fact that he wanted to project that strength. That is who he is. It's in his DNA, Dana.
Yes, and the other thing I wanted to tell you is that maybe if they could just rerun, I know we've seen it a lot, but of the moment when the shots are fired. One of the things that's pretty incredible about his instincts as well, aside from wanting to reassure people that he was okay,
I'm very curious of what the people who are mad at the Democratic politicians for making statements, wishing Trump's to recover, want them to say, yeah, what do you expect? They're like, do you want AOC to come out and be like, I'm really sad that the shooter missed? Like, they're not going to say that. Like, you're crazy. Anyway, Trump motorcade just left Butler Memorial Hospital en route to Pittsburgh. Bro, you could have been there, big dog.
Kicking myself. Thinking was kind of cool, though.
Is Pittsburgh where the UFC is? Is that actually where he's going?
No, I think UFC's in Denver. There's a video of the SS Sniper shooting the shooter. Yeah, I know. I watched it already. I can't watch it on stream though. Wildwood Boardwalk already printed T-shirts.
God, they're fast.
They are so. Shooting makes me stronger, bro. They didn't even think like.
Yeah,
they didn't even try to like come up with like a better fucking statement.
Or maybe they had it printed before.
Yeah, it's an inside job.
Someone investigate those guys.
Yeah. Hey, hi. It's so ugly. I mean, I don't think these guys are going for
And for the American patriots in the audience who helped innocent victims, political violence in all forms is un-American, unacceptable. And then he did add, as you rightly point out, Bill Hemmer, there are many questions and Americans demand answers. I have already contacted the Secret Service for a briefing, and I'm also calling on the Secret Service Director, Kimberly.
There's no way.
That's fake, right? Yeah, it's fake tweet.
It could be real.
No,
Imagine
it's
how many
fake.
people
It's fake.
tweet
It's
everything
fake.
at every moment.
It's fake. M. Hood said it's fake. It's fake.
Thank you both. We're going to check back in with you later on as our coverage continues. But first, joining us now, Dave McCormick. He was in the front row. He was at President Trump's rally tonight, sitting there when this shooting started. He's also the Republican Senate candidate going up against incumbent Senator Casey. Dave, wish, of course, we had you on under better circumstances. You had a front row seat, literally, to what happened. Tell us what.
50 Cent posted it.
I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be, and niggas trying to take my life away.
Dude, he's coming out. There's so many cool songs he can use to come out on stage now. Like he could literally. There are so many songs about being shot and surviving. Like
It's a very American genre.
Who shot you? He could come out with that. He's gonna sweep Biden. You're cooked. First of all, I'm cooked. There's nothing I could do. I'm not the Democratic Party. No way he comes out with rap with his base. Yes, the new Republican Party doesn't give a fuck about that, dude. What are you talking about?
And then over my shoulder, I realized that someone else had been hit, and unfortunately, someone behind me had been in the stands and had been shot, and it looked like he was very seriously wounded. There were his people next to him were trying to treat him, but there was a lot of blood. And so you have the entire 15,000 people, many of them on their knees, down because we didn't know if the shooting was over. We didn't know if there was one shooter or two shooters. And the president, showed real strength and composure and reassurance as the Secret Service moved him out, and eventually the crowd dissipated. But we really didn't know what was.
15,000 people there. You're fucking delusional, dude. Did you get shot? Like, what the fuck's going on? So there's like maximum 1,000 people. Okay. Yeah, the town that he's in does not have 15,000 people in it. Yeah, there was 1.5 million people. It's the entire state that was there. So the one thing I'll say is, like, events like this and events like Brandon having this massive like fuck up on the debate stage cause more normies to start paying attention to politics. So I guess like the one way that this actually works in favor of the Democrats is that like people start paying attention to politics again. And then they start hearing Trump be like, we have to literally kill everyone who I suspect is Hispanic. And then when they hear that, they're like, oh my God, this guy's crazy. And then maybe they'll be panicked enough to vote against them again. That's it. And that's like maximalist copium, okay? Like that's maximum amounts of copium. And even then they are not going to vote for Biden most likely. You don't care that people lost their lives? What do you want me to do? Like, do you want me to fucking cry for the next 7 hours? Like, what are you talking about? I'm reporting on the news, dude. I don't know if you know this because you're just checking in. I've been covering an active fucking genocide for the past 9 months, every single fucking day. I didn't see your bitch ass cry one single tear back then. Okay, what are you talking about? I'm doing the news. This is the news, okay? What the fuck? And then if I cry, you'd be like, oh, fake tears. Fake tears from this fucking demon rat. He doesn't care. Like, yeah, thoughts and prayers, okay? Does it embolden him or does it humble him?
Considering he did like a fist pump immediately, like as it happened. I reckon embolden is probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch him come out at the UFC
came within
tonight.
a millimeter or two
someone out.
of an
Get into the ring.
assassination tonight. And it's got to be, it's shocking the core of a nation as well. That in an adjacent rooftop that this can happen. What's your overall view and your overall initial thoughts?
You contradict yourself 10 times.
Well, first of all, I'm glad that
Wait, what?
we had a
What
little
did-
bit of time. I was very emotional earlier. I'm not sure I could have done television because I've known Trump for about 30 years. So I'm watching a personal
He
fight.
didn't die. Like, he survived, bro. He's stronger than before. This is the greatest gift that could have happened to him, okay? What do you mean? I'm in tears even thinking about what could have happened. Like, he literally, not only was he shot, he was shot at, but he straight up survived it with like a little fucking grazing of the ear. And now he's going to move on to win a 50-state landslide. And this motherfucker is like, oh man, this is so sad. I can't believe it.
Dude, does
More than
Fox
any
News usually
president
do this?
since Abraham Lincoln.
Where everyone's trying to show off
Fucking
their like.
stupid ass take, almost got killed, not just shot. You think these lifeless, bloodless husks like Newt Gingrich are not thinking about the political calculation of how awesome this is for Donald Trump's prospects of re-election? Are you fucking stupid? Are Republicans this stupid? I mean it, seriously. Because like, I don't personally think the Democrats have a heart, but it must feel like you legitimately think that a guy like Newt Gingrich, a political operative for longer than you have been alive, is genuinely saddened by the events. Are you fucking that dumb? Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I think it's just funny. I guess I don't watch enough Fox News, but like all the presenters seem to be trying to prove their Trump credentials constantly. Every single person's like, well, I've known him 15 years. Like, I've known him for 102 years. Is this just when he's getting shot or is this just what they do the whole time?
No, this is what they do the whole
and
time.
putting up his fist and saying fight to remind the crowd that he was going to go on, and as our champion, he wanted us to go on with him. I thought that'll go down in history, and that will help define who Donald J. Trump is.
You know, I'm listening, and it just, I've known him 30 years like you have, Mr. Speaker, and I had a lot of the same emotions that you had at the time. And then when you point out very vividly and very...
Obviously, people are going to be shocked and sad that their friend got shot at and hit. Come on. Could be more than politics to some people. Dude, these are lizards wearing human skin, and not even a good one at that. Look at him. It's like, it's literally drooping. Flimsy. And you're over here being like, nah, dude. No, that's his friend. He kisses him every night. He gives him little baby kisses before tucking him into bed. Like, these are monstrous, soulless goons. And not just because, I'm not saying that just because they're Republican. Plenty of them on the Democratic ticket too. Plenty of them on the Democratic side. The only person who I legitimately think is sad is Sean Hannity, because Sean Hannity does actually have a genuine, non-platonic, romantic interest in Donald Trump. Like, he actually wants Trump to blow his back out. Newt Gingrich, by the way, the guy that they're talking about as though he has a soul, literally left his wife because she was dying of cancer. Okay? And he's not the only one. I think John McCain did a similar thing as well.
But he knew Trump for 32 years. How long did he know his wife?
Yeah, that's true. Fair. These are all just WoW players. Every single band. Go back to burdening your elderly parents and head back to Asmus chat, you cyst farms. Like, they got bored. They got bored, and they got bored just to turn around and be like, it's time to take my talents to the political marketplace of ideas and annoy Hasan. Like, no, McCain did it too. John Edwards as well, but McCain also did it, I'm pretty sure.
Wait, all their wives had cancer?
Yeah, a lot of people's older wives get cancer, I think.
And what did you see?
Sean, you know, it was just a really surreal moment. Just 10, 15 minutes prior, we're sitting there, we're watching former President Trump, give a great speech. The crowd was electric despite, the heat, the weather. We saw him come out to God Bless America, and it was just a great moment. The crowd was just really happy to hear him and see him and be there. And, then all of a sudden, mayhem, ensued. And we heard probably 3 to 4 shots ring out. And, most of the crowd had hit the ground after that. We heard several more shots ring out that sounded, a lot more powerful. We assumed that it was, Secret Service because they were a lot closer. And then, we looked up, and you could see in the stands that there were several bodies, unfortunately, that were on the ground. There was a good deal of blood, and it looked like law enforcement was carrying a body out. We weren't sure, who it might have been. But the next thing that I knew, Sean, was we looked up and we saw the president. He stood proud. Secret Service had helped him up, and he pumped his fist at the crowd. And, the crowd went nuts. We started chanting USA. And, there was a sense of relief, I think, that overcame us because we were just happy that, President Trump was okay.
Yeah, it really is. And let me get the take of Thomas. Thomas, tell us what you saw and if it was any different. And I do appreciate both of you. I guess you were both in row 4, Thomas. Is that true?
Drunk EU chatters.
Yeah, that's correct. Before I get started, obviously my thoughts and prayers go out to the Trump family and the innocent bystanders who got hit today as well. It's very disturbing. We were only, 4 roads back from President Trump. The crowd was awesome. It was 90 degrees all day. We stood outside
Elon
for
Musk is a classic
6, 7, 8 hours waiting to see him.
Dude, that's so funny.
it's when he comes out, it's unmatched. There's no one.
That's so awesome. Elon Musk says 2 people have attempted to kill him over the past 8 months.
He's like, wait, people like me when this happens?
Yeah,
It
he's
happens all
like,
the time.
he's like, oh, Trump. Someone tried to kill Trump. Only one person tried to kill Trump. 2 people tried to kill me. It's like, yeah, people try to kill me all the time too, bro. You don't see me fucking chirping about it. Like, who gives a shit? What do you mean? You survived, bitch. Like, he's like, damn, dude, that's crazy. Yeah, he just saw this and was like, how can I make this about me? Literally. Very normal things happening on X. Jews try to assassinate Trump. Why would they do that? Like, in your world, in your mind, on what planet do you think Trump is like anti-Israel? Because I know when they say Jews, they're talking like, oh, Israel policy, right? But like, Trump is, this is so anti-Semitic, obviously, but it's also so unimaginably fucking stupid. Trump loves Israel. Trump is more popular in Israel than Joe Biden. What are you saying? Dude, modern Nazis are in a state of panic. They just refuse to recognize how much Trump glazes Israel. They're like, no, he's our guy, I promise.
Secretly, yeah.
That's funny. You have to admit the blood and the raised fist picture goes hard. No, dude, that's the brother. I saw him get shot in real time. I saw him get up in real time. That was the first thing I said. I was like, it's so done.
Yeah,
it's over.
winning.
Pack it up. The election is done today. This is the day that the election ended, okay? They're blaming the head of the Secret Service. Yes, DEI. They're saying it's a woman.
They shouldn't have put a woman in.
Let's go, dude. Let's go.
She was cutting bags of Cheetos.
Is there a clip of your reaction? Yeah, it's both on my TikTok and also on my fucking... You're not hood. Stop trying to be hood, bud. What? Stop trying to be hood. What did I say that's... What?
I think you said fam.
Stop. I don't say fam. This is... I never say fam.
Why do they look at the director as if she has anything to do with with the
No,
logistics
dude, you don't
on the day?
understand. She hates.
She said, guys, everyone underneath me do a slightly worse job.
Yeah, she's like,
that's my policy.
She said, I'm a woman. And as a woman, I like doing womanly things. Okay. Which is doing my job, but worse. You treat shit like it's a joke lately. This isn't a joke. Wait, what? This is the 27th director of the U.S. Secret Service. They're saying because she's a woman that she's doing a bad job. What do you want me to do? Take this
she was
seriously?
head of global security at PepsiCo. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a fucking massive job.
Yeah. Do you want me to? What do you want me to do? Take this seriously? I'm sorry. Hold on, guys. I don't believe that a woman Secret Service director is going to do a worse job. I do not believe that she was hired for the position specifically because she's a woman, as implied by the right wingers. It's so funny that he said before, like Elon Musk literally hires people like this personally, so he knows how fucking solid they are. You know what I mean? It's like, bitch, who's in charge of protecting you? So before being put in charge of protecting the president, she was guarding a bag of Cheetos.
Well, someone good's in charge because apparently someone tried to kill Elon Musk twice.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I wonder, it'd be real funny if we found out that, like, you know, the people in charge of Elon Musk's security team also worked at Pepsi, like senior director in global security at PepsiCo. Anyway. Also, yeah, he hired a woman. He hired a woman as CEO of Twitter. Anyway, was that good? Was that, did I take it seriously enough for this chatter? I hope.
It was very somber. I'm proud of you.
Yeah. I'm saddened by the events that unfolded today.
I can tell you it is in his DNA. I promise you at some point I will have a conversation with him and he will talk about...
Like, people are so stupid. What do you want me to do? Like, thoughts and prayers for Donald Trump or something? He's fucking awful. Like...
And also he's fine.
Yeah, and he survived. Like, what are we talking
and he
about?
got the best photo op he'll ever get. And he's had some good ones.
Yeah, this is the greatest day of his life. And chatters are like, why aren't you more sad about the president who wants to deport literally every undocumented migrant in the country? Why aren't you sad about it? Yeah. Show some respect, man. Where's the decorum? Like...
And we know that a lot of leaders around the world have been weighing in on American politics and the cognitive state of President Biden, et cetera. But they're watching this, too.
Elon never said anything about her being an incapable woman. He's saying she doesn't have the capacity to handle that responsibility. First of all, like, heading global security for PepsiCo is actually a fucking very serious job. Probably more serious of a job than fucking the Secret Service. That's number one. And number two, you know exactly why they're saying that. They're saying that because, oh, it's DEI. Okay? I know more than you. I'm sorry. Maybe you don't understand it. Maybe you can't read between the fucking lines. Or maybe you're being purposely obtuse right now because you think this is a matter of debate. Okay?
To be fair, Elon Musk has never said any anti-DEI stuff and doesn't really focus on it every
no,
day.
that's not a thing. That's not a thing that Elon Musk is routinely talking about, so you're right.
Fun and, you know, The Apprentice and The Real Estate Magnate. And then when he won, the tone changed on a dime, right? I mean, it was a full-on attempt, essentially, to take him down, to find ways to knock him out of office that went on really for 4 years. He was constantly handling incoming, not in the way he saw it tonight, that's for sure. I use that as an expression prior to what we saw now. But no one, regardless of what people's opinions are of the former president, I think it's tough to find anyone who has handled more
How does he look so good? The Secret Service guys look shocked
President
and goofy.
Trump. And I think that you're so right.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying.
Best. Look at the guy on the right. He looks
kind of annoying.
Horrible.
Yeah, they look distraught because they're gonna lose their jobs.
Yeah,
Trump is like, Trump looks cool and collected because he's like, I'm gonna be the president again.
He looks amazing,
dude. He is so goddamn content brain. Like it's so. What? No, this is a dumbass take. Is the fact that a roof close by was wide open is not the same that she's a woman. It's the fact that she failed to stop it. You are reading into something.
She's the director. She's not there. She's not
like
running logistics.
No, the director personally was like, do not make sure that fucking rooftop is secure. As a woman, I'm not saying this as a woman. I'm saying this as the director of the Secret Service.
200 yards is enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Everything else, forget about it.
Like, oh, Jesus.
Still receiving care. I am deeply thankful for the Secret Service's swift action to keep former President Trump and rally-goers safe. The attempt on former President Trump's life is horrific and contrary to everything our nation stands for.
And wherever you're looking to see that, you should never look at that again. Okay? No. That's some fucking random guy that OAN decided to claim was the shooter.
Oh my God.
Dude, I love people being like, I can't believe, people aren't taking this seriously. Meanwhile, like, every fucking right-wing outlet is like already moved on to being like, this was the Chinese Ukrainians that actually did this shooting. Like, there's like dumbass right-wingers on Twitter being like, how can we make this attempted assassination of a former president about, I don't know, whoever I don't personally like?
of the picture or not, but he was grazed in the neck.
Chinese, Ukrainian, Mexicans who are of Jewish background as well, of Jewish faith.
He got up
Congressman, this is your nephew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my nephew. They were there. I'd set them up. They went to the rally. They were in the Friends and Family pen, which was just to the president's right, down a little bit lower on the left on the screen, but to the president's right in the line of fire. And they heard shots coming in. Apparently, there was someone also that were 4 or 5 rows behind them that was critically injured. Whenever he was shot, they realized that a bullet had grazed his neck. My sister-in-law had encouraged him to go to the first aid tent, to the triage tent. They went to the triage tent, and when they got to the triage tent, while they were there was another member of the crowd, unfortunately, that was in the triage tent that was on a gurney in the tent that had a devastating wound, had a critical wound to the head, that was dead. So. Just a horrific experience.
Well, let's talk about what the president did say about his injury. And I ask you not as a congressman, but as a medical doctor. I was shot with a bullet. It pierced the upper part of my right ear. We have gone over that head turn that everybody's been
the real
focused.
drama is, was he actually shot with a bullet, or was he actually shot with a piece of glass? Like, was he shot with, or did he get hit with a piece of glass? That's the real drama. That's what I want to fucking know about. Does it matter? No, not really.
No.
But I would like to know. It is funny if Trump is lying about it and he didn't actually get shot with the bullet.
He
and
wouldn't
instead
know.
he got grazed. No, they said this is after he went to the hospital.
All right.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like,
And I'm sure that in and of itself was not exactly a comfortable moment for anybody, but God bless those men for putting their lives on the line and covering him and protecting him the way they did. When you talk about, life is really...
Are they calling him Mr. President? When you're president, the honorific stays, even after you are ratchet.
I was wondering why you were calling him president.
No. When you're the president, like, when you become the president once, like, they always say the president. Like, they'll still say the president.
And if it had
Sometimes
entered his
they'll say
head,
former, but
it would have crossed through his brain and he would have been dead. This is the closest you get to dying. And I just want to tell you a couple things, Sean.
No, they'll say former president, but they'll say President Trump. Like, when they're referring to a former president, they do it, but they're not supposed to. It's not a royal title. No, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's still like something that most media applies. Yeah, your former highest rank, like your former highest position, is still reflected in your current title. And also, they do actually operate like it's fucking royals. So,
that was a projection of strength that I think will symbolize this event as we see it through the prism of history. It's hard in the moment to see that. We've had other moments in history. Ronald Reagan famously saying, for example, before they operated, after he had been shot, "I hope you're all Republicans." That comes to mind. Or George Bush after 9/11 with that bullhorn. The rest of the world will soon hear from us.
Like that. But sadly, clearly someone missed that spot right there, and the shooter shot those bullets.
They're finally showing the shooter. I'm not going to show you, but
one last thing I will say. There is from additional video that is out there that shows the Secret Service. They are also at an elevated position, so they clearly had.
So CNN showing this gives it more veracity, in my opinion, gives it more legitimacy. But ultimately, I guess that kind of confirms what has been all over Twitter. I'm sure you've probably seen it. There's no blood. I can show it to you for a second. It's just not like, I'm not in the habit of like showing dead bodies in general, but because it doesn't show them clearly. Anyway, the thing is, he was on top of the barn that was like 300. I think it was like what?
Yeah,
400 feet away. It is legitimately shocking, but Robert Evans' analysis is that he looked close enough to be like law enforcement, wearing like neutral colors in general, but it still doesn't make sense.
I feel like they'd know who they got
he's
where.
wearing tactical shit. Like, there's a pic of his face on Twitter, very graphic. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen the pic of his face, but he is wearing tactical shit, as I told you guys. He was wearing like military style khaki pants, as Alexa pointed out. And he also, if the pic is gore, don't link it. I can't look at gore on I don't want to see gore anyway.
Either, yeah.
but like I also can't look at it on I also can't look at it on Twitch. It's TOS. So anyway, he has like Grunt Force style. He has like a Grunt Force style t-shirt type of shirt that Alexa is also known to wear. So he looked like a military LARPer. They released this photo before the shooting. Wait, they did?
Wait, what photo?
They found his like they leaked his identity.
What?
Yeah, he got pigmaned.
Huh.
Damn.
It's catching on.
They need to bring Pigman to save him, to fix him up. Please look at this.
I don't understand.
XXX Tentacion. It's a thing that people do side by side with, but they only did it to his ear because only his ear got grazed. Anyway, yeah.
Oh.
Trump's ear. Oh yeah, this happened in Batman.
Wait, what?
Oh my God, you're right. You're right. Do you think because a supporter died, he can't go full batshit crazy posting? Maybe.
I don't think that's gonna stop him.
That's a decent angle. Actually, there's a better reason for why he hasn't gone fucking nutty mode. He just got almost assassinated. He's probably looking at this and is just like, I'm gonna take advantage of this. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna just be cool. I'm gonna keep it cool. I'm not gonna be crazy. I'm just gonna keep it fucking cool. Fellow Aussie, think you and anyone who criticized Trump has blood on their hands?
I love Rita. She's so good.
Rita Panari.
She's like
every
Sky
single
News.
leftist. Oh wait, this is the woman that is this the
clip
she covered
you.
me.
Yeah.
She covered me. Loony leftist. Loony leftist Hasanabi came to Australia recently. Every single leftist from Biden to the CNN, the MSNBC and Washington Post, New York Times et al., activists to the celebrities who have called the man leading the polls a threat to democracy and worse, have blood on their
But also,
hands.
it's so funny how happy she is that he got shot. Like the first post, like iconic. Like this is a beautiful moment.
Yeah. How was that accent? Oh.
I mean, only because there's a lot of people watching. It was very, very good.
Yeah, Hassan's really good at Australian.
It's funny, my mum just called me and was like, you need to get out of America.
Yeah, they're shooting everybody out there. I mean, she ain't wrong. Like, listen, if they're shooting the fucking president, like, you know, you as a rando, you're not safe.
All my friends are like, I can't believe you didn't go to the rally. I can't believe you.
Yeah, I know, me
Just
too.
your mum being like that.
Wait. Let me throw it up.
Do you reckon he told him? He was like, guys, I'm about to do something so cool. Let me do this.
Do you reckon the president has a safe word for when he's like, no, I want to risk it now?
Dude, they go USA. They don't give a fuck about
If we
nothing.
were there and people screaming USA, I'd be terrified. But someone just got shot. What are you talking about?
Trump got the mandate of heaven. Y'all, GG. True.
Did you see the tweet about his head turning just before he was shot? People are like, he turned it 45 degrees, and if he didn't, he would have been hit directly in the head. That's God.
The former president was hit in the ear and hustled away to a local hospital. The gunman who fired from outside the security perimeter, this is new video of him on the rooftop he fired from, was killed. This is a video of him after he was dead. One of the rally spectators was also killed. 2 others were critically wounded. And we're also going to show you this aerial photo that we have, just giving you a sense of the location of the building where the shooter was. You can see there the location of the suspect gunman's position toward the top of the screen, and you can see the approximate area of the stage where the former president was shot. It gives you a sense of the location of both, and how it was outside the perimeter.
That chatter that posted that fucking
and just a short time
tweet,
ago,
ban that fucking idiot.
He posted on social
he posted
media
a tweet replying to literally the
said, among other
fucking
things, this,
face of the shooter.
Quote, I want to thank the United States
out.
Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania.
But you don't know he identified as Chinese.
That's the last he said before he got shot by Secret Service.
Yeah, he said. Yeah, dude got fucking domed. Dude is crazy.
It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter.
Why the fuck were people saying he was Chinese? That was so crazy. Like, now it's like coming. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy to think that like that was the first thing that people immediately went with.
He's Chinese.
That's the New York Post wrote that in their fucking news story.
Although they wrote identified as Chinese, as if like he was asked just before he was shot.
Yeah. Anyway.
And witnessed the shootings. Dr. Mine, thank you for talking to us. Can you just tell us, first of all, where you were when the shots went out and what you did?
He was wearing a shirt for the right-wing gun YouTuber Demolition Ranch.
Is so chill. He has not moved the entire time.
This guy.
No, the guy up to the left.
There's a lot of guys who are chill. Like, they're like, another day.
It's like a normal American thing.
Another day, baby.
President Trump was speaking at the podium.
Looking the other way.
And once the president was taken,
he was wearing khaki shorts and a gray shirt. Do you think that's tactical? Was he wearing shorts? I thought he was wearing khaki pants, like military fatigues.
No, shorts.
I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell from the photo if he was wearing shorts. I mean, I still think it's ridiculous, by the way. I think it's like absolutely ridiculous that they just didn't see a dude posted up that wasn't them. You know what I mean?
Someone sitting next to me and said, "Oh wow, who brought firecrackers to the rally?" And I knew immediately it was gunfire. My friend, hit the deck. I didn't hit the deck initially because I saw where the rounds coming from. There was a man in the bleachers right adjacent to me that took a gunshot.
He's dead ass wearing a Demolition Ranch shirt.
No fucking way. No way.
Wait, is that the Brandon? Wait,
no way. That's not Brandon.
That's a different gun YouTuber.
Different YouTuber. Yeah, he's like the biggest gun YouTuber.
Bro.
At the podium, and that's when I saw President Trump.
Wait, is this for real? I mean, you can't see any blood here, but.
Wait, no, that is real.
I was in the seated section right in front of the bleachers, so I jumped because I'm a physician, so I thought it would render aid, so I jumped the.
What the fuck?
Between the seated section
He's wearing a Demolition Ranch shirt. Who's friends with Brandon Herrera?
The man had been, hit in the. The man had been hit in the head and had been killed. I helped lift him up.
Photo of the officer who got the shooter, hog of all hogs. This is going to be a top of the hour ad break debate. I'm not even going to click on it yet, but I know this is going to be a top of the hour ad break debate, 100%. Okay.
But I wasn't exactly sure because they were rushing around.
Yeah, good
I was
call.
right. Fuck you, chatter.
So
Demo Ranch's merch sales are going to go crazy.
No, they're going to get mad at him. They're going to somehow link it back to him.
The bullet grazed the former president?
What is Demolition? I'm not American. This is just like a gun YouTuber, but I don't know if it's the same shirt or not. Don't show on stream. Check first pick.
But the bullets as they were being fired.
Oh my God! Wait.
He was in the crossfire. He was in the way. So in that.
Yeah, but we don't know if that's his merch that's on the screen there.
No. I mean, we don't know if this is him. Is the real? Is that him? Oh fuck.
Yeah, no, that is him.
Dude, I see so much gore every day. It doesn't faze me that much. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Why were they saying he's Chinese?
I don't know.
That's when I saw him.
It was Demolition Ranch's merch
Service, pulled him to the ground and evacuated him out. But
that he was wearing.
I mean, initially,
I mean, that might be fake.
I mean, there are so many shirts of that color with the American flag on the side. It's not. I mean,
you were looking at the
but if that's him,
that's him.
Is it
Who
him?
took this photo of him?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is someone giving him back shots?
Wait, we gotta stop Trump speaking.
People responded pretty quickly.
I'm not sure when it was.
How do they have this shirt? How do they have this? Oh
Um,
God.
we've now seen the aerial picture of his location, the building where he was at, and the stage where the former president was speaking. Was that a building you were aware of? Was it
Clear photo of the shooter. Not sure where the photo's from though. I don't know if that's him.
Do people take off their glasses when they're shooting long range with a rifle?
Yeah.
It's
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I take my glasses off
7 shots in rapid
when I'm
succession.
shooting.
I saw a man get hit, and then I saw the rounds traveling kind of right to my left to right. And so I assumed, I thought initially,
nuts.
I'm just leaving the venue now, so I haven't seen any of the video. I've talked to
It's also,
authorities.
like,
I'm just leaving.
the only
it just seemed to me
building
like the rounds were coming at
in the
either
area?
behind
Yeah,
or
it's
just above where the
insane.
bleachers
There's one
were.
place.
Bro, he
It
looks
was coming from
straight
it was
up.
coming from behind the
If the
bleachers.
per-
and
I mean,
heading towards
even from the
podium
fucking
where I was
like,
sitting,
don't look.
The rounds were going from
But even
left to
from the
right.
photo of like the gore photo, he just looks like such a fucking
as you said,
pasty
you're a doctor. You're familiar with
basement
shots.
guy.
You've seen the results of violence before, but being there, witnessing that, what? I know you haven't had time maybe to even think too much about it, but how are you doing?
Demolition Ranch. YouTube is killing gun channels, so I got something in the worst this week.
If you think in medical training, you're
Fuck that.
I'm gonna do something crazy.
I'm about to do the biggest collab in history.
It's guerrilla marketing.
Merch drop.
There's really no aid to give.
We're joking. We're joking. We don't know if it's his shirt. We don't know if it's his shirt. Please don't kill us.
They didn't really need aid. I helped take them out of the bleachers briefly, and then I went to go check on my friends, and that's when I noticed other people were hit, but they were already being evacuated. So it's just a lot to process. I really just haven't.
I mean,
really
usually
haven't
it's
thought
just
about
like
it
a
lot.
crazy person.
Like I said,
At
it's
least
too
throughout
fresh in my
history.
There's no shortage of those guys.
Well, Dr.
It's
I'm
rarely
sorry
ever
for
like
you-
it's rarely ever like a very well organized.
talking to
It's either like CIA
Sure.
or you know,
let's go back to
yeah, they
That's what
blame
Alex
it.
Jones said. It was a deep state.
No, it's I'm saying like it's either like a very suspicious person which with a lot of background in like the Navy intelligence, for example. You know, he's a Cuban or he's a
been scheduled to leave Rehoboth,
anti-communist, pro-communist, pro Castro.
on Monday for events. That has now changed. We are learning only minutes ago that the president will now be returning to the White House
That's
tonight.
Sydney
Now, I
Sweeney.
have been talking to sources over the course of the evening who
What?
have told me that the mood at the White House is just utter shock. One senior administration official telling me,
Talking about the
quote,
guy on the left.
it is just really horrible. When I asked about the security incident that unfolded at the former president's rally. Now, the president, of course, did address the nation in which he condemned political
He looks
violence
amazing.
and told
Jesus
reporters that he
Christ,
has
way
been
to put a
trying
dude
get
on
in
blast
touch
who doesn't post
with
anything
the former
political?
president. Now,
What?
those remarks I'm also being told were
talking about the
decided by
gun
the
shooter?
president himself. Of
Or are you
course,
talking about the
when
shooter?
this
What are you
all
talking
unfolded,
about? I think
The
he's talking
president
about the
was
merch.
at church again in Delaware, and it was
Yeah,
only
I don't.
after he
I
left
said
that
I
he
don't
was,
know if
that
this
he was
is actual
briefed
fucking merch.
on what had occurred. And it was in that moment, a source tells me, that the president said that he wanted to address the nation. And that is indeed what he did this evening. Now, of course, the Biden campaign is also changing their posturing. After huddling tonight, they have decided to pause their outbound communications and pull down all TV ads. A memo also going out to staff telling them to refrain from commenting on social media. So a lot of movement both within the White House and within the Biden
How
campaign
do people
tonight, as they
have the photo, potentially the photo of the shooter? How? How do you guys have the photo of the shooter before the rally?
On the day, someone's just taking pictures from
Yeah,
of it
and
from
it's like a
behind.
photo. It's a photo from behind too.
On a rooftop.
Like, how did you? Like, were you there? Did you take a photo of the shooter before he shot at the president, the former president? It doesn't make sense. Guys, how many times do I have to suggest this? Staged? Yeah, I don't think it's staged, man. Like,
well, if you've been listening to the rhetoric, if you've been watching what's happening, if you've seen, and Dan did a great job pointing this out earlier, that over the course of the last 10, 11, 12 years, there's actually been numerous incidents. It is still a moment where you can't
no, I'm
believe
not
that you're
talking about the
watching-
Gore photo. The Gore photo with his face is not what I'm talking about. There's another photo of what people are claiming is like the shooter, but before he shoots.
Someone wrote, "How lucky do Boy and I Did a Thing feel for being here right now?" I feel unlucky because we fucking had tickets to this rally.
No. What are you talking about? People died there. Like, literally.
We wouldn't have been let in there. We would have been like
Still, I don't know.
You would have been hundreds of meters away next to the shooter.
Yeah. We would have taken that photo from behind him.
Also, if he was a Demolition fan, Ranch fan, he hates us.
Yeah, he was like, I was here to kill Trump, but fuck you guys. I'm gonna kill you guys instead. Like, you don't think he would kill people for that photo op? Wait, how do you see the photo? No, the photo I'm talking about is like not. It's someone who they're claiming is the shooter, but before he actually does the shooting. Also, I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break. I'm gonna run it now. And like I said, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Man was called out to the police as a suspect. Yeah, the BBC. The photo of him from behind. I don't think this is him, man.
No, it's a random photo.
It's just a random photo.
It's a guy in a shirt.
Like, how is that him? I don't know.
He also looks different to the guy on the roof. He looks like a different build.
Also,
like,
the shirt had the American flag on the left, the one of the guy on the ground, because he was facing up, and the photo was from this angle. You're dead. The roof is here.
Anyway,
yeah, it's coming from there. There's nothing on there.
Okay.
Sort through this. We just are learning, Wolf, that the FBI and the Pittsburgh FBI now is taking the lead on this investigation. So you have that aspect of it, but then the broader security concerns heading into the RNC next week and the DNC shortly after that. You had the statement from the Homeland Security Secretary saying that DHS is in touch with the campaigns and that security.
Oh, there's another witness.
What were you doing before the shooting happened, and then what did you see and hear?
I was just hanging, standing there like everybody else, waiting for Trump. And as Trump started, I noticed 2 officers that were looking for something or somebody. I was looking around myself and seeing a guy on top of one of the buildings go in between one building to the next, and went and told the officer that he was up there. And when I went back to my spot, I heard that people could still see the person from where they were standing. So I checked that out, and I went back to tell the officer.
Dude, I feel like we really do have our law enforcement our law enforcement is so fucking incompetent, dude. Like, it is kind of crazy.
The person from where they were standing. So I checked that out, and I went back to tell the officer that if he came over there, he could see them. And when I turned my back is when the shots started, and then it took me a second or two to figure out exactly what it was. And then it was just getting out of there and helping some other person out with her child, and we got out, and that was the end of that. And I went and left, and that was all.
This is the other guy.
People were very, very frightened. Greg was someone who was here. You weren't inside the event, nope, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw. And
So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees up there under the shade.
There's nothing. I said this earlier, but there's nothing funnier than wearing a Trump 2020 visor with the fake hair. I had
Especially
one of those.
if you already have a red beard.
Yeah, while also talking about like how you almost thwarted the attempted assassination of the former president, whose merch you're wearing.
And watch and listen to the rally. Right, we couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5.
Oh, better quality. Thank you.
Yeah, Carl, we've been talking to a number of people as they've been coming
He's
out
the
of
most
this
British man in America.
horrific event. A lot of people very emotional, a lot of people very upset, as you can imagine, a lot of people very, very frightened. Greg was someone who was here. You weren't inside the event, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw. And
So we had a party here all day. At the you can see behind us at the Brinkles Farm and Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, you know, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field.
What I don't understand is, like, why did the Secret Service just like take pot shots at random people, or was it the shooter that like shot random people and Trump? Like,
well, they said it was someone like 5 levels behind him that died.
Yeah,
they said 5 rows behind Trump. So I think it was just shooting in that.
oh
direction.
no, but like I thought that they also shot like I thought they also shot at like another random person.
They just shot everyone.
No,
that
they
looked
shot
like
2
the
people are in
shooter.
critical condition. One person was shot and killed. The shooter was shot and killed, and also on top of that, 2 people are in critical condition.
But wasn't that from the shooter? You're saying Secret Service shot other people as well.
Like, how the fuck are there 2 people in critical condition?
Well, a bunch of shots in like a crowded area.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
That's what I think is nuts.
Because even Trump talked about it. Like, he said the missed shots had to go somewhere. I don't know. I mean,
I think that
but
makes
also,
sense.
you see in the bit where the Secret Service is kind of bundling around him, there's like people with handheld like DSLRs poking it up from the crowd. I'm like, I would not hold any object.
yeah,
up in the air. I'm
dude,
like,
are you kidding me with a
psycho.
lens? Yeah, no shot.
You a psychopath.
Yeah.
Stand by the trees up there under the shade and watch and listen to the rally. Right, we couldn't see them, but we could hear them. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, you know, but we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, you know, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle.
A rifle.
We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police are like, huh, what? You know, like they didn't know.
They're like, sorry, we're defunded. Like, that actually is crazy. Like, isn't this guy just lying? I don't know.
Where's the good guy with the gun? We need a good guy with a gun.
Bro, photo of the dead attendee graphic. Okay, thanks, man.
Why? No,
Like,
don't even.
I don't want to see that. Like, I actually don't want to see that. Okay.
Know what was going on? You know, we're like, hey,
It's like, hey, you want to see this dude with a bullet hole in his brain? Like, like, nah, I'm good, I think. There's never really a moment where I'm like, I would like to see that.
right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this.
Also, he's on a roof as well.
And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up.
To be fair, he gave this interview before people knew that the shooter was on a roof. So, like, that kind of increases the likelihood.
Yeah.
At the time, we didn't know where the shots had come from. And he was, like, literally, if he's lying, this Oscar-worthy performance. No, I'm telling you, like, this was, like, moments after the shooting occurred. So it actually probably lends more credibility to his statement now that we do know, confirm, that the shooter was on top of that fucking barn.
Also, if you're looking for your like moment of fame and trying to concoct a lie, you wouldn't come out looking this silly. You know?
Yeah, you wouldn't be wearing the Trump.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be
Guy
wearing you wouldn't be wearing the fucking hat. Or that's the perfect.
Yeah, it's true. You always remember
That's
this
it.
guy.
They want you to think that way. They're like, no motherfucker looking this goofy is gonna actually, accurately assess the situation. He played a role in this.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling...
Yep.
It was 56 minutes after. Look at the top left.
I mean,
no,
that's
he got not. I mean, yeah, it is 56 minutes. You're right. It was like,
no, but
still, like, no one, bro. At the time. So why do they keep saying Chinese?
That's a good question.
I genuinely don't know where that came from. Like, I actually don't know why. The New York Post straight up reported it. Like, I read the article on the other screen.
Because the fucking Falun Gong news people just obsessed.
They literally, they immediately were like, it's a Chinese guy who did this.
Yep. Police and the Secret Service.
We were telling the police, we were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see.
He's got the wanted cozy. Dude, he's geared up. All right, let's look at some. Wait, what? NBC News reporting via Secret Service that the shooter may have fired up to 8 shots, speculating the lone wolf shooter's more likely party. Responsible shooting range is alleged between 200 to 300 yards. Sanjay Gupta, Anderson Cooper, CNN talking about whether or not Trump may need cosmetic surgery. BBC saying locals reported the Secret Service didn't check in with a number of local businesses near the rally before the event. I mean, bro, Biden tweeted this yesterday.
Oh, it's an inside joke. He's
ban assault weapons once. When I'm reelected, I'm willing to do it again. What did he know?
It's not like he ever wanted to ban assault weapons.
But also, I don't think assault weapons are really the problem here. Like,
no, I mean, I think
like rifles.
Yeah, no, that's what he means. But he says like no, like long barrel assault rifles.
But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
Yeah, that is
crazy. Did you see? I mean, obviously, everyone when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching. But you're pretty sure they shot the guy.
You're talking about an assassination.
Okay. Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
Oh, we don't know who's watching.
Let's keep this PG.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
It's incredibly shocking.
The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof right there.
The grifters are revving up their engines. The concept of stochastic terrorism has become the left's new catch-all for mobilizing domestic security state against its political opposition. My God, I just returned from a camping trip and saw the news. My prayers are with President Trump and his family. He needs to win in a landslide. Shame on Biden administration and the media for pushing the Trump is Hitler rhetoric that rationalizes this kind of violence.
That's awesome.
Dude, you are literally a white supremacist. Like, what are you saying? My God. Dude, everyone's a liberal. Literally, everyone's a liberal. Every single one of these guys who have unironically been like advocating to kill as many migrants as possible are being like, words are violence. Your silence in the attempted assassination, if not direct murder of the president, because I feel like, what if he almost died? Okay, he almost died. What if he did die? Your silence is deafening. Words are violence. Like, you know, we can see your other tweets, right? Like, what do you mean? You work for a think tank. Your job is literally to find new ways of torturing trans teenagers and shit. Like, that's what you get paid to do.
Did you get a look at him? Could you?
No, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifles.
Yeah, okay, this guy, everything he's saying came out to be completely correct.
Flinging around as he was trying to crawl. I mean, we saw the rifle, 100%.
Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was?
Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. No, I mean, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it.
No, sure. But a high velocity weapon.
It was a rifle of some sort. Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man. I'll tell you is, if I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof.
Are you outside the security perimeter?
Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not on every building here?
I mean, that's
insane.
That is correct, by the way. That is 100% correct. I legitimately don't understand how that happened. Yeah, the first video, this video doesn't make it clear if the Secret Service shot first or if the shooter first shot Trump, but it appears to make clear that the Secret Service spotted the shooter before he began shooting. So why didn't the Secret Service call Trump off the stage the second they spotted the shooter? Like, they are trained on him. And that's before, yeah, see? And then he starts shooting.
Want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Look, you see that?
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah,
I told you.
He might not be shooting. That was after the shot. Then he suddenly looked down the scope.
Happened. Look at what happened.
Yeah.
They weren't sure. They aren't going to just start blasting Lamau. I mean, it is.
They shoot someone for climbing a roof.
Yeah, but it's a guy with a gun.
Yeah, it's just like crazy. It looks like he's trained on him. His head is moving. Like he's looking directly at him.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
He picks up his rifles and adjusts further to his right after the shots. I mean, dude, yeah, with a scope like that, bro, they're looking at his fucking moles under his mustache, okay? Like, I'm sure he saw the gun.
Saw he was Chinese.
Yeah, he was like, oh, he's not Chinese, don't shoot. Don't shoot, big mistake.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Look at halfway on visor video. He said they were looking at the roof. Yeah. Oh. Look at him where the counter sniper's nest was. They may have not had a great vantage point on the roof the guy was on. Okay, that is like legitimately crazy though. Do you understand? Like, this is where the stage is. That's where the counter sniper team is. That's where the shooter is. I mean, that's like a long distance, but how the fuck do they not have someone there?
Like the only other roof in the area.
Yeah. Like, there's not that many buildings, man. How do these guys do like Secret Service security detail in cities? Like,
what?
Like, this is a barnyard. There should be people there. There should be people there. There should be people here.
So you're saying we need more guns, Hasan? Is that what you're saying?
Like, what the fuck were they doing? I don't understand it. Small detail for ex-presidents? Eh. That's what people were saying earlier, that the service failed and at least the boss should be fired. You say people were dumb for wanting her fired. Now they're saying they messed up. No, I've been saying they fucking messed up from the start. But the reason why Elon Musk is talking about how that person is in charge of the Secret Service is because he's like saying that's a woman. I don't think she has a say in what happened here, you know, but that's besides the point. There were two Secret Service agents on the roof together. Yes, that's a sniper and a scout. Like, that's normal. They have two people. Like, they have a person on the binoculars and a person on the rifle. That's a spotter. Yeah, not a scout, sorry. But again, how the fuck did they just not, like, there's not that many fucking roofs.
Nothing around.
How do they? I actually don't understand how they, like, how do they clear, like, cities and shit? Oh, Biden did speak.
Oh.
Damn. President Biden spoke with former President Trump. He was like, God damn it.
They got the shirts. They got even better shirts now.
Yeah. They're like, God damn it. Listen, I wasn't responsible for this. Next time I won't miss. Click. Dave Smith brings up a very good point. How the fuck can you say he's literally Hitler and democracy's on the line, but we wish him a speedy recovery and political violence is never acceptable? If you have been saying any of that insane shit, then at least have the integrity to admit that this is the logical conclusion of your lies. You know, hate to give it to Mr. Libertarian, but he ain't exactly wrong about this. Like, leaked audio says, Joe, I got shooters in the streets, never step in O Block again. That's what he said. It's time to spin the block on my ops. All right? Get the chopper out. And I don't mean Air Force One. It's even worse. You can see the counter snipers are on the white roof, so I think that diagram is wrong.
Yeah, they're on the they're on the left of him.
They're on the closer one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marine One. Sorry, not Air Force One.
Yeah, they're on the white roof.
No, but roofs can look different in sunlight.
I wonder what they're
like-
talking. I wonder what they're talking about on the phone with one another.
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions I think that are going to come.
There's a whole
after
bunch
this
of
and that.
questions.
Yeah.
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me. Yes.
Tell us about her.
Rifle of some sort. Yeah, absolutely.
So, what do you? How do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man. I'll tell you is, you know, if I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof.
Were you outside the security perimeter?
Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not on every building here?
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions I think that are going to come.
There's a whole
after
bunch
this
of
and that.
questions.
This is the first British man this man has ever encountered. He's gonna think British people all look like that.
They do.
This is right.
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me. Yes.
Tell us about her.
I mean, nice horse, nice lady running with a flag. Seemed very, patriotic.
But what's the significance?
What?
Of her?
One of the cops was running around with a flag? What?
No, he asked me if I saw a horse.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, I'm sorry you had to witness that. That was a terrible thing.
Yo, Trump, it's not even a joke, man. Trump literally has, dude, he is Teflon. He has plot armor. I'm sorry.
With his
it's
own
fucking
eyes,
ridiculous.
as if to confirm, and then
All right, I gotta
again,
pee.
then quickly shoots. Andrew, I don't know if you can see this video from your location, but
yeah,
what do you make of it?
Silly girl.
It's a remarkable capture. Well, the first thing that jumps out to me, Anderson, is they, at least that sniper and possibly his, I don't know if that's his spotter that's lying on the roof next to him. You typically deploy as a pair. One person on the gun, the other person on just optics and directing the person on the gun. They're all.
You just let it get up on her own.
The video begins with them looking essentially in the right direction. It's almost as if you get the sense that maybe something on that rooftop had already caught their attention. And then when he raises his head off the gun, it almost seems to be in response to the first shot, like almost looking to confirm, like, did I just see what I think I saw, sort of thing. This is all.
Yeah, I think he is on there, one on the very right.
Yeah.
He's not
Yeah.
on the white roof.
And he's trained in the correct direction.
Well, it's interesting because
when the shots go off.
there is, and again, this is
said
just
Trump was wearing 120
these may
shirts.
be completely random.
One of the commenters was like, Trump is wearing 120 shirts.
Hit his ear, but
Pieces of information, but there, there was the eyewitness who we played the sound from.
That sometimes just happens to ears. Like blood. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, we don't know. We don't know all the facts.
Sorry, I'll get on the mic.
we don't know. But if that is the case, then that might be why the counter sniper is already pointing in that location. John, or go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, you would hope and expect that if they had received a witness report like that, it would have at least gone out over the radio channel. And it's
Well, I think that's why they were pointing in that direction.
Yeah, they saw someone on a roof.
Well, they got the witness report and then were like, we'll face that way. And they just couldn't see him.
Don't pause it, mute it.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's live.
I don't know how these things work.
I'm just saying it would have gone different if we were there. Wouldn't have gone down like that.
I just stepped on her fucking. I just stepped on her completely.
And she still hasn't moved.
Yeah, if the Aussies were there, they would have sucked him. They would have sucked the shooter to death. They would have
counter sniper video.
They would have done what needs to be done. You know what I'm saying? They would have fucking sucked him raw.
I would have kissed that man so hard.
Yeah, they would have stopped it.
Or you've got his spotter. They are getting information in their earpieces. It is possible about. We're getting reports of an individual on a roof that's way on the other side. He may be looking for that in his scope when he looks up. When you hear those shots, it's entirely likely that that is the shooter's.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Every time shit like this happens, I'm like, damn, maybe I am cooked by like my brain is broken by television a little bit, because I do think that like they should be competent enough to like handle this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, not even in the moment, because they were pretty quick to react.
Oh, yeah.
But like, my expectation is that there is no one ever anywhere near a former president or current president or someone who's like actively a presidential candidate. Like, it's genuinely shocking to me. I think that is something that people are going to probably start asking about as well.
I think they got to deregulate and privatize Secret Service. I think it's the only way to keep them accountable.
That's right. Yeah, why won't they do that?
I think your assessment that he heard the shots, looked up, went back to his scope, and opened fire is highly likely.
I want to play the video, which we've been playing pretty much once an hour or so, just for those who are just joining. It starts. This is around 6:15 p.m. in Butler, Pennsylvania. This is a short minutes into former President Trump speaking at this rally when the shots began.
No, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
He's like, aye.
Yeah, this guy running up with a camera, just like.
Oh no, that's the guy who caught the crazy photo.
It's probably worth it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I could die or I could make my career. I would not be rushing the stage like this.
When you're ready, on you. Ready? Move! Up, move! Go! Up. Hawkeye's here.
Yeah, that is crazy.
It's
Like
just fucking
they have,
everyone's
they're gonna get clapped by the Secret Service.
And he's dressed like the guy who killed Shinzo Abe. He's got the gray shirt and the little like bum bag.
Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. We're clear. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
Oh, he did say that. Okay,
Yeah,
I
that
think
was
I
the-
was referring to. Wait, is he doing the speech barefoot? And he's like, whoa, wait.
Maybe he jumped down so hard his shoes flew.
Like Looney Tunes style.
I still don't know why they let him do this. That makes zero sense.
I think there's a safe word
They
for
go
president.
crazy.
Yeah.
They go crazy. By the way, that guy's an RFK impersonator.
Who?
The guy with the fedora behind him.
He did not move at all. The fedora guy.
USA.
But also, this just happened. You have no idea if he's about to die. You know?
Yeah, and you feel it.
Yeah, JFK Jr. impersonator. Sorry, not RFK.
Wolf, let's go back to you.
You know, I understand.
Bro, it's just like this is lightning never strikes twice. That's number one. And number two, he's gonna have so much more security now. So like I don't think this shit is ever likely to happen again. You know what I mean? On the other hand, Biden might get spooked and fall.
For us. What are you seeing over there? What are you hearing, Randy?
Wolf, we've been out here now for a couple of hours. We came here because we were told that they had increased police presence here just out of an abundance of caution, and they sure have. There's about a steady stream of about 8 or 9 officers here behind me. They've been making the rounds around the building. We are right out front of Trump Tower on 5th Avenue in Midtown Manhattan. And of course, Trump comes here here and there.
Oh my God.
He's had to be on trial here in New York.
Indibi said kötülere bir şey olmazmış abi. That's what my mom said verbatim. Nothing ever happens to bad people in Turkish. My mom texted me that. That literally is verbatim what my mom texted me, and of Turkish moms are on top.
We
They're
understand
right.
from the spokesperson for New York City Mayor Eric Adams that he has been briefed on this situation. He has said that his prayers go out to the former president. And this is not the only area in New York City, Wolf, that they are concerned about just in case. They are also beefing up the police presence in other areas of the city. Those would include City Hall, also 40 Wall Street, and Foley Square. Foley Square has a little bit of history. It's known as Federal Plaza, and that is a major site for protesters. Often that is where they gather, certainly during Occupy Wall Street. That's where they gathered years ago. So that is one area that they want to keep an eye on. But as I said, they've had a steady stream here of people coming through. They've been chatting with the police officers a little bit. It's a very calm crowd here this evening. But of course, they just want to be sure that everything here is that they are taking all the precautions that they can. There's been a permanent blockade, Wolf, out front of Trump Tower here since 2016. But this is different when you have actually police officers standing at the front door of Trump Tower, making sure nobody gets inside. Wolf?
And as you know, Randy, and I know the Secret Service, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, local law enforcement, the U.S. military, every time something like this happens, out of an abundance of caution, they intensify security all over the place. They don't want to take any more chances, so we're going to see that whether in the coming days in in Milwaukee at the Republican convention, and then next month in Chicago at the Democratic convention, and all sorts of political rallies and political events all across the country. Randy, thanks very much. Anderson, back to you.
On the phone now is syndicated political columnist Selena Zito, who was at the rally. Selena, thanks for talking with us. Can you just talk a little bit about what you experienced when you realized what was going on?
Sure. Thanks so much for having me. So just before the president went on, I did talk to him backstage just for a few minutes. I was set to interview him after the rally. But I think it's just interesting to note that he was very excited, you know, and sort of very happy to be in Pennsylvania. I think he recognizes the importance.
One of the other people that was in critical condition is not made it, I think.
Going into Wisconsin. And so I was in the bumper. The bumper is that area where journalists go that is sort of surrounds the stage with the audience.
I feel like hogs are going to see this and try to do it to Biden, though,
so
like for sure.
From him,
and they're so, and it's going to be like it's going to be ridiculous. I feel like
photographers from the Washington Examiner.
Hogs are going to try to do a repeat on this against Biden, but it's going to be like the Cincinnati FBI office. Like it's going to be kind of funny.
You don't need a gun to kill Biden.
That's true. Yeah. But like, if you remember, the Cincinnati FBI office was like raided by a hog, and he like tried to use like a nail gun to break through, and just got domed. You know what I mean? So like, that's what So you agree with Alex Jones? No, I don't agree with Alex Jones. Alex Jones thinks like someone's gonna do it to Biden and then blame a Trump supporter. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like some dumbass is gonna be like, that's right, they try to kill our president. He's saying it's a psyop. I'm saying he's saying it's a secret government psyop. I'm saying some fucking dumbass is going to get up in his feelings and try to do some shit. Okay. But it'll probably be funnier. But Biden still might die, really, because he's out of shock. Yeah. Out of pure fear, he might just like perish.
Do you think it's possible, though, that the reason this guy picked Trump was maybe because he's not president, so his security was like would his security be slightly lower than Biden's, and that's why he
No,
picked him
I don't
as a
think the
target?
average person makes that calculation because most people wouldn't think that the president does not have adequate security, a former president, or even like someone running for office.
Was the person doing this suicidal? Like they're not like thinking, like planning out like a rational kind of.
I mean, it's usually like if it's not like an actual fucking op, it's usually just like a random weirdo who like. A random person that wants to impress like fucking Jodie Foster, you know what I mean? It's shit like that. It's not like a person with like a real ideological commitment.
No.
But I don't know. I mean, this seems more. This isn't just like walking up with a 22 and just like trying to fucking pop them. This seems more like this seems more planned, more committed. But who knows?
He was trying to impress Demo Ranch.
Yeah, calculated.
Stories ahead of the convention. So I had a photographer with me, and so yeah, and it's really interesting, and I suspect there's a lot of journalists feel this way.
To be fair, actually, I think he just got lucky. So it is kind of like walking up to Ronald Reagan in the car park or something. Or on a sidewalk and just trying to hit him. Because how the fuck did he have a clear line of sight?
So it's like, well, I better stay safe.
Yeah. I mean, it's now been a little bit more than it's been about 4.5 hours since then. How, when you're in a situation like this, there's a lot of adrenaline that kind of carries you through for a while. I don't know if that's worn off for you yet, but how do you reflect on this?
So you're right. There is this adrenaline that flows through you, and I think it's this sort of self-protection.
Now they're both on 1HB. No, the fuck they're not, bro. I'm telling you,
Trump is so much stronger.
Trump is not on 1HB. I bet this somehow gave him more life. Okay, I'm beginning to believe his battery idea. Okay, like that the human battery is finite. And that he shouldn't be wasting all of his energy exercising. Like, I don't know how. This motherfucker just keeps getting stronger. I don't know. To be fair, he did lose because of COVID, and that was like a, biblical event. So maybe God was like, I got you. My bad last time around. I got you this time, King. Here's your second health bar.
And obviously, and we were in such, so there was about 5, maybe 7 of us journalists that were in that bumper. And they immediately, as soon as they took the president out, they grabbed us and took us back into holding. And I think they were always, the advanced people were concerned that we were okay because we were right there.
Yeah.
We could not have been closer.
Yeah.
And so there was also no cell service out there.
Yeah.
So I don't know any news that has happened. I just walked into my home. I live about an hour and a half from Butler, and so I haven't been able to process any of the particulars that that has come out since it's happened. We were just sequestered out. But what was fascinating to me is once they brought us out, what I saw, Anderson, was really sad. You saw this, when I went in, the last image I saw were 20, 30, 40,000 people. I don't know. There were a lot of people there.
Yeah.
All on a farm field. That was the last sort of images I had seen when I looked back.
Dude, I think I've seen this footage more than 1,000 times since it happened. Like, I watched it so much. Jesus Christ.
Your phone.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah,
that
she said 40,000 people were there. Hey, man, that town, the total population of that town is 14,000. The entire town, okay? The entire town is 14,000. 1-4. You are so fucking stupid. She's a Washington Examiner columnist. So, of course, they're so insane.
Also, it's like a 200-meter squared space.
Yeah, it's like not that big of an area. There's not that many people there.
You the best in the days ahead as you begin to think about it and process all of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It's called driving from out of town. Do you have eyes, bro? Can you see? Do you have eyes, dude? Like, are you that stupid? You think there's 40,000 people at that rally? Do you know what 40,000 people look like? That's a stadium, dumbass. A large one. The fuck?
Trace some of the chaos as some people appear to be trying to warn that there was someone who's about to take shots, or that someone with a firearm was visible there. So let's look at this video and we can talk a little bit about what we're hearing.
And you know, that's a little bit.
Oh. Oh, he's also doing a speech.
That was before the
That
shots.
was before he shot!
Stay under here.
It's all fake. I'm not crazy. Yes, you are crazy. You watched it happen in real time.
Go over there. He's on the roof, buddy.
If they were going to fake it, they would fake it better than that.
Bro, dude, they're not even alarmed. What is going on right now, dude?
He's dead.
That man is just walking his dog.
On that roof.
Well, if they hit anybody over there.
Did he pull up a shot?
He number of shots.
I thought that was ours.
No, that was him. The first 2 shots were him.
That's America. That's America, dude. Yeah, look at that. That's America, motherfucker. Look at these fucking hogs, dude. He's like, yeah, it's a lot of shots were fired. I wonder if they killed anybody.
He's right there on the roof. Just on the other side of the
Oh, that's so small. Is that where he's meant to have climbed up?
It's like, what is this, a school? School's out, buddy. What's going on right now?
Oh, that's when he starts pumping. Crowd going wild.
And Wolf, what this does is it sort of matches some of the earlier eyewitness. We saw an eyewitness who was interviewed by a BBC crew there on the scene, and that person described seeing this alleged shooter, the suspected shooter.
This is a funny take, but you're right. How did every single person see the shooter except for Secret Service? Like, it seems like he was like, I am going to do an assassination today. Hey guys, like, he's like, here's my rifle. I'm wearing my favorite YouTubers merch. like that's crazy. They're just hanging out. What the fuck?
That they are the ones that fired the shots that killed the suspected gunman who fired the shots in the direction of the former president. So what you're hearing in that video, again, is a harrowing detail, the chaos, really, as people clearly saw even as this was about to happen, and were trying to figure out, like, trying to draw attention.
Don't tread on me, fly.
And obviously none of that could prevent those initial shots from coming from the suspected shooter. The Secret Service obviously took action very, very quickly and killed him before the former president could be injured. Unfortunately, it appears that there were other injuries. Another person died there.
That's another good take.
At the scene. So
dude probably died thinking he killed the president. Damn. In his final moment, he was like, oh, bliss.
His final moments, he was like, I'm Chinese.
About a football field and a half.
He's like, oh, thank God. I did this for Xi Jinping. That's how he died.
Evan Perez, thank you very much for sharing that video with our viewers. Appreciate it very much. Right now, I want to bring in the former U.S. Secret Service agent Jonathan Wackrow and former Deputy Director of the FBI, Andrew McCabe. To both of you, thanks very much for joining us. So walk us through what to anticipate. Andrew, let me start with you right now. I take it the FBI will be in charge of this full-scale investigation?
Say a prayer for this woman tonight. She almost lost her husband.
Yeah, that's right, Wolf. And I think they've made a public announcement.
Yeah.
Doesn't care.
She would be so stoked. She's probably fucking so mad that he's alive. Are you kidding me?
Sources have already been deployed, that evidence response teams and personnel and counterterrorism investigators from all of the regional field offices and some from headquarters are heading towards Pittsburgh right now. There's a whole process in place to enable that deployment to take place instantly. They will be focusing obviously on identifying the shooter, and once he's identified, peeling back every aspect of his life.
Yeah, they were very mad about Harry Sisson, my goat. Critical support for Harry Sisson. He's right to have tweeted that, for the record. According to the Supreme Court, Biden could now send his SEAL Team 6 to take all of them out. He could send in the military to take out Trump. He has immunity for official acts now. He's right. I mean, he's just making a legal analysis. Like, that's so funny that they got mad at him for this because, like, that was literally the dissenting opinion of one of the Supreme Court justices. So, like, you know. So presidents talk to their VPs all the time. Okay, that meme is stale. Robert Evans talking to someone who worked in the building. What? Buildings do not have inside cameras. They think access likely gained via areas circled in the photo. They do not recall Secret Service or law enforcement sweeping the building prior to the event. AGR International Inc. is having a big day today. Big day today. Right-wing narrative is clear. Yeah, they're just gonna say like, yeah, they're saying that like the left is responsible and that we should do to the left what they tried to do to Donald Trump because they incited violence against Donald Trump by saying he's bad and scary. That's the only thing more tragic than what just happened is that, if we're being honest, it wasn't totally a shock. Biden's inevitable ritual condemnation of political violence today, when it comes, will be insufficient and irrelevant. Dude, honestly, there is nothing funnier than people who are Trump supporters being like, Biden is so violent with his rhetoric.
And he's so incisive with what he's saying. You know,
no, he's not. You know why he's not violent with his rhetoric? Because he don't know what the fuck he's saying half the time. Okay? Like, what do you mean? Oh, it's so funny. Ay, ay, ay. Biden can barely stand up. These motherfuckers are like, he's so scary. He's so fucking scary. We know. When he says Trump is Hitler, it's like, that actually means like he wants to kill Donald Trump. What? There is no conspiracy theory off the table now. The most powerful force in the world would try to do anything to stop Trump from being president.
Then why would they get that kid? Like,
why
would they get that guy who
No,
he
that's, you don't
missed
understand.
8 times?
Dude, that is such like a classic conspiracy theory take, by the way. Like the you know, the Secret Service is all powerful and was like interested in killing Donald Trump, but also they hired the guy who can't, you know, do a shot. Like,
also, like, if it's the Secret Service, they've got every other person who's so much closer to Trump.
yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't they just like dart him like a fucking, you know, like the KGB or some shit? It just doesn't make sense. Why are they tweeting this shit when it looks like he might be a right winger? I don't think it was a right. I mean, I don't know, but like, it don't matter. If that dude had a manifesto and was like, I'm killing Trump because I'm like further right than him, I'm, you know, it's still, they'd be like, oh, that's a Fed. They would be like, that's a Fed. That's federal government. It's a federal agent. He's on the payroll. He's trans. Like, they'd be like, nah, he's a Ukrainian trans Chinese Hamas guy who's Jewish. Joe Biden sent the orders. Democrats, dude, Marjorie Taylor Greene literally has a campaign ad where she shot a 50 cal at a fucking car. Okay. And I think the car literally had like the photos of Democrats on it. If I remember, I might be misremembering, or it might have just said like the Democrats or something. And now she's like, words are violence. You can't do that. You're Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, you're a rabid sociopath. It's like, I don't understand it. Oh, here. Yeah.
I think you showed it to us last year.
Yeah. This ad is way sicker than the top of the hour ad break, which many of you will not be able to see this ad if you don't subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free. You know, the tweet is about action, not words. What? Dude, there is no salvaging this, okay? Like, Democrats wanted this to happen. They wanted Trump gone for years, and they prepared to do anything to make that happen. Just as Congress, Representative Troy A. Carter, Barbara Lee, sponsored legislation to terminate Trump's Secret Service protection. Chatter, do you think, in all honesty, and I mean this with like so much sincerity, do you think Trump's Secret Service was terminated? Like, do you think Trump didn't have Secret Service? Do you think that Donald Trump has just been walking around without Secret Service?
He's been walking around with DEI Secret Service.
Yeah.
That's the real trap.
That's why they lost. Like, they're on the videos all over. Didn't say that. Boy getting on that Indiana Jones. Dude, I love Republicans. I'm so glad that this brought back all the fucking Trump supporters, because they're always like trying to debate on the dumbest virtues, on the dumbest talking points of all time, where they're like, they didn't mean that. They're actually secretly plotting to assassinate Donald Trump. That's why the Congress actually did this. And they successfully. She was saying they tried to, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Because they failed. That's not why this happened. More pets. I know. It's exciting. Yo, Hasanabi, as an Australian with an outside perspective, American conspiracy is goofy as fuck. Yeah.
I love American conspiracies.
Best headline ever. Biden makes statement after Trump rally shooting. It's sick.
That's what I said.
Yeah. It's fucking sick, dude. Yo, that shit was dope. That's what he said. Oh, so here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway.
Why? Why would they write it like that?
It's fucking sick.
It's sick.
Twitter AI is getting all the headlines wrong. Oh, dude, this is always funny. Vice President Harris shot, nation reacts. Actor Home Alone 2 shot at Trump rally.
That's good.
Trump rally incident. An ode to Jodie Foster.
Wait, why is Jodie Foster a thing? Is this a meme?
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because Jodie Foster. So, the guy who shot Ronald Reagan and failed to kill him, it wanted to impress Jodie Foster. Hinckley. Yeah, he was Jodie Foster's stalker.
Home Alone 2 shot at Trump rally.
I mean, they're not wrong.
True, yeah.
Pretty sure I found another photo of the guy, x.com/stillgray. Yeah. Ninja's comments on the attempt. How do kickers simply just miss kicks? That was on 9/11. That makes it crazier. Wait, that makes it. What was he talking about there? What was he cooking, dude?
You talking about the plane that missed?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Pentagon.
He's talking about the Pentagon plane. Yo. Oh, man. What? It's happening already?
No.
President Trump, I await command. Small, weak, gay, liberal man destroy country. Try to attempt assassinate. Not allow. All small, weak, liberal, gay men will perish at the hand of Manchu. Civil war immediate.
This is the Chinese guy that the media was referring to.
That's funny. All three of you's in on upper or lower? Upper deck.
I didn't do Zen.
I just put it in my mouth and swallowed it.
I thought it was gum. And it just broke apart in my mouth.
Anyway, baby Elon Musk. All right, is there anything new happening, or are we?
Anyone else got shot? Or
here.
Joe Biden to abandon Americans in Afghanistan? got 13 of our best soldiers killed, gave it.
I can't get over that. It's like, those were our best soldiers. Like, if they were the shittiest soldiers, I wouldn't care, but those are our best soldiers, okay?
Kill list of Americans to the Taliban, an armed and Islamic terrorist nation with $83 billion in weapons like this one. Biden should be impeached. Now I'm doing a gun giveaway of my own, but for Americans only. I want you to win this.
Oh, man.
That's awesome.
God damn it, dude. I'm a part of the Taliban, and I was really excited. I'm a big Marjorie Taylor Greene fan.
.50 caliber rifle that Democrats will ban if they keep the House next year. While Joe Biden broke America's pledge to never leave a man behind, Nancy Pelosi is sneaking the Green New Deal into the $3.5 trillion budget. And in 2022, I'm going to blow away the Democrat socialist agenda.
Dude, someone needs to fucking make this into the Trump shot. Someone needs to cut Trump on the other side going, ah! You have to do this. Oh, she's shooting
That's all right.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
That's a good.
Go to the website below and sign up.
Greengun.com.
I wonder who won.
The guy, the shooter.
Yeah.
Nah, dude, if it was shooting Trump with a 50 cal, the entire podium behind him would have been fucking pink and purple sprayed. Marjorie Taylor Greene could be disarmed by a Kong full of peanut butter thrown down a hallway. Yes.
What is that?
Chew toy that you can put peanut butter in that dogs like. That's a great take, M. Hood. Oh, that guy won the gun?
Wait, you know him?
Damn.
You know that guy?
No, but they don't even give him the fucking scope. Like, what the hell? That's kind of ass.
Yeah, it's pretty mean.
Anyway. How have they not identified the shooter? No, they have already apprehended him. They just haven't released his identity to the public. They're probably fucking searching his background and shit. Trump VATS?
No.
I can't. She said Paul Revere signed the Declaration of Independence. Whatever, bro. You weren't there. I'm going to go with her on this one. Prediction, Marjorie Taylor Greene for VP? Fuck no. If the shooter is not a white, straight, cis male, it's over for the minorities. I mean...
It's already kind of over.
I think it's done because Trump is going to be the president.
Yeah.
We'll see, actually. I mean, immediately after this, I was like, man, he's going to fucking wipe the floor. But now I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking about it more.
He looks amazing.
Your takes are shit. I think he secured it for sure, but this guy following since October 10th, 2022, first time he chats in here just to say your takes are shit.
He's been waiting a long time.
Yeah. That's cool.
Thing is not being reevaluated about the scope and the scale of the security
How are you
around
running in with a camera
that
to get
event,
that
and
shot?
not
Look
to
at this guy down here.
mention.
I do
President
think,
Trump
I will say this much, like outside of CNN being like, oh, this is a solemn moment or whatever, like I don't think a single like legitimate Trump hater is like, oh man, this is such a devastating day.
No,
like,
I think they are. It's devastating because he's
yeah, I mean,
gonna
yeah,
win.
they're
He's gonna win now.
If anything, they're saying he's going to win, or they're saying it's devastating because they missed. Like that's probably like the most. Like I don't think this. What I'm trying to say is I don't think that like people who hate Trump are now going to see him in a different light. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think if this happened to Biden, he wouldn't even notice his ear was missing.
Yeah.
He would just continue
What did you
speaking.
say?
No,
What was that? What'd you say? Who was that? Who was that?
Yeah, I think Trump haters are worried. Yeah, well, I'm not worried because I'm a Trump lover.
I'll always remember where I was on this day.
Yeah, Red Wave.
SneakerCon 2024.
Red Wave, baby. Red Wave, baby. You know?
Is on the line. And Republicans are now saying that that is the rhetoric that that incited this. We have no idea. We don't know who this person is, what their motives are. But on all sides, I mean, I think there should be probably a reevaluation of all the rhetoric, of the tone of this campaign going forward. Will there be? I'm not so sure, because I think both sides are going to try to find, they're going to find ways to use this to their political advantage, and the stakes really gotten even higher.
But I will say, we've talked so much about the top of the ticket and what that looks like and who's the nominee and what that looks like. President Biden and President Trump had a phone call
there's the
tonight,
fucking
and
MAGA wall
that has
guy.
never happened between the two of them. And so obviously they've been on debate stages. We've all seen
Can we
the
finish the
political
Elon
moments.
Musk
But
Johnny
the fact
Harris
that
video?
they did have
Fuck
that
no.
phone call tonight, and in Donald Trump's statement tonight,
Are you in the middle of
he
that?
offered his
Yeah.
condolences to the rally goer who was
Are we
killed
gaming tonight?
and to the other person who was
Yeah,
critically
that's what
injured.
the
We've now learned the
shadows
second
were saying
person
that too. They were
was
like, "Are
also
we gaming?"
critically injured. And obviously you saw President Biden come out pretty quickly early on before he had left Rehoboth to come out and say that he had tried to get in touch with Trump. Those are moments that are also, I think, important for as we look at what this political context is, regardless of what others are saying on Twitter and online and in the coming days. It is a moment to see them at least having that phone
I just
call.
don't. I legitimately don't think that the Republican strategy of being like, this was Biden's rhetoric that caused this death caused this assassination attempt to happen is going to stick, because like the significantly more powerful narrative that everyone kind of recognizes and has been talking about for the past week is that Biden is a doddering old buffoon. Like, he's demented. Like, he does not exactly come across as like a threatening presence, no matter how hard you try to do that. And also Democrats are like major pussies regardless. Like, even Democrats who are super coherent are always so careful in the way that they talk, in the way that they're like, oh my God, please, like, this is about the ballot. This is, democracy's on the ballot. You have to vote. You have to vote till the cows come home type shit. They never get anywhere near the violent rhetoric. They never get anywhere near the violent rhetoric that you hear on a daily fucking basis from like the average Republican. You can have like a Republican comptroller being like, yeah, I'm going to annihilate the fucking accounting in this in the state government, like we need to annihilate Mexicans. You know what I mean? So it's like they never actually say anything even remotely violent, no matter how hard these guys try to fucking make it seem like that. So I don't know. What brand is your jacket again? Acme Studios. Acme Studios. Clueless you are? Shut the fuck up, Lives. It's over for the Dems. Sorry, buddy.
Oh,
First of all,
it's so sad. Your Dems are losing.
I know. I love the Democratic Party. I love Joe Biden. I'm so sad for him. I'm so sad all the time about Joe Biden. If America made it past huge popularity for Bush and literal obliteration of the Middle East, why not make it past this? What do you mean? Oh, this was the biggest L, by the way. I was hoping to catch some of the Trump rally, but he's half an hour late and counting, and I'm going to Earth, Wind, and Fire Chicago with my mom. So I think I'm going to have to punt on live coverage. Have a lovely Saturday. Dude, that's the funny. He missed it.
I mean, we missed it as well.
Yeah, you guys missed it too. I was there. Things. I was literally fucking locked in. What if his ear just did that? True. For people blaming the current director of the Secret Service, they forget shit like Secret Service taking days to figure out the White House got shot 13 years ago. Damn. They've been sucking. Was it a woman back then? Or what kind of DEI was it back then? Yeah, this reads like an alibi.
Yes.
Quite suspicious.
What, let me check if Earth, Wind, and Fire was actually playing.
Yeah, has he actually tweeted since then? Okay, he has tweeted. It wasn't him. It wasn't him. It wasn't him. So I'm guessing tomorrow's gonna be the 8 hours of the most unhinged hogwash we've ever seen in years. Yeah, it's gonna be amazing. You guys know I love Republicans, okay? You know this. And I'm not just saying that because they're gonna come and try to assassinate me now because they're angry and they're looking for someone to kill, anything really. I mean it in all sincerity, okay?
Do you know who I feel kind of bad for? Is Mr. Beast, because he just released his biggest video ever.
Yeah, I don't think.
And then this happened. The guy with the demolition ranch came in.
I don't think
T-Series did this.
Come on,
dog. I don't think 12-year-old kids in India are like, oh man, I'm gonna be watching the demolition ranch or any other political coverage over the Mr. Beast video. You know what I mean?
They're trying to steal his thunder.
Identity, what they believe to be the identity of the suspected shooter. He's a young man, approximately 20 years old, who apparently grew up and lives in a Pennsylvania town, not terribly far away, and they are in the process of going through that. We are not going to be going with any further information about him until they are finished confirming that they have the right suspect or put that name out. But they're very confident
press conference.
that they have identified
Press conference
who
incoming.
he is as a 20-year-old Pennsylvania man.
Are you gonna salute?
Let's we'll wait and see. Presumably, it won't take very long for them to make public the name of this individual and some more information about this individual. I thought it was interesting, John, and I want to get your reaction. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, just issued a statement vowing there will be what he calls a full investigation. A full investigation of
Dude,
this,
I'm so serious. After seeing the pic of the kid, I think he went to my middle school. Wait, what the fuck? I mean, he just looks like a very generic white dude. I mean, he looks like nothing now, but you know,
where did you go to school?
From what you could make out, he just looks kind of like a generic white guy. The photo I saw didn't. There's not really a lot that you can make out. What is this?
Protesters.
You think this is the guy?
Surely if you were planning to kill someone, you wouldn't be like in a scuffle with police just before that. 2017.
No, that's from 2017. Press conference is in 25 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, a press conference has been scheduled for 11:45 p.m. at the Butler Township Police Department. Conference will include State Police Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, Tyler Bivens, Ninja, members of the FBI and Secret Services.
And collected the right way without the color of politics affecting it.
Yeah, they need a full-scale investigation, but they clearly don't need it to be political. Good point indeed, John. Thank you very, very much. Anderson, back to you.
Wolf, as you know, 3 former presidents have weighed in tonight. This from former President Clinton. I'm quoting, "Violence has no place in America, especially in our political process. Hillary and I are thankful that President Trump is safe, heartbroken for all those affected by the attack at today's rally in Pennsylvania, and grateful
That's
for
how
the
you know
swift
these
action."
motherfuckers are fake, bro.
Hillary's the last person.
Yeah, like, you know, yeah, no, Hillary's like, I'm pissed because he missed, okay? Like, there's just no way. There's just no way these people are like, oh, I'm so sad.
Response.
I'm so sad
And
about
this
Trump.
from former President Obama. There is absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy.
Yeah, that belongs in Gaza, okay? There's no violence there's no violence in fucking in a suburb near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, okay? Only violence in Gaza Strip. Nowhere else.
Van, we haven't heard from you this evening. What are your thoughts?
I am hungry, but I don't know what to get.
I'm so glad that Donald Trump is alive. I'm so glad. I'm so glad he's alive.
What?
I'm so glad his family is not
I might
having to
order
bury
Uber.
a father and a grandfather. And this is a moment that I think people who want to defeat him, remind ourselves, you can defeat him with ballots. You don't need bullets. You don't need vitriol.
Yeah, Democrats do legitimately
Any
say
of this
this all the
stuff.
time.
This is a time where we can get off of this train. I've been hearing from people who are scared tonight. They're scared that this is the beginning of some new tit-for-tat violence, that we're spiraling away from each other.
That is going to happen probably, though. That is kind of scary. I hope they don't kill me. That would be really sad.
You know, Gabby Giffords was shot in 2011. Democratic Congress.
If they do attempt to kill me, do it while they're here. Okay,
No.
fucking asshole.
Gretchen Whitmer
I'm just kidding.
was almost kidnapped 2020, kept rationing it up. She's a Democrat. Paul Pelosi attacked with a hammer 2022. More violence, and we keep rationing it up. And now Donald Trump, almost assassinated, comes within a quarter of an inch of being assassinated in 2024. This is not the way. This is not the way. If you have somebody in your life who you've been mad at, who votes different from you, or prays different, or loves different, or looks different, text them tonight. Text them tonight. Call them. This should be a wake-up call for everybody. We got to put our arms around each other. We can vote against each other. We don't have to hate each other. And if you don't understand tonight that we could have lost a leader who's important to half the country, who's beloved by half this country,
bro, just
and you would have
open
had
the
half this
door.
country,
You want to order
maybe
food?
feeling the need to shoot back. And where would we be? Where would we be?
You want Dave's hot
So
chicken?
this is the moment for everybody to
What's
look
like
in
the
the mirror. I
tiniest
am
thing they
so
have?
glad
Like a little-
that
a
Donald
little-
Trump is alive
You're
tonight.
such a baby.
Just to try it.
Scott
You're a
Jennings?
baby.
Yeah, I just want to echo much of what Van just said.
It's like a nugget.
Because, you know, I was very angry when I saw this news earlier. I wasn't really angry as a Republican, though. I was angry as an American because I view this as a direct attack on our democracy. And regardless of who you support or who you don't like or who you like, we're all in the democracy together. And whether you like it or not, Donald Trump is the most likely next president of the United States, according to the polls right now. He is an important person in our civic life and in our political affairs. So I view this as a direct attack on our democracy. It makes me angry for him, for his family, for everyone that was at that rally. It makes me angry for everyone who is an active participant in our politics. And I think, to echo what Van said, the way you overcome extremism and the way you overcome people who would commit violent acts is by participating more in our democracy, by using speech appropriately, by voting, by doing the things that make our democracy healthy and vibrant, and stop doing the things that make it the opposite, because that's where we are right now. We're in the opposite place. But we are at a moment where we can get off the train, as Van said.
Why are you trying to eat his food? You want one tendy? I can get you a tendy.
That would make this democracy far healthier than it is right now. Whoever wins this election, Donald Trump or Joe Biden, our country is not going to come to an end. Our Constitution is not going to be destroyed.
You want medium or hot or extra
We are not
hot?
going to see
Let's go
things
medium.
dissolve in this country. We have elections every 2 and 4 years. The country will not end.
Everyone's saying one.
Get out and participate. Do what you do.
Motherfucker was gonna
Support
have
your
one
candidate.
nugget. I mean, that's
dinner. They all
But
saw me.
ballots and speech
I've got proof.
are the
Come
way
on, guys, back
forward.
me up. I've
Not
eaten.
violence, not bullets, and not telling your friends and neighbors that our country is going to come to an end. That has to stop.
You know that the left are going to look even worse now because of this? The left always get a bad rep from stuff that isn't even their fault. Whatever.
Disputes. Cowards, however,
Oh my God.
can undermine.
If that guy got shot in the ear, the entire everything would be covered in blood.
Tonight, as both Dan
4-5
and
stairs,
Scott
just like
mentioned,
holy shit.
something that set us on a
He would not miss that guy.
Be drenched.
His ear would protect the rest of his head, though. If you came at his head, his ear would just deflect the bullet away.
I think he would hear it coming, though, that guy.
Someone's on the roof.
and opinion makers. I've already seen on social media lurid conspiracy theories about what happened and what might have happened today.
We do need to learn more
serious
about
occasion.
what
Sorry,
went wrong.
sorry.
But we should
Democracy
remember
almost died.
that the former president himself thanked the Secret Service for doing
Maybe
what it
it's
could to
like
save
hard
his
for
life,
me.
to
I don't
protect
know.
him.
I just maybe my
This
brain
is
is
a
so
time
broken
to be very careful
from covering
about
like
what we say
atrocities,
about our institutions.
and I've like
This
irreparably
is
destroyed my my what is it, prefrontal cortex? Is that what it is,
Probably.
like where you get your emotions from? But like, I can't. I can't be serious. Like, I don't know.
Also,
This
there's
is
something to be
just-
said for like watching that clip probably 1,000 times in the
Yeah.
past 7 hours. Like,
no, but like even from the jump, I was like, this is pretty wild.
when
stuff,
when
but
you
I wasn't-
texted us, I terrified. I just stopped. I immediately thought we got to buy the Trump sneakers.
I literally asked the guy, I was like, where do I buy them? Where are the Trump
Because they
sneakers?
didn't know yet. They didn't
And it
know
wasn't
yet.
on the news. I thought he was dead, so I was like, I've got insider information.
Yeah.
Buy low, sell high.
Oh, Jesus. Marjorie, edit you asked for, King.
And in 2022, I'm going to blow away the Democrat socialist agenda.
You want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Oh, stupid. Oh.
Well, that was a good edit and very quick. Well done.
This has been a bad 10 minutes. We gotta get back. We gotta get back to the real.
Please be serious, everybody. That's crazy. I'm not laughing. It's messed up.
From certainly people on our air from both sides of the political spectrum, that's what everybody wants. And certainly, you know, we heard from former presidents, Democrats, Republicans asking for that. I was just reading former Speaker Nancy Pelosi said, as one whose family has been the victim
It's
of
just like-
political violence, I know firsthand that political
Like I can't take this seriously. I mean, I laugh when the David DePipe stuff happened too. And Republicans in unison were like, that's a gay lover of Nancy Pelosi's husband. And like I can't believe, dude, it's so funny that like why are they trying to act like they're not the people that we know they are? You know what I mean? Like when David DePipe broke into Nancy Pelosi's house to kill Nancy Pelosi and then found Paul Pelosi and tried to kill him with hammers, everyone was like, oh, they're gay as hell together. And also, this shit's objectively hilarious. And it's like, people would yell at me because I was making light of that of that somewhat humorous situation as well. And it's like, and it's just like kind of weird that have we all collectively forgotten about like how Republicans usually operate? Like, I just don't understand how, like, why Republicans are now switching up and being like, this is the most unacceptable thing. You have to look at this and go like this the entire time when you're covering it. Like,
when they were getting him up, first of all, he was looking for his shoe. And then we heard him say, wait. He is such a, he's been in television and in the public eye for so long.
I keep getting tricked seeing
that
Marjorie
his
Taylor Greene and
instinct
thinking it's Magic the Gathering. I got so
was
excited.
not to
It's like,
have
oh, no,
the
it's just
imagery
politics.
of him on the ground and then being whisked off. I know that, Jamie, there are a lot of, there's some questions about whether just from a security standpoint that was protocol, but from just from the
second competence. That's
political
enough.
imagery of it all. The fact that he had the presence of mind to want to say fight, to put up his fist, and to have those images be the ones that are there, not just for today, not just for the rest of this campaign, but for history, is really striking.
Striking indeed. We're
Yeah,
getting
this is
word,
how
by the
Donald
way,
Trump
from
Jr.
authorities in
reacted
Butler,
to the Paul
Pennsylvania,
Pelosi
where this rally was
situation.
taking place,
Like,
about
come
a press
on, dude.
briefing to occur in about
Like, that's
15 minutes
crazy.
or so from
Like,
now,
listen,
maybe even
listen.
sooner with the...
Like, you know, making light of that situation is one thing, but like expecting people to be like super serious here, like when Donald Trump got fucking grazed in the ear, is just like, I mean, and liberals are still serious too, by the way. Like they are already like, well, Trump is an elder statesman who deserves much respect. You know what I mean? Like they're already doing that. Like the entire CNN coverage is basically talking like he got shot and killed. Which is wild because it's like
23rd. It was December.
Dude, 2 people died. Dude, there is no mention of the people that died. Okay, shut the fuck up. These guys are talking about Trump. Okay, not a single person is like, oh, I'm so sad that like random Trump supporters died in place of Donald Trump. Not a single person is saying this. So shut the fuck up. You don't give a shit about that either. Okay, what is this nonsense? Like, oh, dude, 2 people died. Like, yeah, dude, I know. Okay. I know, I'm aware, but that's not what I'm talking about right now. Republicans are talking about this not because Trump supporters died at the rally. They're talking about this because Trump had an attempted assassination, okay? And they're like, how dare people do this? How dare this happen? This is the scariest moment in American democracy now, okay? That's what liberals are saying. That's what Republicans are saying. Like, it's absolutely... Jamel Bowie said that the whole political media establishment's response cuts against their image of him as an exceptional threat that normalizes him a bit. Yeah, 100%. And it's correct. You can't on the one hand, fucking hand be like Trump is literally a genuine constitutional threat to democracy, which I think he does, by the way. I do think he does. American democracy is theoretical regardless. Like, it's a laughable notion historically speaking when we're like, oh yeah, we have a nation where every man is equal. When like the OG guys were just like, yeah, only white landowners can vote. Please, what the fuck are we talking about? Like black people weren't even seen as humans. Women weren't seen as humans, fully humans either. Like, and we're talking about this like fucking democratic process. But ultimately, I think that like I'm not gonna respond to the Republican calls for like you know the seriousness in which this deserves coverage when I know how they fucking operate. Like I think it's so cynical. It's so cynical. It's so silly that that people would ever turn around. To be honest, you guys shoot at your presidents all the time. Not really. It's happened like 4 to 5 times, which is you know
it's still a lot.
That's still a lot. You're right. Yeah.
Our ones die from swimming.
Yeah. Be careful, people love this man. No, I know.
So do I.
I know. Yeah, me too. Dude, me too. Oh, ew, you were just playing with your nasty ass feet. And your hands were like
wet.
Your hands were like clammy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, from your foot clam.
Let's
Oh my God.
I was at Sneaker Fest, okay?
It's people like you is what's wrong with America. If you think people like me is what's wrong with America, then you're probably not understanding why putting immigration statistics on here and direct calls for violence to like by the state, mind you, if elected towards like tens of millions of people, and that's not what's wrong with America, then yeah, you're right. Okay. We are at odds here. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy. He means Turkish people. Yeah, he's right about that. He is right about that. I don't know. It's just like, righty's going to be insufferable now, are they? I mean, they're always insufferable, but now at least they have an opportunity to like fully present Donald Trump as a victim. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, I want to make sure that this shit is not as easy to happen. You know what I mean? I'm a fan of gun control. You feel me? Like you're not. So the fuck are we talking about? What's up, you fucking inherited terrorists? How does it feel that your party is the radical one, you fucking transgender lovers? You even losing subs and views? Dude, I literally have 60,000 subscribers and 72,000 viewers right now. Like, this is probably one of the worst moments where you could have come in here and said that. Like, objectively delusional. Okay? The Democrats lied to you, bro, and your uncle just gave you money so you be their bitch, spewing shit that you big dumb fuck don't even understand. You, American, is laughable. You know you don't even make sense. Let immigrants into your $1 million home, you terrorist motherfucker.
We're literally immigrants.
Come on, man.
I have. Yeah.
Got
That's
two
true.
immigrants back here.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah, how about you put those immigrants on screen for me to see, okay? Yeah. That guy was so mad. You should not have banned him so quickly because that was pretty funny.
You American is laughable. He's right there.
Excuse me. I am
American is laughable.
I am American. Yeah. They're even doing foot stuff for you, chatter. True. True. They don't know he's Serb. That's why.
Who doesn't know?
The chatters, if they did, they'd be so mad. Damn, where the fuck is this food, bro? Maybe lighter. Yeah, I am an American in the United States of America. How many right-wing terrorist attacks take place anytime a protest sparks up? Pass gun control, prevent this, and many acts of terror like this going forward. I agree. We're waiting for the press conference right now. Anyway, you literally have an Asian daughter? True. She's sleeping. Just gave out a big sigh.
Fuck, it hurts to cough. Fucking abs.
The threat level.
You terrorize
so,
them.
in large part. And Trump is always someone who's had a high level of threats around him. So it should not be surprising to people that the protection of Secret Service, especially as he's about to be officially the nominee, is going to increase. And this idea that suddenly it would be peeled back arbitrarily is just not how any of this works. The Secret Service, they take their job seriously. Trump is both a candidate and a former president, which affords him Secret Service protection in both cases. And as Caitlin was saying, I mean, these are people that he knows.
I'm not gonna lie.
They are people who have been with him for a long time.
This is like extra reason for Biden to drop out, to change the narrative. You know what I mean? Because if this is just like weeks and weeks of humanizing Donald Trump and like presenting him as like a brilliant statesman who did not deserve the tragedies that unfolded, like, holy shit, dude. I mean, Jesus Christ. There's going to be like New York Times op-ed pieces like talking about how like Trump is no longer a threat to democracy. Actually, Joe Biden is because he's emboldening these people, these radical terrorists that want to kill right-wingers, which happens all the time, by the way. Ay, ay, ay. We're having the reverse Shinzo Abe effect
when we look back
that Japan
on this,
had.
I don't think we've really seen anything quite like that.
I mean, it shows you his skill at and his knowledge of and his almost instinct. I mean, it is instinctive understanding of the importance of images and moments, and he did not want that image of him being hustled out to be the image. He wanted it to be, taking a moment to, have a fist in the air, say fight, fight, fight.
I mean, Donald Trump is a politician, obviously, regardless if you like him or do not like him, that understands his supporters and his base better than anyone. And to take that moment, I mean, Trump is probably his truest self when he's on stage at these crowds and he's interacting with his supporters. And
they refer to me as very online.
And he will test lines out on them and see what
former president being
what's
carried by
popular,
secret
what's not.
agents
We're
under
in the middle
U.S.
of the vice
flag.
presidential pick of that he's expected
And
to
the
make it in
reaction
the
to it
next
from a
48
whole
hours
host
or
of
so.
very online
And he'll
folks from
often
across the
listen
political
when
spectrum.
people come
Trump
out on
just won a
stage. Did they get
landslide
big
victory
round
in
of
November,
applause?
they
How did
say.
they resonate with his supporters? And so, I mean, to see that moment, it is very Donald Trump in that moment to first, before exiting the stage, look around and mouth a word of support to his supporters.
I haven't been stunned though by watching that crowd.
Yeah, no, first he said he's endorsing him, and then he won up Trump. That was awesome.
2 times.
What the fuck?
Many of them stood there relatively calmly. It's really extraordinary just to watch what played out this afternoon, just a few hours ago.
Wolf, let's go back to you.
And we're waiting to hear directly from officials in Butler, Pennsylvania, where this rally was taking place. We'll be hearing from Pennsylvania State Police, Butler Township Police Department, the FBI, and the Secret Service. And we're expecting it to begin less than 5 minutes or so from now. In the meantime, I want to talk to Jonathan Lacro and Evan Perez about what to expect next in this investigation. Jonathan, you're a former Secret Service agent. What do you expect?
Well, Wolf, listen, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, specifically around, why was there a line of sight vulnerability? How could this individual, this shooter, get up onto an elevated building without being identified by law enforcement on the outer perimeter? So the investigation is going to start answering some of those questions, but we really need to get answers quickly. Because there may need to be protocols changed at the Secret Service, especially as we're entering in this heightened, campaign season where there are anticipated multiple outdoor events that will
they have
be
to
held
attempt assassination
after
to win
the
the 2024
RNC and then leading up into
election.
the DNC and all the way through the election day. So right now, it is important to understand how this threat materialized. And what type of mitigation needs to be put into place to ensure that this doesn't happen again. I mean, we came millimeters away from losing former President Trump to an assassination. That cannot happen.
All the moderation team has been made aware that the Pennsylvania shooter was wearing a demo range t-shirt. We would like to acknowledge this and remind you all that this is an article of clothing that anyone can buy and in no way reflects the beliefs of Matt or the brand. We here are all deeply sorry for those affected by the tragedy, but we believe it's best that any further posts on the subject be removed. I'll be removing the current post on the topic as well, as they only serve as inflammatory. I would also like to reiterate that this is an unofficial subreddit, and this statement does not speak for demo ranch or bunker branding. Please keep it civil,
in
folks.
the secure perimeter, and now there's a lot of questions exterior to that secure perimeter, that long distance threat that may need to be addressed.
We have to learn everything about what happened to make sure it never happens again. Good point indeed. Evan Perez, we're expecting this briefing to begin momentarily. Local law enforcement, Pennsylvania State Police, the FBI, the Secret Service, and we presumably will be learning more details about what's going on right now. The American public, indeed the world, has a right to know what's going on.
Demolition Ranch is
That's right, Wolf. One of the things that
gun YouTuber who has merchandise, and the shooter that shot Trump and failed or missed or hit his ear. I don't know how to fucking say it. Sorry, it's been 9 hours and 30 minutes. That guy was wearing the Demolition Ranch shirt.
He's going to be so pissed that one of his fans missed.
Yeah.
So that has added some more additional work. And so one of the first things that happens is the FBI.
Why are all of the images from behind, bro?
They're working to get search warrants issued.
What
to
is
make
going
sure that
on?
They can do searches, gather evidence.
I can't.
Verify,
No, we don't know if this
what
is
they
him.
have on this person.
This doesn't even look like the same
person. And also just to
person.
try to start building a case about the motivation, where this person was, where they acquired the firearm, how long have they been working on this, and whether they've left behind any kind of record, anything that might explain exactly what happened here. Those are the things that you're going to have hundreds of FBI agents, some of them coming from Quantico here in Virginia. They're on their way to the Pittsburgh area where this rally happened, north of Pittsburgh. That's where they're going, and so some of the police work is now underway. I don't know how much.
What's your opinion on all the radical leftists posting TikToks crying and being upset that the shooter missed? What's my opinion on that? They're TikTokers, free speech. They're probably going to get a visit from the Department of Homeland or Secret Service, DHS, FBI. Not that many, to be fair. Yeah, most people pretty much understand what happens if you do that kind of stuff, but your takes are shit and you're surrounded by dick-riding liberal fucks. GG, though. Hasan just a sped. Yeah, it seems like this guy's doing exactly what I was talking about, which is the right-wing guy who's like, A lot of people are wishing death on Trump. I, on the other hand, as a right-winger, have never wished death on any liberal. I'm not a liberal, by the way.
Did you call us liberals?
Yeah, we're the liberals.
Demolition Ranch did a photo shoot in an SS uniform? What?
Oh, no, it's not them. Oh, no,
it is, I think. Imagine voting for the Democratic Party and then passing a bill infringing on our First and 14th Amendment rights. What about the two students being trapped against the wall from protesters? What about the other guy that was walking through campus with his daughter and being blocked? Oh, he's also... Oh, I love this. This is my favorite type of Republican. He's talking about college protesters, like fucking they, them, queer English majors. He's like, oh, terrifying that they were protesting against the state of Israel. Excuse me, no slander for Israel allowed. Also, a bill infringing on our First and 14th Amendment rights. Meanwhile, you're like crying that people are saying mean things about Israel, my favorite country. That's great, man. Keep on keeping on, big dog.
Detail around the primary candidate. So what we're seeing here is we actually saw tactical assets that have been applied. We see more intelligence, more post standers. So the Secret Service naturally is adding more. It doesn't necessarily mean it's in response to a specific threat. What it is in response to is rising public, the public persona. The closer that the political activity, or the more the political activity gathers steam, the more assets are required to again build out that comprehensive security program for not only the former president, but also
I never heard of it, and
candidate.
Does not watch Twitch
and
either.
Jonathan, can we assume that Secret Service protection has been strengthened at the same time for President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris?
Well, it's a little bit of a different structure, Wolf, with when you have a sitting president and a sitting vice president. Their structures are slightly different than former presidents and presidential candidates who are not in office. But you're coming very close to having a majority of those assets still
aiming at the
apply
shooter.
to former President Trump as the Republican nominee. So it's coming very close, but there is a nuanced difference.
They should have been looking
I don't
harder.
want to get too much
think.
into the Secret Service structure and how it bifurcates from the presidential and vice presidential protection structure compared to nominees. But I will say it mirrors very closely, Wolf.
And can we assume that whoever Donald Trump names as his vice presidential running mate, we expect him to do that in the next day or two or so, will immediately get Secret Service protection?
I think under the current situation,
I'm going to hold out on this fucking New York Post article, considering that the last New York Post article I read about the shooter was that he was Chinese. So I think I'm going to wait. I think I'm not going to go. I think I'm not going to go with New York Post. If you have another outlet who didn't immediately, if you have another outlet who didn't immediately say the shooter was Chinese before any information was released about him whatsoever, I would like that outlet. Okay. Front angle pic of the alleged shooter. Come on, bro. I know the dude's got a Habsburg job, but let's wait, okay? Email just sent by Donald Trump. Wait, I didn't get it. I get all the fucking messages. You get?
Oh, well, I got a text.
I usually get texts. I didn't get one.
It just says I'll never surrender.
Yeah, I didn't get my text.
Why didn't he text me?
Oh, I did. This is a message from Trump. I will never surrender. Let's go.
My last message from Trump is, President Trump is excited to see you tomorrow in Butler. Doors open at 1 p.m.
Compared to where Donald Trump was on stage, it was only about 500 feet, and we know the government was on that elevated surface. How that happened is still, people just can't believe it, right? How did that happen?
All right, hold on a second. Yep. The news conference is beginning right now. Let's go to Butler, Pennsylvania.
Oh, bumper. Butler. Whatever the fuck. It's a 13,000 person town, bro. Come on.
Is everyone ready?
Oh, we're ready. Look at this guy's beard, dude.
All right.
Why is he smiling? This is a serious situation,
So
sir.
my name is Kevin Rojek. That's R-O-J-E-K. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI Pittsburgh field office. The first thing I want to say is that the FBI stands with the people of Butler County in Western Pennsylvania, and our hearts go out to the victims of this heinous act which occurred today. This is our community, and I wanted to let the public know that the FBI has deployed a number of our resources, including investigative agents, our evidence response team, bomb technicians, and we have additional resources coming from other field offices, as well as from FBI headquarters, including our evidence response from Quantico, Virginia.
Who's filming? Someone filmed the shooter on TMZ taking
We
a
have
shot.
intelligence analysts as well, working from our field office in Pittsburgh, working feverishly to attempt to identify the individual who did this and any motives behind why this was done.
In the open?
Right now, we need the public's help. Anyone who was on scene, who saw anything, who identified any information, please report that to the
TMZ 's
FBI
scary,
using
bro.
either the phone number 1-800-CALL-FBI or online
Oh, they
at
shot him. They blurred him out after this.
fbi.gov/Butler.
Right there.
This evening we had what
Zooms
we're
in
calling
on
an
him.
assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. It's still an active crime scene. As I mentioned, we have a number of agents on scene. We also are working closely with other federal agencies, our state partners, and our local police partners as well. Again, at this time, we are not prepared to identify who the shooter is. We are close to that identification, and as soon as we are 100% confident in who that individual is, we will share it with the press. With that being said, also, we do not currently have an identified motive, although our investigators are working tirelessly to attempt to identify what that motive was. At this time, I'm going to turn over the podium to Colonel Chris Paris from the Penn.
I wonder what his motivation was.
Thank you very much. My name is Colonel Chris Paris, P-A-R-I-S, Commissioner of Pennsylvania State Police. I would just like to say that the state police have been in regular contact with the governor's office and the full.
What if he wanted to kill someone at the Trump rally? Like he didn't even want to. Just the worst
FBI and our
timing.
other federal and municipal partners to assist with this investigation. The thoughts and prayers of the Pennsylvania State Police are likewise with the victims of this terrible act. We are prepared to support this investigation in any way, shape, or form, and we stand ready to participate in a full, fair, and competent and thorough investigation. To give you an operational rundown, Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, is behind me, and he will discuss the operational portion that's being conducted by the Pennsylvania State Police. Lieutenant Colonel Bivens.
Good evening. So let me describe for you a little bit about the scene that we have over there.
Tyler
As you
Bivens,
know, there was a grandstand, a very large area, a lot of people there when this all unfolded. The former president had come out and begun to speak shortly after 6 o'clock this evening. And within about 10 to 15 minutes, a number of sounds were heard, and it became apparent that shots were being fired in that direction. It was a chaotic scene. Law enforcement, I believe, acted heroically, quickly identifying and neutralizing the threat, as well as responding to assist the various victims. PSP had a significant presence on the scene along with all of our federal partners at the time of the shooting. We have since enhanced that presence significantly, bringing in resources from all over the Commonwealth to ensure that we have a speedy, thorough investigation.
If one more person posts the
We
LeBron
are
thing,
working
LeBron
very
meme, I'm gonna fucking
closely,
lose it.
with the FBI as we work through this. As you can imagine, because of the
here?
variety of crimes that have been committed, some are under federal jurisdiction, some are under state jurisdiction. And so, we're working through all of that, not an issue at all. We work seamlessly. But the FBI has maintained the lead on the attempted assassination. PSP will take the lead on the homicide and the shootings of the other individuals in the grandstand area. And so there are a lot of witnesses to be interviewed, a lot of things to be processed. There were some complicators that hopefully the next time we speak we can describe for you, but some complicators that slowed down some of the processing and the positive identification of the shooter. But know that at this time we have no reason to believe that there is any other existing threat out there. We are doing everything we can to make sure that this is thoroughly investigated, and that if there is any information developed that anyone else was involved, that between PSP and the FBI, that will very quickly be followed up on. So I think at this time we would open it up to questions from all of you.
Was this a lone wolf attack?
Again, I think it's too early to say.
Dude, our police are so incompetent.
Shooter tentatively
there was
identified.
Like 15 people that were like, hey, there's hey, I don't mean to alarm you guys, but there's a dude with a rifle on this roof.
Sometime until we can conclusively
and it looks like he's aiming it at the president. Yeah, the complicators were people yelling at the cops and Secret Service about the dude with the gun.
Investigation, but that will all be part of the investigation. But I can tell you that preliminarily it appears everything unfolded very quickly. So, again, we'll have more information on that, but it's just too early to start definitively saying this happened at this exact time. And
inside the security perimeter, right? That building is outside?
That's correct. We'll have that information for you. It was some distance outside of the security perimeter.
That's what liberals get for defunding the police. You're right. You're right, brother.
We're following up on those.
The police are defunded because at the top of the hour I'm too busy serving them 3-minute ad breaks.
Had responded to
and
a
they
number
need to
of
subscribe
reports of suspicious activity
for $6.
The specific response to this will be all part of the after action. But yes, law enforcement was responding to check on several suspicious occurrences.
What were the other suspicious occurrences?
That'll all be part of the investigation.
My friend saw a tweet calling for open season on communists. Do you think the right will target the left with violence after today? When is the right not targeting the left with violence?
From Butler County, Pennsylvania.
I mean, they were doing that yesterday.
Is there anything else? Did he have any affiliation with that company? Do you know?
So again, we're not prepared
shocking
at this
turn of
time
events here
to provide the identity of the potential shooter. We're in the process of doing the confirmation, and once we have the confirmation, we'll release the name officially to the press. But at this time, we can't give any further information on the potential shooter. No, it's a matter of doing biometric confirmations. So there was no identification on the individual, as an example. We're looking at photographs right now, and we're trying to run his DNA and get biometric confirmation on it.
Would you be able to comment?
There's hella people in here. I'm sure there's someone from this fucking little ass Pennsylvania town that knows the dude. Pick up the pace, chatters. It's time to fucking crowdsource.
We're still in the process of an active investigation.
We know what his name is.
We'd like to reserve.
No, it's not Maxwell
releasing any
Urick.
information like that until we have more facts.
Today, was there any heightened threat level, critical threat level that you guys were aware of more so than what is typical for an event like this?
From the FBI's perspective, no. We did not have any specific threat information related to this event.
Where my Pittsburgh motherfuckers at? Yo, is it here?
And we know that there is at least 2 casualties, including the gunman at this point, that we're aware of. It could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
Comment more about that and how it was taken care of so quickly.
Sorry,
I
I'm
think
from
the credit
Bucks County,
goes
Philly
to
shootings only.
Not only the Secret Service, who was on site, but also the state and local partners who were there on site and were able to react immediately when the incident occurred.
That's the one singular
Do you know how
one.
many officers fired their weapons?
I do not.
Oh, what the fuck? They got new ones.
There's still going to be a lot of questions, but I mean,
MP
is
day
this a
bites.
failure of security?
Really,
I
at
got
this
two.
point, we're not going to make that assessment. There's an active investigation. A lot of things need to occur investigatively to make those determinations of what, if any, failures there were. So really, we can't comment on that at this time.
So you can't say if Secret Service had checked those buildings or were keeping a close eye or...
Really have to defer to Secret Service for those questions.
At the ACR property prior to the event? Were there police at that location at any point on the event?
Are you saying the location where the shooter was located? Yes. I don't have any information on that. You'd have to defer to Secret Service.
When do you think you will release? When will the name of the shooter be released? I mean, any inkling of when that might happen, tomorrow? Or?
So that'll be, as soon as we've confirmed 100%, we're willing to release that. So if we have, as far as the contact information for the press, we should be able to do that within the next few hours, I imagine.
There was a vehicle being checked not far from here. We also heard a possible related scene in Bethel Park. Is there anything you can tell us tonight about other areas where law enforcement may be searching in relation to this event?
Again, right now we're tracking down all leads and doing all interviews and tracking anything that we can regarding suspicious locations, vehicles, locations, interviewing individuals. So it's all related to this event, but I can't confirm or deny anything that's going on beyond that.
Great press conference, dude.
As far
I've
as
learned
the
so
details
much
of the weapon,
Yeah, what kind of rifle was
do you want to comment on that?
What did he use? No, until it's confirmed, I wouldn't comment on it.
Okay, yet until we have the confirmation of who the shooter is, and we'll release that as part of the investigative details later.
You said the FBI is deploying extra resources, and one of the things that you said was bomb technicians. So is this standard procedure, or do you have reason to believe that there are bombs somewhere in Butler County? Can you just walk us through
They
that?
just basically said everything we knew already.
Of any suspicious packages. In this case, there was identification of suspicious packages around where the shooter was, and so we deployed, in an abundance of caution, bomb assets to make sure that those were cleared for investigators to move safely in the area. We're still working on, it's still an active crime scene, so I'm not going to say that the scene is 100% clear at this time.
Why are there any Secret Service agents here right now for this press conference?
So Secret Service wasn't available.
They should just ask TMZ, honestly. At this point, they know more. They know that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Twitch Prime is free.
Anything,
or a
I don't
$6
have
subscription. Here's a
specifics on
3-minute ad
what
break
they were
now.
looking at, but there's people in the crowd will leave bags as they're fleeing the scene like this. So any suspicious packages we have to treat as it may be an explosive device.
And how quickly, this wasn't, I guess, the Secret Service, we're not here to talk about it, I guess, but when you guys jumped into action, all law enforcement, and were able to take down the shooters, how quickly did everybody jump in?
No, I didn't actually end up running the ad.
So it was immediate.
No, I didn't run it.
And it was.
I forgot to run it.
We're still trying to figure that out. So we'll wait till.
Yeah,
we
I'm
have
running.
more
I run it now.
definitive
I
information
debated twice,
regarding
but
that
I ran it once.
investigatively.
What about the person in the crowd? Do you have any information about how they were killed?
My understanding was it was from the shooter, but again, those will be details that are released later.
Do you search homes or apartments as a part of your method of identifying the individual?
Yo, let me get a nug.
If that's where the leads take us, absolutely.
Can I?
Was Donald Trump hit with a bullet, do you know for sure, or was it potentially something else that could have?
I don't have that specific information as far as the injuries to the former president.
I understand you're not releasing the suspect's identification right now, but as you know it, is this person known to you guys? Is he somebody that you guys have been looking at, either threats he's possibly made online, et cetera, et cetera?
Again, the information that we currently have, we're looking at that obviously very intently, and as we know that information, we'll release that as well. So we'll need to plan another time for a follow-up press conference. We're looking at all investigative leads and everything from, and that's why we asked the public, because I'm sure there'll be cell phone video, there'll be all kinds of information that we'll use to fully flesh out exactly what happened here.
I think you're saying you can't say what type of gun it is, but do you know how many shots were fired?
I don't.
And
I don't have that information as far
Bro, I
as
feel like this guy knows less than we do. Like, actually.
Is there identification tonight on the other victims?
I've never watched a...
as far as the
I've never watched a joint press conference and felt like I knew less.
Yeah.
So we do have identification on those. We're not prepared to release it at this time. We have notified a number of family members, but they have not had an opportunity to notify extended family and things.
Release it. We need to figure it out.
I would confirm for you that we did have one individual killed, and I know I heard somebody say about 2 victims. There were 3 in total besides the former president. So 2 critically wounded.
I want to know exactly how Chinese he was, because I've already decided he is Chinese. I just don't want to know to what extent.
I don't have their exact seating by individual. Again, that'll all be part of the investigation, but their shots were scattered somewhat, and so they weren't just into one particular location.
You're saying just one fatality as of right now?
Yes.
The shooter and 1 fatality.
The shooter plus 1 fatality. So there was 1 victim of the shooter who was killed, and then the shooter was killed.
And then 2 in critical.
Yes, ma'am.
Witnesses say they saw a semi-automatic rifle used by the shooter. Can you share any more details of it? That's what.
I've heard those reports as well, and again, we do have a good idea of what the weapon was, but again, that's all part of the ongoing investigation. And I'm not trying to be cagey about that. You know, when the SAC talked about the need to be very methodical and to be cautious with that scene, we are doing just that. We don't want anybody else getting hurt, and candidly, there are some concerns that we'll be able to talk more about later on about just what those concerns are and continue to be.
Have you talked to the shooter's family yet?
That's all part of the investigation.
People are already running with the shooter registered name and address and all that as a registered Republican already. Bro, why are you saying Maxwell Yerrick? No one is saying that name. Like only one.
He made you say it just
only
then.
one fucking guy. Like New York Post and every other outlet is running with Thomas Matthew Crooks is the name of the shooter potentially. And this motherfucker's like, no, dude, it's Maxwell Yerrick. What the fuck is this? It's a 4chan thing. That's who they're trying to go with. Like, what is it? Like one guy's op or something? Like, is that what it is? You guys are just like, it's his personal op. He's just like, yeah, I fucking hate that guy, dude. You guys should figure out stuff about him. TikTok is going with Mark Violet. Yeah, that's bullshit. That's also not real.
We've got some federal violations, some state violations.
Yo, Pittsburgher here. Some guy named Ben Roethlisberger.
We have a large team of investigators that are going out.
Yeah,
dividing
4chan
up.
is so fucking stupid because the Maxwell Yerrick guy is some Antifa guy who got arrested. He was 30 years old in 2017. The shooter is 20 years old, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? God damn. 4chan and other like adjacent people are so unimaginably stupid about this shit. I looked it up. I saw the news article. I saw the news article about like Maxwell Yerrick or whatever. And it's some dude who's like fucking 30 years old. Yeah, 4chan is not trying to find the actual guy. They're just trying to blame the left. This could still be a leftist. I'm just saying, like, you know, do a normal, you know, do a better job.
I hate to use the word routine, but it is a fairly routine matter for all of our agencies to work jointly with the Secret Service. And it really depends on the venue, on what information is out there, what number of resources are devoted to it. And we work with them to provide whatever is requested by the Secret Service, but they're the lead in that security.
Was there anything about this venue that made it particularly difficult to secure?
You know, I would defer to the Secret Service to answer that. They would have done the initial assessment.
Was the rooftop part of what was being secured? Was the rooftop, given its proximity to the event, part of that process?
It's my understanding that was outside of the perimeter.
Did this shooter have any previous history?
We're not going to comment on anything about the
Did
shooter.
the agency deny Trump's team extra security?
It's much better walking down
there. Out there?
Not that I'm aware of.
If Trump had been the nominee already, would he have had additional security for this event?
There again, Secret Service has the lead, and I'm not going to comment or speculate on what may or may not be provided at any given point, depending on their status as a candidate. What I will tell you is that, in my experience, the Secret Service does an excellent job of maintaining security on protectees. They're very cautious. They don't hesitate to ask for resources, and candidly, we don't hesitate to supply those resources.
I guess he's saying they did technically protect Trump.
And be more specific about what you'd really like to see from the public, if it's videos, photos, personal accounts.
I think the videos and photos would be very helpful, and I think that once the shooter is identified, anyone that has specific information on that shooter, that would be very helpful as well to help us assess motive. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we are absolutely not taking for granted that this was a lone wolf attack.
Yeah, that account you found is not him.
For any additional information, it might point us toward
It doesn't
anybody
look like
else
him at
that may
all.
have had a hand in this.
Sir, at this point, what is the main focus of the investigation? What's the most important thing for you right now, in a few hours?
Well, there's not any one single focus. I mean, certainly the immediate focus was life safety, getting the former president out of there and to care, getting care to the other victims, and trying to secure the scene as quickly as possible. It shifted then from a life safety priority to then an investigative priority. And so I guess if I had to point to where we are right now, the single greatest priority would be to identifying a motive and whether there was anyone else involved.
We're just beginning the political season. Are you guys concerned with all of these rallies that happen and how they're set up? Is this going to change maybe the venues?
Again, I would refer you to the Secret Service in terms of what they work out with the campaigns. We will continue to supply resources, as I'm sure the FBI will, and local partners as well.
When this was announced, it was, there was quite a few days of heads up that people were getting ready to come to this Trump rally. From a law enforcement perspective, when you announce a big event like this, all that time in advance, like a week out, does it give people more time to plan something like this?
Well, I suppose, but there's a balance, I would think, that any of the campaigns on either side try to weigh. I mean, the point of them announcing it, I suspect, is because they want the crowd, and so it's not up to us in law enforcement to tell them when they should announce or how they should announce
why
or
this
how they
happened
should
tonight.
conduct it. We offer our best advice, again, working hand in hand with the Secret Service, offer our best advice of how best to secure and protect that venue.
Sir, considering how many people...
I should never talk about Trump being a threat, even though he is.
Somebody
Those said you were going to vote for Biden, so it mustn't be that much of a threat.
Yeah, or yeah, it might be the many times where I said I'm not voting for Biden.
Sad and tragic as that is.
Well, we're certainly grateful that we don't have even more victims. And again, in terms of how this could have occurred, that will all be part of this after-action report and an investigation that occurs so that we can hopefully ensure that something like this doesn't happen again.
Has an autopsy been conducted yet, or is it scheduled?
It has not been conducted yet. I do not.
If somebody has video of the photo.
Have you preyed on Trump yet? Dude, I haven't stopped.
So we have the 1-800 call FBI if you have audio tips, and then we set up a specific tip line for audio and video, and that's fbi.gov/Butler.
And they should send you just like any video?
Anything that anyone has that is related to this incident that they think may be of assistance investigatively, we'll take anything and we'll analyze it, and we'll make the determination if it's of investigative value. Go ahead.
So from what you've been briefed on, it sounds like law enforcement only knew he was up there until shots were fired. Is that what you're hearing?
So that That is the assessment at this time. That
So are you surprised that a sniper was able to fire off a handful of shots at the former president? I mean,
again, we're still working through the security apparatus that the Secret Service had in place, what potentially happened. There's going to be a long investigation into exactly what took place and how the individual was able to get access to the location, what type of weapon he had. All that is really days, weeks, and months of investigation.
he was able to get off like 4 or 5 shots.
It is surprising.
How could he have been able to access a rifle with such ease in the United States of America in Pennsylvania?
Going back to the
I wonder.
of this building, I think it's going to be really difficult for people to understand that this building with a very high vantage point, some...
We're all wondering how this happened.
Isn't part of that, right? What goes into that conversation over what is in and out and why wouldn't that be?
Again, the Secret Service really needs to answer that question. They conduct the initial site survey. They do the initial security assessments and determine where the different security locations should be, and they're the ones who are in charge of securing the scene. We, along with other state and local assets, are there to support the Secret Service and their mission.
How many troopers and agents were at the rally, obviously before the shooting, and how is that number determined, and should perhaps there have been more?
So I don't have the specific numbers. I doubt you do as well.
No, I can speak.
Why are the Republicans not saying this is a psyop to ban guns? Isn't that what they say all the time? Yeah, that is weird. It's kind of odd that they're not saying that this is a psyop to ban guns this time around.
I think something when kids are killed,
or when it's like a right-wing Republican.
yeah.
So it's weird.
And again, the number is driven by what the request is from the Secret Service. You know, just in their defense, I mean, what I would want to say is it is incredibly difficult to have a venue open to the public and to secure that against any possible threat, against a very determined attacker. That's a huge lift to try and do it. And, you know, again, the investigation will really give us an opportunity to take a look at where any failures occurred and what can be done better in the future.
Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, do you know when another briefing might be held?
Yeah.
We don't have one scheduled, but I would tell you we will let you know and give you plenty of notice. Certainly, as soon as additional things
wanna go to the next Trump
that
rally?
would be noteworthy or of interest
We'll stay
to you,
around.
we'll get that scheduled and have another with you.
Locally, what can residents, businesses expect to happen with the investigation over the next couple of days? Like, what's going to be going on there?
Well, again, the interviews will all be occurring, and so they may see law enforcement in their communities. People came from a wide area to come to this rally, I'm told. So, you know, there's going to be law enforcement fanning out, and as additional calls, photos, videos come in, you know, those additional interviews will result in law enforcement being out in the community conducting those interviews. But otherwise, they really shouldn't see any other significant impact in the community.
Can you confirm whether it's a male or female, the homicide, the
I
bystander?
love the pickles, bro. You don't like the pickles?
It's a male.
Too salty.
Yes.
I'm from a European outlet from Poland, and I'm already getting text messages from, you know, back home, and people are asking, how could this happen? What's going on in America? I know that it's a philosophical
I'm
question.
from Poland.
How would you talk to the people outside the United States about what happened here in Dublin?
Well, again, what I would say is this is a tragic incident that occurred.
Why is there a Polish man in Butler,
We're
Pennsylvania,
not
bro?
second guessing how,
What is going on
why,
there?
or
He was
anything
probably
else
there
at this point.
for the Trump rally.
Just know that it will be thoroughly investigated. If there is anyone to prosecute, that will be done. And
Poland will be
we'll
the
move
first
forward.
to know.
But I don't have a
promise.
good answer for you.
We'll just take one last question.
I know that PSP said that you guys were not aware of any additional requests from the Trump team for security. What about the FBI? Was there an additional
Pittsburgh is a huge
request
Polish
for
population,
additional
you fucking
security
moron.
from the Trump
Oh, sorry,
team?
guys.
And was that denied in any way, shape, or
Also, big
form?
Serbian population.
No, there was no additional
Really?
request
I
for
think everyone
security
came there
that
to,
was
like,
ever denied
be in the
by
factories.
the FBI.
What does the FBI do in these events? Like, what is your role?
So we showed up after the fact. We were monitoring the event, but it was once the incident occurred that we come and we take the primary jurisdiction for the investigation. Thank you. We'll, as we have additional information, we'll provide it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Listening to a press conference with the FBI, local law enforcement, back with Jonathan Wacker, Evan Perez, John Miller.
They just suck,
John Miller,
dude.
let's start out with you.
They can't
What
be
stood
good
out
at
to you?
anything.
Not a lot of information. They're not releasing the name. They believe they're confident they have the
So they haven't
identity
actually said
of
the name yet. That's just
of
the
the
internet.
alleged shooter, but and they are not saying anything about a motive at this point.
No, and they're waiting to confirm the identity that they suspect is that of the shooter through DNA. Pennsylvania
People
State
are already
Police
running with the
and
narrative that it's like
FBI
some
are
right-wing
at
Republican
the
guy.
residence, about an
I mean,
hour
that seems
away
too.
from where the shooting occurred, where they believe.
That seems too convenient to be true. Okay. Like, why the fuck would he kill the goat?
And they are holding that as they
Or try to kill the
get
goat.
their search warrant, and that will probably help them get the DNA. As Evan reported, the suspect was found without identification on him. Now, there are a number of ways that they could have gotten to that name, Anderson. One way would
He was a
have been
DeSantis
through,
fan. Yeah, dude. Ron DeSantis fans, diehard ride or die Ron DeSantis fans trying to kill Donald Trump. So funny. It's just as not likely as, like, I don't know, like an Elizabeth Warren fan trying to kill someone, like trying to do political violence.
in the press conference was that they are asking people to call with tips to 1-800-CALL-FBI if you have any information. The thing that you can anticipate by tomorrow is
It's so much
they
easier
will
to
set up
send
a
things to TMZ
digital
than this
drop
shit.
site and their FBI.gov site where people can send their videos in. They know that aside from what we have from our live coverage at the event and other networks have.
Bro, are these
that there
motherfuckers
are-
that defunded? Like we have to do their job for them? Come on, bro. You find the fucking videos, bitch. What do you mean? Like, what the hell is this shit?
Just ask TMZ.
Give us some goddamn names first, okay? We'll get to work. Oh my god. Oh, it's Kaya. I thought it was like touching your foot again.
wet foot.
And it was wet.
That's down.
No. I'm tense. My president almost died.
No, I don't think he's actually a registered Republican. Everybody chill. I don't think that's the case, okay?
And people are coming up with all these different like formats of this picture.
Yeah.
Also, we don't know if that's his name.
I think it's just too unimaginably convenient of a narrative, okay?
But it's also like, even if he is, like, who cares? He's like a mentally ill dude. Like, I don't know, like he's...
Yeah, but I mean, this like destroys the Chatelet thing. Has to make you wonder, what's Chatelet?
Well, just saying, if he was a Demolition Ranch fan,
What the fuck is a
most likely a
Chatelet?
Republican.
4chan? Chatelet is a 4chan meme? Dude, every day of my life, I'm so fucking happy I'm not like that much of a fucking online loser, even though I spend like 8 to 9 hours every day online. Like, honestly, what is it? You got Google, don't you? Man, you think I'm gonna Google some fucking loser 4chan shit, dude? I don't want to know about it. Like,
You're going to Google it.
I'm gonna Google it. Yeah. Shut up. No, just tell me what it is.
Alex just Googled it.
I don't want to tell you.
Pipe down. Reporter just called you morbidly online. Wait, you know what it is?
Yeah, but I'm not telling you.
Chatelet by Pepe. It's 4chan shit.
There's no... Oh, I've heard this before.
What? What does this have to do with anything?
I don't know. I think it's like dropping the name and make people look at it. 4chan's still on Rick rolling.
What? Prime Game time. There's a guy with a blue shirt in front of a Chatelet poster, which is 4chan shit. It's not the shooter, just someone that looks like them. Why are you guys sending me this stuff?
So stupid.
This dude is breaking down the footage in slow-mo. Trump turns his head at the last second as the first shot goes off, and it was literally the difference between life and death. Bro, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. it's making me too sad because I love Trump so much. Like,
I don't want to think it's up to fate.
Yeah, it's so
God had his back.
Yeah.
He intervened.
It's so unimaginably cruel.
God did this one.
Yeah.
Thank God God had his back. Yeah.
Hello?
Why is it that like anytime like anything like this happens, there's just like an entire Discord server full of people who are like, let's go everywhere we can and just lie. Like, and let's talk about like our inside memes in these other places. Like, it's the stinkiest thing you can do, I think. Oh yeah, the shooter was a Chatelet fan. It's like, what? I don't know what that is, and I don't want to know. Please, like like, what is the shooter I'm hearing is Sam Hyde. Oh my God, dude, I haven't seen that joke a million times over. Whoa. You just definitely did not come across like the stinkiest person on the planet. Okay? Every fucking time. Literally every time. The shooter. They're saying the shooter is Samuel Hyde. And it's like, dude, you are so 48 years old and like permanently online. Why is my family calling me nonstop? What the fuck's going on?
Oh no, was he related to you?
I'm live. What are you doing? Ne yapıyorsunuz? Hello? What? Wait, what? Oh my God. It's not family related. Hold on. I know someone that like went to high school in the area.
No.
100%.
I want to hear more about the Polish perspective on what's happening here.
What? Accidental renaissance? No, my mom and my dad were calling me, but also simultaneously, I saw another text message
by
from
the
a friend.
snipers, and the threat was put down. So there's a lot of questions here that remain to be answered, but we'll start seeing
Keep the polls
some
out
of
of
those
this.
questions being answered
Bro,
over the next
I didn't want to
24
bring
hours.
up the polls.
Jonathan Wacker, Evan Perez, John
The Polish
Miller,
guy brought up the
everyone
polls. He said
at
Poland
the end
mentioned.
of a difficult and traumatic day. From what we just heard at the press conference, there is clearly much more to come in this situation, potentially a lot more repercussions from it.
And Anderson, as all of this unfolds, and it's very, very painful to even be reporting about what has happened, CNN, of course, will be there to bring it all to you. For now, thanks very much for watching. The news continues right now with Jim Sciutto.
His name's not Jim Shooter.
Yeah.
This is find a different guy, dude. There's so many people here. At CNN.
No, it's not shooter. Like it's you guys are such anti-Italian freaks, dude. Okay. No, it's not shooter. It's like prosciutto.
They did officially call this an assassination attempt. The FBI has. They say they have not identified a motive for the shooter. They say there is no reason to believe at this point there are other existing threats. They have tentatively identified the shooter, but they say they're waiting to confirm the shooter's identity through DNA and other means. They say they did not receive any threat information prior to this shooting. And
It's
when
not
asked
gone.
about the
I'm just
number of
blocked by
shots,
these
multiple
fucking
shots
people.
that the shooter was able to get off, the FBI
What?
said it is surprising the shooter was able to manage that before being taken out by authorities.
The widely
Donald Trump's
circulated
advisors
photo of
say
Thomas
he is
Matthew
fine
Cook
and will be at the
is
Republican
actually
National
ex-user
Convention this week
Jew-gazing.
after he was shot.
He's unrelated to the attempted assassination of the former
It happened
president.
at a rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday while Mr. Trump was
What?
speaking, and the cameras were rolling.
I really see something that said,
What are these
take
people
a look
doing?
what happened.
I don't know who the fuck Jew gazing is.
The guy in the photo.
This has 200 likes. Nobody thinks it's this guy. Like, nobody thinks it's this guy. I don't think. Like, oh, they're posting a photo of him.
They're saying that photo.
Yeah, it does look different.
Yeah, that is him. Yeah, okay. A lot of people do. What is Don Lemon posted it. They post his photo. Don't be shy. Talk about the shooter. Blood on your hands. Dude, Republicans are awesome. They literally just like every day actively talk about killing Mexicans. Like every fucking day. And then they're like, hey, son, because you talked about how dangerous Trump is, you did this. That's awesome, man. You're right. You're so fucking right, dude. Yeah, I'm guilty. Lock me up. Blood on your hands. That's Trump's ear, you bastard. I'm Israel high. I don't know why. I just like saying that. But yeah, no, I've been talking about the shooter.
The FBI is now appealing for the public's help in their ongoing investigation. They say they are not ready to release the identity of the shooter. They have not yet fully confirmed it. They also say they have not yet determined a motive. You can see on this map
literally the closest building.
where the shooter was, atop a building there.
Yeah, who could have
Trump
thought?
on stage, marked
Who
on
could
the
have
map
thought the
as
closest
well.
building might be
Officials
a
also
vantage
say
point.
one rally attendee is dead, 2 others were critically injured. Here is part of the statement Trump posted on social media in the aftermath. Quote, I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. The FBI and state police in Pennsylvania held a news conference, as I said, just a short time ago. The FBI is now calling this an assassination attempt against Donald Trump. They do also say they are still working to confirm the identity and the motive of the shooter.
This evening we had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. It's still an active crime scene.
It's not him.
As I mentioned, we have a number of agents on scene.
I knew it was a Chinese guy.
Dude, I
This was all
never said
misdirection.
it was this guy, bro. I've never shown his photo. I don't know who this guy is. Okay? I don't know why people are coming in here and being like, yeah, we got it. Like, who the fuck is this guy? I don't know who the fuck this...
I hate Republicans. I hate Trump. And guess what? You got the wrong guy. My name is Thomas Matthew Crooks. I hate Republicans. I hate Trump.
Who is this person?
He's the Joker. He's so cool. Yeah.
Don't keep showing him. He's a weird 4chan groiper.
What are these words? We don't know. What is a I don't.
Ignore the blue shirt guy. 4chan shit I explained. Check history. But like I have ignored this guy. And now you guys are showing me this guy that I have ignored. Like, I don't care about this person. This random fucking dude. He doesn't even look like the dude who got domed. What do you do if the shooter's face is revealed and it's you with a scar and an eye patch?
That happens. I'm putting a thought in a headlock.
Yeah.
Dude, what do? I don't know. I'm cooked, I guess. Oh man, I would hate for that to happen. Venom Hasan, punish Hasan.
Here at this press conference behind me, we're not willing to really give us more information on this shooter. I just want to also note, in addition to the attempted assassination attempt that the FBI is now officially calling this and that they are investigating. Pennsylvania State Police, they were also going into detail that they are investigating. Well, the federal agents, they are dealing with the assassination attempt. The Pennsylvania State Police, they're dealing with the homicide of one person who was also in the crowd and 2 others who were also critically wounded at that Trump rally due to gunfire as well. There are so many questions that we have. At this point, it's too early, according to law enforcement officials, to say if this was just a lone wolf. It is too early to say how long this shooter potentially was up there on that roof that you've been describing over the past few minutes. And also at this point, it's too early to say what any motive for this particular shooting is. So those are all some of the questions that we are hoping to get answers to in the coming certainly hours and days. One of the things that I'll note, though, is I asked the folks here behind me, the law enforcement officials, if this was a failure of security, which clearly it does seem here that it was a massive failure of security. And the FBI,
I think it is funny that they're like, this is officially an assassination attempt, because like whenever they go, what do you think the motive is? It's like, oh, he was just trying to kill the guy behind Donald Trump. Just, you know, just such an unfortunate way to do it. You know, he couldn't just like wait until later.
questions that we were asking of these officials about lapses in security here for this event, they said that you have to put those to Secret Service, and of course Secret Service was not present at this particular press conference. So again, there are still at this point a lot of questions that we do have, certainly about the identification of the person, how long he was there, and how in the world this was able to happen. But the FBI and
keep saying it's
local
Thomas
law
Crooks to go a
enforcement,
video
they're
going around
encouraging
as if
people
Thomas
who
Crooks, the
may
video
have
of Thomas
been
Crooks
at that
saying it's not
rally
him.
to call in, to provide any
Dude,
other cell phone video that
it's
they
a
might
random
have taken,
person saying that that's their name. Please stop.
potentially know who might have been that shooter, to come forward
What
and
is
to help with this
happening?
investigation. And I think that we're just getting an incredible look, certainly a first look, I should say, at the massive
guy's
scale
dressed as
of
the
this
Wall.
investigation that is underway
that's
right
a
now.
famous
From
guy.
the
That's a
federal
good
level,
costume.
That's a
to the
famous
local
Trump guy.
level
Like
in
Trump
Western
has like a lot of
Pennsylvania.
famous fans.
Back to you.
And he would like fly all around.
No question,
for the
Danny Freeman.
rallies.
As we noted earlier, the FBI is now leading that investigation. And to Danny's point, there were a lot of eyes and ears in the audience. There's some of them taking videos of this, and we're seeing one of those right here now. It's another angle of Saturday's shooting. The video itself does not show a lot, but it's what you hear that is more interesting. Take a look, listen to what people are saying prior to the shooting and during it.
And look what happened to us.
We've seen this so many times.
Probably 20 million people.
Show the TMZ video, bro. That shit is way crazier. Dude, that's also wild. They are like saying he's got a gun, and it takes a while for them to shoot the guy. Like, I feel like they tried everything. They tried everything in their power to physically stop this from happening.
He's on top of the roof. Don't go over there. He's on the roof, buddy.
He's over to blow his head off.
He's dead. I just seen his hair go up. They shot him in the head. He's dead.
Well, if they hit anybody over there.
Yinzers are so funny.
A number of shots.
I thought that was ours.
Look at their accent. Listen to their
The
accent.
first two shots were him.
Oh, big number of shots.
What did you call them? Yinzers?
Yinzer.
Yinzer.
Butler's not Yinzers.
He's right there on the roof. Just on the other side of the I believe the activist dispatcher on much more.
Part of what that video highlights is that prior to the shooting, there were people just outside the security cordon at that event who saw
I'm from Pittsburgh, and we don't
someone
claim
on
these
top
Butler
of the
people.
building, someone who appears to have been the
Yinzers are
shooter,
from Pittsburgh.
and were attempting to
Pittsburghians.
warn police about it before those shots were
Nah,
fired. Of course,
Butler
that
is
video
deep,
here when the
Yinzer.
shots are
Ignore
fired,
that
and those
jag
same
off.
people witnessing when the shooter was taken out. From there, we go to another angle. It shows a different angle, but a revealing perspective. What you're looking at here appears to be Secret Service counter snipers on a roof of the building just behind where Donald Trump was speaking. And you can see them reacting to something off camera.
Kaya, you are being annoying.
In fact, the sniper's gun, the weapon jerks upward right there at the moment of the first shots. And then you see them firing their weapons as those Secret Service members rushed onto the stage to bring the former president, push him to the ground for safety. Of course, this moments after they were
showing
hit.
this footage last time.
The point of showing that video there is it appears
we got nothing to talk
that
about
the
now.
counter snipers were at least looking in the direction of the shooter prior to the shots being fired. Retired FBI agent, CNN law enforcement contributor Steve Moore joins me now. And Steve, it's good to have you on. You've been in law enforcement.
Someone said, what is the Australian perspective of this incident? I don't know. It's crazy. Your country's insane.
I remember when it happened, though, like the second it happened, my first instinct was just like, someone cares this much about the election. You know, it's just, it feels like they've got these two like dog shit candidates. Someone's like, I got to kill this one. I don't know. It's just baffling.
I can't read chat.
Yeah, you guys are too fast. Can you guys stop typing for a little bit?
Does this make you want to go back to Australia? A little bit.
Yeah.
I'm slightly scared there's going to be like a coup. Like it's another civil war.
Yeah, we filmed SneakerCon. We don't need to be here anymore.
You read anything you like?
I love it all. Oh, it's too fast. It's too fast.
So-and-so. They don't just say, you know, over to your left or over to your right. They've got that entire area gridded out. So they might say, you know, Area 5 or G2 or whatever. And so they were turning their attention to him. What I don't know.
Did he just blame it on their grid system?
Yeah.
The fact that everyone was pointing at him wasn't enough.
To be fair, it's hard. Whenever people play chess and they say fucking
H6.
What is that?
What does that mean? That's
I know,
crazy.
it's stupid.
How do I go back to normal chat?
Wait,
Like, where do I?
wait, scroll down.
I'm scrolling down, but chat's moving.
There's too much.
fast.
No.
I
Look,
can't
you're gonna get there. You're
scroll
scrolling fast enough.
No, I'm
You gotta-
scrolling and I'm not getting there.
You'll get it. You get it. Okay, what's the newest?
I'll quit muting. Sorry.
You have airplanes available. Why did you not have a vertical eye on that entire area?
Yeah. The distance here, and I think we can throw up the map again that showed the stage relative to that rooftop where the shooter was firing from. What you see there is, and you get a sense of what was inside the security cordon where you would have had to pass through the metal detectors. A number of folks who were in the crowd said that, yes, they had to pass through magnetometers before they entered the immediate area, but that location of the suspected gunman's position was outside that area.
Why didn't they have drones?
Typically, with events like this,
very confusing.
What kind of security is there outside the cordon? Is it just looking for potential threats? If you're not screening people for weapons outside there, I imagine you certainly focus attention on high points, including rooftops.
You would think so, Jim. And, you know, before it comes across that I'm criticizing Secret Service, you know, they have to be right every single time.
Yep.
The bad guys only have to be right once, or lucky once. So you have your inner perimeter, your mid perimeter, and your outer perimeter. The outer perimeter in this case would be anything that wasn't in the security zone, in the screen zone. That is frequently an area picked up by local police who are assisting, as you've heard many times during this evening. Local police assist in each one of these things and provide valuable services to the Secret Service. So that would likely have been an area given over to local police. But I'm not sure that it was an appropriate distance to be out. I was a counter sniper for 2 years, and I'm telling you, if that was 100 to 150 yards, which is what it looks like, it's not actually a gimme, but it's close. I mean, that is, if you have somebody trained, that is much too close to have high ground occupied by the bad guy.
Oh, our big beautiful bold president, he's out. I don't know if you saw this or not, but apparently the shooter isn't Thomas Matthew Crooks.
Please no.
I hate you guys. Like I like down to the very core, down to the very bottom of my heart. I hate every single fucking 4chan groiper, obviously, but I also genuinely fucking despise people who are just like I don't know if that's the shooter's name. I don't know if that's the shooter's background. But one thing I do know is that if someone else sends me this random fucking blonde groiper 4chan freak, I am going to explode. I'm going to spontaneously combust. Okay? Stop speculating on suspects. I'm going to lose my mind. Who are you talking to? This is straight up the fucking reason why I'm like, don't come in here with some shit. Okay? Don't come in here with some shit. You don't know who the shooter is. Just stop posting this stuff. And it's really fucking annoying because some dude in the chat, or not some dude in the chat, but like some random fucking groiper dickhead is being like, oh, I'm the name that everyone's talking about, and I hate Republicans, and it's not me. I'm not the one. Don Lemon posted a pic of Jew gazing and said it isn't said it's the shooter, but it's not. Okay, then go yell at Don Lemon. Why are you in here? Am I Don Lemon? Am I Don Lemon of the Lemon Show? Do I look like I have? Am I Don Lemon? Did I used to work at CNN and then get fired for being misogynistic? Okay. Is that me? Am I Don Lemon? Go yell at Don Lemon. Don't yell at me. Don Lemon is so not me. He didn't even come on the broadcast. He was supposed to. We were supposed to have a convo. He didn't even fucking come on the broadcast. Anyway. Play the TMZ video just for the audio. The conversations going on are crazy. This TMZ video is crazy.
I hope he's turning this way. Be careful, guys.
Is that he's turning this way?
Yeah, no, he's super dead. He just got popped at that point. He is not turning anywhere. You know what I mean?
Just more of him walking down the stairs.
What are you doing? Where's that? Somebody go shot. He's right there. I'm sure the stop sign was shot. Oh no. Are we in Brooklyn? Yes. What the fuck is going on? Ross! Dad, where's Seth? Oh my God. I don't know where's Seth. Seth is over fucking gone.
Where's Ross?
I hope she found him.
This is baller. I mean, they don't show the shooter. They show the shooter, but they don't show him getting shot. So here, I guess I should just show it. He's right there. People
oh my
still
God,
think
please
it's the
stop.
Crooks.
Don't even read it. It's so stupid.
Do you understand why I turn crazy sometimes? Like where I just like start yelling at people?
Yeah.
It's like, do you get it? You're inciting the chat into sending suspects, bruh. There you go. Take the ban. Especially if that was you trying to like serve a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. It is literally, okay. I don't want to be disrespectful. Maybe you don't understand the English language. Maybe you do not have a command over the English language. But I'm doing the exact opposite of that when I say don't fucking talk about these situations like before there's actual confirmation. I've also spent the last like 30 minutes yelling at chatters for doing that exact same thing. So I suspect you're either trying to do a fucking 3-minute ad break debate, or you are literally just the stupidest person. So I'm just gonna serve the 3-minute ad break now. Okay. I'm very sorry. This sucks, bro. I usually watch it on YouTube. I never knew I yelled at chess so much, but damn. Yeah. This is it. This is why. People don't see it. People only see the clips. So they think like there isn't a valid reason why I'm fucking yelling at chat, which I haven't really today. Here, this is the closest it gets. You can literally see him. Trump assassin really didn't want us to see Hasan's Elden Ring build. It's true. Holy fuck, how are you not freaking out right now? Why would I be freaking out? He's got a bit of a dumper. Dude, it's kind of fucked up, but I also thought the same thing. Anyway, this is like his last moment, basically. This person passes in front of the camera with his big ass head. And then after that, the cops just pop him. I think at the end of this video, there are better freeze frames, like 132-ish.
I hope he's turning this way. Be careful, guys.
What are you doing? Where's that? Somebody come on. He's right there. I'm sure the stop sign is shot. Oh no. Are we in Butler? Yes. What the fuck is going on?
Dad, where's Seth?
Oh my God.
It's got to be wild to be the guy named Ross in this situation. And like, there's a dude who tried to assassinate the president, like in your immediate vicinity. Like, I feel like Ross is not the worst guy here. You know what I mean? Even though he's very prominent in the video, it's just a bad day to be a Ross, I think. Because I don't think it's Ross's fault, whatever is happening. Like, I suspect Ross is just, you know, he's just kind of catching it straight in this situation.
Dude, that's exactly why we need fucking Trump here.
Wait, what?
Oh, fucking Secret Service don't fuck around, man. Holy shit.
That's right.
Yeah, look, they're undercover.
Where's Saffron?
That's him laying.
Wait, they don't show him getting shot, do they? Oh, shit. Bro, that's crazy. I feel like it's wild to put the TMZ watermark on this. You know what I mean? Like, they're just like right there. You know, yo, check this shit out. TMZ, baby. It's the real demon hours. Wild thing to just put your, it's like the Zapruder footage. And you just put your fucking copyright on it. Crazy that TMZ has a video with the clearest image of this guy. No, I know. It's literally like, they are better than the FBI. Bro, this shit keeps zooming. Oh! Oh my God. It literally ends with right as they shoot him. And then it's not even shots. It's the TMZ sound. So this is the guy. Trans woman discourse has already started, by the way. Of course it has. Yeah, I think this guy did it. You think? It's funny because like 4chan is literally all guys that look like this. Okay? And it's currently all the people that are transvestigating this guy also look like him, which is why it's like pretty funny. They're like, oh yeah, this weird guy with the fucking long hair and looks like he hasn't had a shower in months, like must be trans. It's like, bro, you look like him. You look exactly like him. He just looks like a basement dweller. It's so funny to just fucking be like, oh yeah, this guy. Stop transvestigating the shooter. Top of the hour, bud. I already ran the ad break. Seeing this image and text was with the TMZ logo. Yeah, attempted assassination of Joe Biden or Donald Trump, colorized 7/13/2024. I'm concerned about Ross. Are they fine? I think Ross is fine. We got to check your 2024 predictions for this. Are you going to be on tomorrow? Yes. I actually had a trailer that I was going to be shooting tomorrow, but we understandably moved it. So I will be live tomorrow. I also had a birthday party that I was supposed to attend, which we will be attending. Yeah, we're going. Go grab Alex. And let's get going. This is the Obama war room for me. What is this? What the fuck's happening here? Isn't this the first vice presidential assassination attempt? Yeah. It's crazy. Assassination party? No, man, it's a birthday party. Has the shooter been identified yet? No. It's all the FaZe guys in LA, I think. How's Rage doing? Is his eye all right? Do you guys know? At 10 p.m. birthday party? Yeah, brother, we're not fucking children. What do you mean? Isn't that case on the right? Yeah, it is. Now his eye is cooked. I have 134K points. I'd like to cash them out for real cash. I'll DM you my Cash App. Yeah, that's how it works, man. I hope he's all right. I hope his eye's all right, or at least it'll get better. I like that they're. By the way, Chatter said he has. Wait, what is this?
My eye though, I'm starting to see shit. Like I'm seeing like floaters or something in the corner of my eye every 5 minutes. Let's just like move up. So I'm gonna go get that checked out. That's besides the point. But something bad happened. So I'm going to DreamCon. Last week or 2 weeks ago, I announced that I wasn't gonna be going because I had a big opportunity with a brand. I'm talking Nike level brand. I ain't gonna say their name because I'm just not. They had a plan to fly me out to Paris around the Olympics, and we're gonna do a crazy stream. There's a big bag involved. And we were working to be a long-term partnership, like YRGX, this brand. But when I got injured, they had hit us up and they were kind of like, yo, can you refrain from doing any dangerous activities for the next month? No crazy language either, like be as PG as possible. I was like, yeah, for sure. But I knew I had this plan in my head to blow this wood. They also asked for me to delete an Instagram post which showed like a weapon. So I was like, oh shoot, they might have a problem with what I'm trying to do here today. But I was gonna use an art.
To be fair, he didn't do anything that crazy. Like, he was just cutting wood. You're a jabroni with your own motives? Yippee. Who says jabroni? What do you think happens next? I didn't answer him. Yeah, it's not like he was doing something crazy. He was like chopping wood. Problem is he was chopping it at night. That's one thing. And he also didn't have like, I guess, eye protection. But ultimately, you know, it's not like it was just an accident. Oh my God, there's still people coming in here. Listen, guys, I don't know. That's how he injured his eye. Yeah, he was chopping wood and he like released it. Like he like the axe hit him in the eye. But it wasn't like he was like blowing shit up with Tenorite or anything. Did you see your Brother Banks tweet? Yeah, Brother Banks is with Trump. Brother Banks is with Trump. Hey, Hassan, just popping in the stream. Just wanted to let you know Donald Trump was recently shot in the ear. I think you should really cover this. Just checking in. When are you 2v2ing Max v. Jason? I thought we were going to do it tomorrow, but I don't even know if we can do it tomorrow anymore. But I want to do it still, but we'll figure it out. Do you think we'll ever know the motive? Dude, this is one of the few instances where like the motive, it seems kind of obvious, right? Like, what could his motives be? What could a guy who took a fucking AR-15 to the Trump rally, you know, climbed on the roof of a building that was like 300 feet away from the Trump rally, and then aimed in the direction of Donald Trump, and then shot in the vicinity of Donald Trump, only to miss his head by like a couple millimeters and only graze his ear? Oh, motive is oh, you mean like, is he actually fucking anti-Trump because he's a Democrat? Is that what you guys are asking?
Freeman joins us now from Butler, Pennsylvania. And we heard from the FBI and police that they believe they know who the shooter is. They're waiting to confirm his identity, but they've not identified a motive. There's a long...
I think they just wanted to kill Trump. But as far as like his ideology goes, I don't know. He could be like a crazy, he could be like a fucking crazy liberal. He could be a crazy guy in general. Because like, remember the guy who fucking shot Ronald Reagan and, you know, didn't kill him. He was the guy who shot Ronald Reagan was just like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. The shooter was a part of an online chat room. The CIA knows 100% who would actually take the shot. They groomed him to do it. This information will come out sooner rather than later since it'll be during Trump's term. My man said chat room. Like a 55-year-old. Yeah, Hinckley believed the attack would impress actress Jodie Foster, who he was a stalker of. Twitter post showed he's a registered Republican. I don't believe that. Until I see more evidence, like that seems, when you see a narrative that's too good to be true, okay? And this goes for Republicans as well. If you're like a Republican and you find out that there's a shooting that happened, okay, and then you're like, oh, the shooter I'm hearing is like insert whatever marginalized group you hate, maybe don't immediately rush to that judgment. You know what I mean? In the early 2000s, it was always like, oh, it's a Muslim. It must be a Muslim. It's definitely a Muslim. Oh, it's not a Muslim. Oh, well, who cares? Muslims are still bad. Lately, the conservatives have been jumping on that. Oh, it must be a trans person, which is like both Muslims and trans people are dramatically underrepresented in the American public in general, like statistically. So in both cases, it is statistically less likely. Okay. Another group of people that the New York Post, for example, claimed was the shooter was that the shooter was Chinese, which is also hilarious. Like that's a new one. There have been a couple Asian shooters, mass shooters in the past couple of years, which is, you know, somewhat unique overall, I would say. It has happened. But once again, just, you know, not exactly statistically. I mean, it's not like overrepresented in the statistics in general. You can't ever rule it out. Wait, why do you think the shooter is Chinese? I tuned out. No, I don't think the shooter is Chinese. The New York Post came out with an article immediately after the shooting, like immediately after the shooting, and was like, the shooter is Chinese. Now, I don't know why they did that. I don't know where they got this information from. I don't even know why they wanted to blame a Chinese person for it, but they did that anyway. What's good? Are you all right? Are y'all ready? What? Do you want to go over? Yeah. Now. New York Post, the shooter is black or Chinese. My Albanian sources claim the shooter is Serbian. Anyway, I'm really tired. And we have an event to go to. Our friend's birthday that started like fucking 4 hours ago at this point, or 3 hours ago. But it's still going on. And as good friends, we're gonna go attend it. You guys didn't buy him anything.
No. We rushed back.
Trump got shot.
We rushed back once this happened.
Oh, Trump got shot. We dropped everything. Oh, okay. Didn't even get me the fucking Trump shoe. Anyway, love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. And obviously, you know, I won't be covering this story. Just kidding. Of course, I'll be covering this, and hopefully some more information will be available by then. But that's all I got for today. A fucking 11-hour stream, dude. This guy's doing another half day. What's happening? Why is this guy only doing half days? So much for light news. So much for light work. Love you all.
Bye.
Peace, everybody.
I love you too.
Peace from the United States of America. And we're very sad about Trump. We're going to be praying. That's why we're ending the broadcast. We're going to go pray for Trump and hope he's safe. My goat. Bye. See you tomorrow.
just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.